Pretty good. He settled it at terms very, very favorable to him. He has what seems to be an ironclad indemnification agreement. He's made the executive the surviving member of the couple the executive producer for the film. So he's going to walk out without paying a dime. It looks like.
Yeah, that was a weird one. Hi, the settlement is, well, you get to be an executive producer. Wait, I know your wife's dead.
Well, and I would say it was probably he's given the executive producer role, which would be a flat fee, I would imagine, plus a chunk of the box office, and then a flat, maybe some cash settlement, which he gets to claim under the indemnification agreement with the head production company. Right. So he walks away scot-free. They get something, and it's dependent upon how well the movie does. So now they have to let him make the movie. They can't charge him, because if they charge him, then he can't make the movie. And then the little boy doesn't get paid, and he can't ever go to college because his mommy's dead.
Yeah, that's gross.
Self-serving freak.
Okay, real quick. Sorry to the Rumble people. I thought I was streaming to Rumble, but I had forgotten to change the actual settings, so it was streaming to the old stuff, which doesn't actually do anything. But I've got it now. The court started a little bit ago, but we'll just catch up on the breaks. There's the housekeeping stuff was going on. I think it started about 12 minutes ago, so it won't be hard to catch up at all. And here we are. Darrell Brooks is back in court for day 4. He's about to make a very competent argument about how the court does not have personal or subject matter jurisdiction over this case. Still, he's going to cite to some cases. He's going to cite some very good cases on why they don't have that jurisdiction. Unfortunately, he doesn't know which cases they actually are. And so this will be perfect. This will be
what
great.
Could go wrong?
Yeah. Not a thing. Not a thing could go wrong with this. But here we go. Let's get this party started. Shout out to my people on Locals, Odyssey, and Rumble. Here we go.
For value in return for value. As I'm here.
Okay.
Number 21 CF 1848. May I have the appearances, please?
She was looking better yesterday.
Good morning, Judge Sue Apple, Leslie Basie, and Zach Witchow appearing for the state of Wisconsin.
Good morning, sir. Please state your name for the record.
I'm here as a third-party intervener in that matter, appearing as authorized representative for my client. I accept for value in return for value all of the charging instruments in this matter and make my exemption available for discharge of all obligations and charges connected with this case. I do not dispute any of the facts in these charging instruments, and I do not consent to or agree to being called that name.
All right, the record to reflect that the individual known to this court as Darrell Brooks is appearing in person in custody. He is also in civilian or street clothing, in a suit and tie, also wearing a mask. Mr. Brooks, I know today you're also not wearing headsets. I just want to make a record. Yesterday, they were offered.
Someone was saying she looks like a sexy Delta Burke.
The different charging unit was provided. I did not see you wearing the headset at any point in time. And from my perspective, given your either legal arguments made, comments to the court, or questioning of witnesses that you were able to hear, but I just feel it important, given that you raised that issue, to put that on the record. I do want to address the case law that was filed by Mr. Brooks. I have a question, sir, because you had indicated there was this United States v. Lopez. I had looked up a case. I don't know if it's the one that you were referring to. I asked you if it was from 1995. You thought it was. Have you been able to look through your documents to tell me which United States versus
Can
Lopez?
You turn down the Wisconsin accent a little bit?
No.
I have not, but I also cited Higgins versus Levine as well. 415 US 5.
That should be better.
3, or I think you may have.
I was able to find Higgins versus Levine and Malo versus United States. I also found a case that is captioned United States versus Lopez at 514 U.S. 549. That's a case from, it was decided in 1995. It had to do with in part, with the
Jurisdiction.
no, it had to do with provision in
He's helping the judge with the law.
statutes regarding the gun safe free zone and whether that was constitutional.
So one of the
or
problems
not.
that sovereign citizens
It
have
was-
is they'll just say US v.
Just
Lopez.
one.
Case, but
Yeah.
US v. Lopez.
nonetheless,
It's like,
that
well,
was
which
one of
US
the
v.
major
Lopez?
issues in that case.
Shockingly, the United
So I
States
don't
has
know
gone
if that's
against
the case
a
you're
Lopez
referring
several
or not.
times in history.
I would guess there's more than one,
It's hard for me
especially in the
to
Fifth
know.
Circuit.
So that's why I'm asking you if you have any other information about that case.
Oh, my Drex hat's too hot to wear. I gotta take that off.
Possibly look on a break. But my
Let me ask you something, Nick. What do you think? What's he gonna do?
That
Nick.
particular case was dealing with the specifics
No, his
of
problem is he's a sovereign citizen.
subject matter and personal jurisdiction, which is why it was brought up for the record, which is something that I have been
I made some great Phoenix Wright
adamantly
visual aids, but I left them all at my office.
asking for the court to provide verified proof of jurisdiction, which I have not been provided with as of yet.
Homie, you're in
Court's not
Wisconsin. The
required
court's
to
got
do that, sir.
jurisdiction.
I understand what your objection is. It's been noted for the record multiple
That's the
times.
basic sovereign citizen problem. If you deny the court has
previous
jurisdiction,
meetings of the
why do you
court,
even show up?
And I see no reason to
Just refuse to come out of your
revisit
cell.
those issues, or what we call legally a motion for reconsideration, even if I were to take your reference to these cases as a request to reconsider based on a new legal argument. The cases that I reviewed don't support that. I do want to give the state an opportunity to at least make a record as to their position, and then I'll give you the last word if you want to make a legal argument to the contrary.
I do.
All right, so go ahead. I believe Attorney Basie, you were going to do that.
I was. Your Honor, I did review the U.S. versus Lopez, the Lopez case that you cited at 514 U.S. 549. As the court already indicated, it deals with the Gun-Free School Zone Act, which is a federal offense. The court found that that Congress exceeded its authority under the Commerce Clause, and therefore there was no jurisdiction. I don't find any analogy between that case and this case. Again, I'm not sure if that is the Lopez case that the defendant was referring to. With regard to Malo versus United States, this was a case involving an accident that the plaintiff had with an employee of the U.S. Postal Service who was driving a U.S. postal truck, and the issue became whether or not there was a valid claim against the U.S. Postal Service as a result of a claim filed against the employee, and the court held that there was not, and therefore jurisdiction was not conferred to the United States.
You know,
again, not a case that is
he's
on
got a
point
case on
with
point
any issue
because it
that's been
involved
raised in this case.
motor vehicle at
Finally,
least.
Hagens versus Levine.
I was just gonna say, that's why I was laughing. I was like, well, at least this case had something to do with the vehicle.
District Court was found to have had jurisdiction to hear the plaintiff's claim.
You can't just rely on cases that they deny jurisdiction.
New
They
York-
literally have to have some sort of
New York,
fact connection to the case you're
regulation
talking
addressed
about.
New York's ability to recoup some payments from AFDC, I believe. And there was a claim that violated the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. The court did find that the district court did have jurisdiction to hear the plaintiff's claim. Again, I did not find any verbiage from any of these three cases that would raise any type of argument in this case that this court does not have jurisdiction to hear this case.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. Your response.
Yeah, I respectfully object to that. It's clear
Grounds.
in both of those cases that
What's the word for
ultimately
today?
those cases
Yesterday
were
was
called
grounds.
correct by the Supreme Court, in that both cases ended up being voided because there was no jurisdiction.
Yes, there's no federal jurisdiction.
Same thing in this
those
case. How it applies is this court has yet to prove that it has jurisdiction. It has not been proven. There's been no certified document paperwork.
I think your arrest papers.
There's been no proof. There's been no response to the demand for the statement of particulars. There's been no response to, I mean, we haven't even established that the plaintiff is a living human being and not an entity. There's so many things that have
just listen to the prosecutor's accent. She is the embodiment of Wisconsin.
If both cases that were just cited,
if Wisconsin's not alive, how do you explain
were voided
this?
by the Supreme Court for lack of jurisdiction, how is this case any different?
Let me count the ways.
Thank you for your arguments, sir. First of all, the Hagens and the Melo decisions, or Melo, these were civil lawsuits. They weren't criminal cases at all. They dealt with the issue of a federal question or federal claims and jurisdiction in the district court for those particular cases. There's nothing that's applicable to a criminal case in state court for this court to even find they're relevant. They may be case law, maybe law as it relates to that, but they're not relevant to the proceedings in this case. In the Melo decision, for example, that had to do with a lack of jurisdiction because the plaintiff had failed to exhaust administrative remedies. That's not something that's applicable here. And so
sovereign citizens rely on that Melo case a lot.
In the Hagens case, again, it had to do with a federal claim and jurisdiction related to that, and not criminal charges brought by a state against a individual. The Lopez decision, while a criminal case, dealt with a federal law and whether the district court had jurisdiction. In Lopez, the U.S. Supreme Court struck down a federal statute that had made an offense criminal, and because of that, there was no jurisdiction. There have been no similar arguments made in this case at all. The arguments that you raise related to the Bill of Particulars, related to those types of issues.
Oh, it's magic words
throughout the
Bill of Particulars today.
The United States of America, both in state court and in federal court. And I direct your attention once again to United States versus Beneby, 654 F 3rd 753. It's a 2011 decision from the Seventh Circuit that is very on point.
I wonder if she has asthma. She does that breathing thing that's kind of weird. Like she'll just like go and then just keep talking again.
I think she was sick the other day.
Demanding it to do, and for
like that.
Yeah.
All of those reasons, this court will deny.
She's just like making extra long sentences, or what?
Deny your request for the demand for particulars, even going back to one of the filings from the 3rd, dealing with your demand for a verified statement, your notice of special appearance. I mean, all of those things have been noted on the record, but to the extent that the court needs to respond to any of those, once again, your demands and requests and objections are either overruled or denied, as the case may be.
Your Honor, may I respectfully request a legal reconsideration for your ruling?
No.
Yeah.
No, I just went through my reasoning, sir. So
sure.
without, you meeting the standard.
Let me think about it. No.
For reconsideration under section 806.07, that request is summarily denied without any further argument.
She should have granted his request for reconsideration
and
and then
just
just
a legal or factual basis for your ruling, as you just cited, Your Honor.
I just provided the legal basis, sir.
You just cited a case law from United States versus Beneby, correct?
My reasoning stands. The record before you and on the record speaks for itself. I'm not going to address this any further. Your objections are noted.
Respectfully, Your Honor, may I ask for a written judicial finding of facts and conclusion of law on this matter?
You may request that request is
You can request it.
This is now respectfully moved for an interlocutory declaratory
Interlocutory
appeal. On
appeal. Your request
That
for
is not an
interlocutory
issue
appeal
this
is
court would
denied.
address. That would be for an appellate court, sir.
For the record, may I move to stay these proceedings until this instant matter is adjudicated by a court of competent jurisdiction.
That request is denied. This is a court of competent jurisdiction.
Based on
He's
what?
apparently spending all of his free
Law.
time Lexusing the wrong stuff.
Right, Mr. Brooks, your objections are noted. I want to keep moving forward today.
Just killed one of my Space
May I
Marines.
respectfully object to that, Your Honor, based on the fact that you cited something that was a federal law.
No, you
The
raised the
cases
federal
that
law.
you went over in the challenge of jurisdiction, we're all dealing with federal guidelines.
This court's not going to explain the law to you, sir. I've cited the law.
Where's the quartering?
I just direct you to those decisions. I believe they speak for themselves. And
This is a
your
lunatic
request
circle of
for
sovereign
any
citizen.
further
He raises federal
articulation by this
federal
court as to the basis
cases
for the court's decision
as
is
the
denied.
basis of his
May I
objections. She
respectfully
rules
Object, Your Honor.
citing the cases he
You
asked
still
for,
ask
and then he
for verified proof.
says that it's wrong because she used a
Of-
federal case.
Mr. Brooks, I've already addressed that. The request is denied.
Blink,
All right,
blink.
moving on, can the
Respectfully
state, I'm moving on,
object.
Mr. Brooks. Thank you. Your objections are noted. Attorney Opper, I'd like to address the
Respectfully
issue.
object, Your Honor.
Is it me or her lips getting fuller and
I would
fuller
like to
every day?
address the issue of the subpoenas that were turned over to the state. If you could just make a record on that.
That's the
Yes,
blood
thank you.
flowing
We
into them as she
have
gets hotter and
received the
hotter for the
subpoenas
sovereign
that
citizen
were,
arguments.
Provided by Mr. Brooks.
Engorged
I believe there was
lips.
12 in total. We are endeavoring to have all the individuals properly served, and we will assist in arranging their appearance here in the courtroom at the appropriate time, with the exception of that one individual who we believe has relocated to the
Would it be
state.
rude if I said arrange your appearance first?
No other concerns that the state has at this point in getting those subpoenas
Look at
served
me
and
body
getting
shaming
these,
people.
people here. I do want to advise the court that one of the witnesses on
I'm so glad I'm perfect.
subpoena list does need a Spanish interpreter. And that also reminds me to update the court on our progress in that regard. For the state's case, we believe if we would need a Spanish interpreter, and it's still unknown to us, or uncertain, I should say, it'd be later tomorrow morning, like probably after the morning break or even after lunch. We could call these witnesses out of order if we had to. So if you want to just say possibly 1 p.m. tomorrow, we could certainly work around that. And then when we get to Mr. Brooks' case, one of his witnesses will need an interpreter as well. We'll try and help the court keep track of
Did you
that.
see yesterday where they're estimating 5 to 7 days for them to complete their
Both
case?
individual
5 to 7 more days.
arrangements for
Yeah,
the-
so they're looking at like next Thursday or Friday to wrap it up.
Do that, but it's your
God.
request.
I know
They don't
my
have it
husband
nailed
has
yet.
Spoken to someone in the clerk's office. I think it was last week. I don't know if there's been any recent contact.
I don't know. He did such a fine job yesterday.
I
It's
know I
true.
saw,
It's true.
One of our interpreters yesterday, and I don't know if that's because of those arrangements or not. And I don't see that person here today, but,
Yeah, I saw him
Um,
also. I think he just came in to observe for a while.
okay.
So what's
can you
happening
tell
right
me
now
the
is
name of the,
he's got 12
witness for
witnesses that
Mr.
he
Brooks
wants to
that needs
subpoena.
an interpreter?
The state's
Juan
going to
Marquez,
try and facilitate those.
M-A-R-Q-U-E.
Although one of them may have moved to Texas. If that's the case, they cannot subpoena that person and force them to come in.
And this, can you just?
That'll
me
give you
a
an
little bit
idea of
more
how long
background?
his
What I'm contemplating is because
case
I
is
need
gonna
to make
be.
arrangements for the
But
interpreter.
he'll probably go
is
through
perhaps
4 or
we can have
5
that person brought
witnesses
the
in
same
a
time the
day.
other witness
'Cause he's
needs an
not gonna have a
interpreter
plan.
and do those witnesses, depending
See,
on.
I'm worried about the opposite.
may
He
not
doesn't
be
have a
back
plan,
that
so he's just
maybe
going to
there'll be
ramble on
witness
for
in between.
days.
Judge will shut him down.
Yeah, I hope so.
For court efficiency.
She lets him go quite a while
we
before shutting him
have an
down.
Interpreter available.
Yes, I understand, and we could potentially call him out of order. He is in the group with the same group that we would need Spanish interpreters for. That would be the Catholic community of Waukesha.
Shady Conservative
So
says
we're
actually they
projecting to
said
get
they'd
to
be
that
done this
testimony
Thursday or
tomorrow
Friday.
morning for our case.
Oh, let's hope.
As we sit here
Oh,
right now,
let's go.
Judge, we don't think we're going to need an interpreter. but we want to reserve that right should the need arise. And Mr. Marquez was on our witness list. However, we had made a preliminary decision that we would not be calling him as a witness. So he's generally familiar with the court proceedings, and he knows he may be called to testify. So it would be tomorrow morning, and yes, maybe we just want to say 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The interpreter's here for whatever witness needs them, and we call.
And I'll
Mr.
start
Marquez
grabbing
out of
super
order.
chats in a minute when we get a pause.
A great switch for the jury, because we'll already have been dealing with those facts tomorrow morning.
When do you think you'll know whether you will need an interpreter? Is that for a witness or for someone in attendance?
Yeah, no, it's after our first 2 witnesses as it relates to the Catholic community. We believe we can establish all the elements we need through those witnesses. But if for some reason we could not, then we would have to call some of the Spanish-speaking people. We would be prepared to go on with other witnesses, and then we may have to circle back if need be. But we understand we want to be efficient, and we don't want to have downtime in the courtroom. So,
all right, thank you. I'm contemplating, Mr. Brooks, that since the witness you want is part of that group, and there's a
you're right. There are no super chats. They're Rumble rants.
They will need an interpreter.
It's going to take me a while.
If that's the situation, then I'm going to require that Mr.
I'm pretty impressed he can come up with 12 witnesses, to be honest.
Point, for questioning, you'll be questioning him first, since it would be your witness, but
the leaders of the Solve Sit movement, probably.
Wise use of our resource as it relates to the interpreter. It can be challenging to schedule interpreters, especially on a last-minute basis. I know the clerk's office has been working with the DA's office based upon the request that was received. The latest information I have.
By the way, guys, make sure you hit that plus or thumbs up on Rumble. Get those positive rumbles up there. Kick us up the leaderboard. Get us on the front page.
Follow up just to make sure.
Get more people in here to see.
Sure.
To suffer, really.
All right, Mr. Brooks, any questions about what I've advised you?
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder. I just did mine. There we go.
If you want someone else to have a bad time,
to call the witness,
force them in here.
Share the misery.
Dupe them into watching this shit.
Me wanting to call the witness, and I want to state for the record that object.
Does the tattoo on his left hand say slow?
Human being.
It's just slow or blow. I can't figure it out.
I wish the tattoos on his hand said speed.
You're well aware that.
I'm like hoping like the right one says fast and the left one says slow.
Complete all of the.
I think it says slow on his left hand.
Subpoenas.
I'm aware of that.
There were initially 13, and
that's a baker's dozen.
I believe I turned in 12 because the prosecution stated that maybe one of them had relocated, but there was just a little bit more clarification that I didn't have yesterday about that whole situation, if they relocated or how that would play into them being subpoenaed. So
is there a question as it relates to that, or just you're making that record?
I'm making that record, and also I wasn't sure yesterday, and maybe I should have asked before we went off the record. Should I have just turned in all 13 subpoenas that I had, and then just wait to see what more information could have been learned from that?
You can certainly give them the 13th subpoena, and
the 13th subpoena is actually Antonio Banderas.
If need be.
He can act as translator too. Two birds with one stone.
From there, I mean, obviously, as officers of the court, they're telling me that they have this information about a witness being out of state. There's a different procedure for obtaining a witness that is from out of state, incling that the person.
Those who are curious why I'm 15 minutes behind, it's because I was asleep.
Rules of procedure. So,
but we'll catch up as soon as there's a break in court.
It's up to you. If you want to turn that one over,
we'll get to live and boring.
Officially one that you turned over, given that you had been given that information, and then the subpoenas needed to be refilled or filled out again. I'm certainly willing to have.
I'm going to need to refill my prescription here before we get into this.
Need it.
Oh, I'm not I'm not eating Provincial today, so I can drink.
Takes place.
Oh, baby.
At 8:30 in the
Would it be
morning.
the same procedure, me having to stay after, or
We got the rabbit hole today.
Because I would essentially say it would make more sense to just fill them out all together and file them together, so everything is just together. It makes it easier.
Fill out the one.
Just the one.
Yes. Do you need another form?
I have another form.
All right.
Homie,
Do you
yeah,
have
the
a
first 12
copy
were
of
filed,
the
like they're
first
done.
time you filled it out, so you have some of that information readily at your fingertips?
Not
I
waiting.
believe I do. I don't want to say I'm 100% sure. I would have to.
God, this
do
judge is
some
so
minimal
patient.
looking through all the
If
paperwork.
not, I have the first batch of subpoenas on.
And
my
she weirdly seems
chambers,
genuine
and I
in her
can bring it
patience.
up.
I'm pretty sure if it's not in the paperwork that's in front of me, it's in one of these boxes, which, as you see, is a lot of paperwork.
Yeah, but that's
I'm
your responsibility
positive
to
that
keep
it's there.
track
I
of all
would just
that.
have to.
Well, let me know when
Or
it
you could
breaks.
hire,
Like I said, I have it
let
readily
the state
available.
pay
and
for
certainly can
lawyers
give
to do
back
it for
to
you.
Look at. All right.
Uh,
What about the, did you hear me advise you about the interpreter and making arrangements and potentially calling your witness out of order because of that?
Yeah, I think that was pretty clear.
Okay, good.
Was it?
Just want you to be prepared for the
It's
possibility
the
that
first thing you said
tomorrow
is clear.
you may need to call that witness. The witness will be made available and you may need to question that witness tomorrow. So I just want you to be prepared for that.
So that should be the first witness called.
That's not going to be your.
It would be out of order.
It's
It would
an
still be
out-of-order
during the
witness.
state's case in chief, but if we have the interpreter here, because they need it, because they're not clear yet if they need that interpreter or not. If they use the interpreter.
That bailiff just looks like a meathead enforcer that's just waiting for something to happen.
Also ask that they make arrangements to have Mr. Marquez available so that the interpreter, we can wisely use the interpreter resource and call those individuals, if not back to back, within short order of one another. Sometimes we have to give the interpreter a break and a rest. So
Chat's like,
that's why it
Judge
might not be
can pull
back
my
to back,
resource
but
back to
in
back.
any event, you should
Yeah.
be prepared.
Did you see
If
Officer
you have a
McSmashable
question,
yesterday?
if you don't call the
No.
interpreter and the interpreter's
Oh,
not
dude.
here and we
Oh,
haven't made arrangements, then I'm gonna work with my staff and the clerk's office to make
Maybe on the
sure
lunch break, I
we
can
have
look
an
her up.
interpreter during
yeah, it was
your
S. Schneider is her
case. You'll
name.
just need to tell me where in the
Officer
12
S.
you
Schneider.
want to call that person so I can better schedule.
In the 13.
Well, you have 13, but one's an out of state, so I'm told. But all right, very good.
I don't know if he realizes that they're not
All
going
right,
to call the
anything
out-of-state
else from the
witness.
state then? No, that was it today, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Brooks, anything?
You cannot
other than
force
what
an
we've
out-of-state
already talked
witness
about?
to come into the state
Yeah,
and testify. They have to be
I don't
willing
know
to
if
do that
the
voluntarily.
clerk received 2 ICF forms that I submitted.
I don't know if anything, I can check my electronic inbox. Let me just do that real quick.
Someone in
Let's see
chat
if
nailed it
there's
yesterday.
anything.
Judge looks like a Marvel superhero. She does.
Well, one of
She-Hulk.
the ICFs we just addressed, that would be the one that I filled
A
out last
superhero.
coming
Oh,
back.
yeah.
The proceedings.
You don't think she looks like sexy
We
Delta
just
Burke?
addressed that. That was dealing with the subpoenas.
Okay.
I don't know who that
All
is.
right, I don't see it.
never
I'll
mind
make
then.
sure that my staff knows
I don't know
to
what your
look
fat
for it,
folder
and when
has
we
in
get
it.
it, it'll be uploaded, and then we can address it at a break.
The other one was dealing with asking for my court docket sheet.
What do you mean by that, sir?
I would like a certified copy of my court docket sheet.
I need to know what you mean by that, sir. There are two documents in the record.
No, he
There
said
are
docket sheet.
entries that are part of the electronic.
How do you not know this,
file.
Judge?
Is the entire every
He wants a print off of the
court
docket that's a
proceeding, is that
certified
part
copy.
of the
But there's no
electronic
original.
file?
You can't
What did
certify
you
the
just
copy.
Is it
say?
a recording of the
Checkmate.
proceedings?
No,
or a
no, no. I
record?
want the
He
actual
wins. Not
docket
guilty.
from every court proceeding that I've had in dealing with this matter.
Well, you'll have to address that to the clerk of court.
I did. I
Okay,
sent
so
the
then
IC
that's why it didn't come to me and I wouldn't seen it. I'm not the custodian of the record. It's the clerk of court under the statute. So
Was it received?
I don't know, but I can find out. And on a break, we can advise. I'll direct Teresa to find out from the clerk of court if she received that. But she'll respond in due course.
It was addressed to Miss Monica Paz.
Okay, that's our clerk of court, so that's good that you did that. All right, anything else then? Other than what we've already talked about?
Nope. No.
Okay, very well. State will have its next witness then when we bring the jury in.
Finally.
Okay, very well.
Oh, God.
The jury brought out.
V got him. Says, time to succumb to the #1 grifter. Thanks for the laughs. Can you ask Rumble to remove the 100 sub prevention of live streaming? I can ask them, but I don't know if they will. Doesn't YouTube have a limit? Like you have to get a certain number of subscribers before you can live stream over there too? Or did they remove that? They used to.
It's like a minimum subscribers. It's like 4,000 hours and I think 1,000 subscriptions.
Yeah. Yeah. It's live streaming is exceedingly expensive for a company to do, just in general. Like the facilitation of a live stream is expensive. So they usually make it, they make some sort of requirement. That's why it used to be that you had to pay for it on Rumble. But now I guess it's I think they've eliminated that if you have 100 subscribers. I mean, I can talk to them about it. That's actually kind of lower on my list of things that I would like them to fix. I would really like the chat to have a pop-out window. I would really like the chat to be functional on the app, stuff like that before we get into those sorts of things. But we'll see. They've got some work to do. But I'm hoping they'll listen to me. I think I've got this live streaming thing. Like I'm pretty okay at knowing what would make a good live stream. I've been doing it a little bit now. I've got a lot of live streaming hours under my belt. I don't know how many hours people have of live streaming, but I calculated mine. I think I'm north of 10,000 now.
Wow. That's like a huge chunk of your life.
Yeah. It's 5 years of full-time employment, roughly. And I think I've actually outdone that. So, but maybe I'm not quite there, but I'm close if I'm not north of 10,000 hours. But the Dragon's Treasure says my shop is now a fundraiser for Darrell Brooks. Use code didn't do nothing at the Dragon's Treasure to get him a new SUV. If we raise enough, it will come with a bomb accessory.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh man.
All right, the state may call its next witness.
Thank you. The state calls Kelly Grabo.
Oh, we're also on Rumble, so we'll have frequent use of racial slurs here.
Oh,
sweet.
Make your way to the witness stand.
This, the prosecuting attorney is a male monkey.
You raise your right hand, and there is a step up when you get there. My clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
God, I love freedom.
I'm scared of freedom. I'm not used to it.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, I do.
I'm like one of the lab testing beetles. The beagles that they just open the door and the dog's afraid to go outside even though the door is open.
First thing I will have you do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
My first name is Kelly, Kelly. Last name Grabo, Grabow.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Oh, she's gonna cry.
Ms. Grabo, what do you do for a living?
I work at Burst Logistics as an inventory control specialist.
How long have you worked at Burst Logistics?
I had just started last year in September. It's their first year here.
Is testifying in court something that you do frequently with Burst Logistics?
No.
Are you a little bit nervous today?
Yes.
I want to ask you about Sunday afternoon, November 21st of 2021, okay?
Okay.
Did you take part in the Waukesha Christmas parade that day?
Yes.
These people have so much trauma.
A participant? Why were you there?
I was walking with Burst Logistics, my daughter and I.
What's your daughter's name?
Adelia.
And her last name?
Maffioli.
How long is Adelia? Excuse me. How old is Adelia?
She's 10 now.
That's a personal question.
She was walking with you with Burst Logistics?
Yes.
Do you remember?
Hold on, could you please spell her name for us, please?
ADE.
I'm offended by this guy's haircut.
Last name is Maffioli, Maffioli.
Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption.
That's okay. Thank you, Judge. Do you remember where your group was positioned in the parade in terms of who was behind you and who was in front of you?
Yes, we were directly between the Waukesha Blazers and Waukesha South Marching Band.
This guy's like 12 years away from being elected to the
were
Senate.
Behind you?
Waukesha South Band was behind us.
Gotcha. What were you wearing that day?
Well, my daughter was dressed up as Cindy Lou Who, and I was wearing my.
Oh,
This is
that's
the
her
family-
daughter. Her
This
daughter
is the
got
family
hit.
they talked about in the opening statements when they said the family that was dressed up as the Who's.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Did the parade go smoothly?
No,
Why not?
we were struck by a vehicle.
Can you describe how that happened for us?
While we're walking through, my daughter came walking over by me and she went to go get more candy to go hand out to the kids. So she walked over, grabbed candy, and as she was walking off to the side, I noticed there was a difference in the sound behind us than what I was hearing throughout. So right as she walked off to the side and I seen she walked to the side, I turned. I don't know if I turned fully or just my head. And as I turned, all I seen was the hood of a red vehicle. And I hit the red vehicle and rolled down to the side and landed directly between the Burris Logistics float and the red vehicle. And I seen the tire go directly in front of my face.
Oof.
So the Burris Logistics float that you just described, what was that?
There was a black truck pulling it. We had I believe there was a snowman in the back of the black truck, and then we had the Grinch in the float.
Which side of the truck were you on when you were struck?
Of the Burris, or I was on the driver's side of the Burris.
Okay. Where was Adelia?
Adelia, when she grabbed the candy and walked off to the side, I thought she was over by the sidewalk when I spun to look.
And what did you see when you spun?
The red hood of the vehicle.
When did you next see Adelia?
After I realized what just happened, I jumped up and took off running to go find her. And I seen her in the middle of the road, which I don't know how she got to that position from where I seen her last, but she was lying in the middle of the road. And there were some people around her trying to help her. Her shoes were down the road as well as her glasses.
Your Honor, Exhibit 22 has previously been received and published. I'd ask to publish that again for this witness.
Permission granted.
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear. The jury as well. Yep, there you go.
This is going to be
Okay.
a
Do you
tough
see
witness.
the screen in front of you?
Yes, it's a float.
Yeah. And he's going to ask all the stupid fucking questions he asks. Did you get the license plate number?
At normal speed from the
you see
beginning
long
until
hair?
about the 26-second mark.
By the way, to the over 10,000 people we have watching on Rumble, if you're not following me on Locals, you are missing out. RekietaLaw.locals.com. If you're you can join for free, of course. But if you are a paying subscriber, we have an exclusive Locals live chat in which you can post all sorts of dank memes and jokes. Oh, this lady is going to have to watch her family get hit by a car.
And we paused at 27 seconds. Ms. Grabo, did you see yourself in that video?
Yes, I did.
What about Adelia? Did you see her?
With the amount of people, I did not directly see her.
Okay, let's go back to the beginning and turn the audio off. And let's go at about 50% speed.
Objection was the relevance of showing the video to us.
Shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Seriously.
Also on Locals, we do exclusive Locals live streams and other exclusive Locals content.
And we'll play from the beginning.
Plus, there's some okay people sprinkled in with the shitheads.
And let's pause right there. At 3 seconds. Do you see yourself at this 3 second mark?
Yes, I do.
Just tell us where you are in the screen.
We're directly in front of the Black Shirt Band banner. Adelia is wearing a red shawl with checkered, black and white checkered leggings. It was really cold and windy that day. And then I have the candy cane dress on with my jacket and a hat and candy cane leggings.
And what does it appear at this moment that you're doing with Adelia?
Giving her more candy.
Let's resume.
So what they're doing, in case you're new to this court proceeding or any other, is they have to get her to authenticate this video before they'll show the jury.
Paused at the 19-second mark. Do you see yourself in the video at this point?
Yes, I'm lying directly between the truck, both of the vehicles.
Although this one might already be in evidence.
In front of you is a touch screen. Would you mind circling yourself?
Okay, so this one must already be in evidence.
Your Honor,
from
I'd ask to
yesterday. But
share the, to save the screen of 22 and mark it as 22. I think we're on.
22 B.
Yeah. So then 22B would be marked as, and I would move that into evidence.
The screen will be captured with the annotation. It will be marked as 22B. And it will be received.
Let's resume at that point. Pause. And we pause at 24, and we can take that screen down now. What did we see you doing at the end of the video there?
I was.
But typically,
vehicles.
You have to authenticate.
Yes.
Okay, and then
any evidence that's going to be used. You have to verify that it's an accurate representation of what happened.
What injuries, if any, did you sustain as a result of being struck by that SUV?
I think there's like ligament damage in my knee as well as my hand. I did have some bruising and some road rash on my knees.
Were you treated at a medical facility?
Waukesha Memorial Hospital.
The night of the incident?
It was way later. I went in because I rode in the ambulance with my daughter. I refused to go anywhere else besides stay with her the entire time. So I stayed with her. We rode 2 children's in the ambulance. They did check me in the ambulance and see that I was stable and okay to do what I was doing. So I stayed with my daughter at Children's Hospital, and I did not want to leave her until I knew she was at home in bed safe.
What injuries, if any, did Adelia sustain?
Massive bruising all up and down her back. She had a broken hand, road rash all on her face.
At least she's alive. Jesus.
I'm just thinking you want to say something funny to lighten the mood, but it's not like Rittenhouse where the guy deserved to be vaporized, and it's just ugh.
No.
Before you were struck by the vehicle, you said that,
and this guy has no emotion at all.
Changes in sound to.
Well, he wasn't there. He's just representing his client as a third-party intervener.
People marching in the parade in the back of you, right?
The car should feel some remorse. The Kerry defense.
Do you recall what the sounds were that you heard?
It was just a change in the tone behind me. It wasn't the Jubilee sound that we were hearing throughout the parade. You could tell something was happening behind us.
Did it seem to get louder?
Yeah.
Was it already pretty noisy with the parade going on?
It was noisy.
It would also increase in pitch. That's called the Doppler
really
effect.
Windy and cold day. that evening?
Yes, very.
Or increase in frequency, which is a perceived increase in pitch.
Would
Sorry.
it be any reason
Be
why you
precise on
wouldn't
our
be able
physics.
to?
I know what you
anything
mean.
going on behind you?
I honked. Why didn't you get out of the
Yeah.
way?
I wouldn't say I wouldn't be able to hear everything behind us because I heard the change in the sound of the band. So obviously I could hear what was going on directly behind me.
Yeah, from tubas to screaming.
The vehicle that struck you, do you recall seeing a driver?
No, I seen the red hood of the vehicle. That's all I seen.
That is so horrible.
You didn't see the driver or anybody in the vehicle?
No, again, I just seen the red hood as it ran into me.
The undercarriage.
I mean,
No license plates or?
to be fair, if he's going with the "I wasn't the driver" theory, like
You
this
recall how fast
is
the
the
vehicle might
evidence
have
you
been
would
traveling when you were struck?
It had been going at decent speed
the vehicle was
I said before I
traveling.
did
That's
see
good.
the rear tire going past
He
my
wasn't
face,
driving, that's for sure.
and it all happened extremely fast.
So you don't recall?
With the chaos that was going around that day, no, I do not remember exactly.
So again, like the speed's a foregone conclusion because
you stated
speed
that
was sufficient
after
to
you
kill,
were
but
struck,
he has to
you
eliminate
got up
the
and ran to your
intent
daughter,
to kill
correct?
aspect
Yes.
if he wants to stay out of prison for life. So the speed is a relevant question. It's one
And
of
you
the
were able
only
to do
ones that
that
he asks
with your leg injury?
Yes,
that makes
I guess that
that
would be
is actually
the
proper, even
adrenaline
though he
going
sounds
through
like
your
a
body at
cunt
that
doing
moment in
it.
time.
And he keeps relying on the
Typically
"I
is
was
short.
honking. Why
No
didn't
one's
all
gonna
the
recall it.
66 people get out of the way" defense.
Yeah.
Ugh.
So when was it that you knew that you had the, I think you said knee injury?
Yes, knee and hand.
Yes, there are pictures of him driving. There are people
When
who
did
witnessed
that
him driving, but
pain
he's
in your
still
leg set in?
his job
It
is
was
to raise
immediately.
doubt wherever he can.
But you were still able to get up and run.
Yeah,
Yes, people with ligament injuries can get up and run. It just becomes extremely risky.
Do you recall how long before you received medical treatment?
we were there for quite a while.
I know the
think
jury's
we were
not
one
going
of
to
the
buy it,
last
but at
ones
least
to
it's a
leave
relevant
in
question.
the ambulance
to answer
as I
that.
sat with my daughter at Children's Hospital. After I got her home, where I knew she was safe and secure, I then went. My sister took me to Waukesha Memorial.
For someone who's been in 2 horrific motorcycle accidents, you don't feel the pain until the
2 in
adrenaline
the
goes.
morning, right around there. After I knew my daughter was safe.
So it's fair to say that you waited a little bit before you tended to yourself.
I attended to my daughter prior to myself to make sure my daughter was safe. Yes.
Squizgar says, I do
you
not support
recall
the
how
death
long you
penalty, but
retrieved?
cases like this make it a hard position
I'd
to
probably
support.
say about two hours I was at the hospital.
Yes.
They give you any pain medication or?
I was taking ibuprofen and Tylenol. That is it.
And this guy's a parent. Any parent would be like, don't fucking deal with me. Take care of my child first, then deal with me.
Yeah.
This guy's
You recall what time you arrived at
sociopathy
the
here is
parade?
insane.
Well, since we were walking with the parade, we had to be there early. We staged probably around 3, I would say. I think it was.
Darrell Brooks makes you want to make waterboarding great again.
Yeah.
And
you know they've all got gin in those cups right there.
Were you able to see what the vehicle did after you were struck?
No, my only attention at that point in time was to find my daughter and attend to my daughter.
So you didn't see what the route that the vehicle traveled or anything after that?
I seen the aftermath after it went through. That was it.
Do you recall how long you were marching in the parade before you were struck?
I do not recall how long we were there.
Waterboarding using diesel. Oh my God. Local chat's taking no prisoners
Were
right
you
now.
near any cross streets or intersections?
I don't know the name of the intersection, but yes, there was. I know we're right by Bosco's.
I mean, they could be
There's a
crushing
little
him on
walkway that's
irrelevant
down to the
objections
river,
if they
or there's
wanted
a
to,
little
but just
tiny-
let him get off the damn stand.
Yeah.
Do you recall if they were barricaded?
I do not recall.
Do you recall if any law enforcement may have been standing by those intersections?
Do not recall.
Think of something else stupid to say, you degenerate fuck.
Do you recall any reports coming over any radios by law enforcement?
Yeah, she had her
I
police
do not
scanner with
recall
her.
that. The only thing I heard after we were hit was shots fired.
So you did hear shots fired. Did that
I
come
don't
from?
know if it was directly from a cop or if it was people running.
Did you hear the shots?
I did not.
So after you were struck, it would be fair to say that it got louder than what it was before.
After, in the middle of the complete chaos, yes.
Yeah.
With all the noise and chaos going on, do you think it would have been hard for you to hear a horn honking?
I did not hear a horn.
Would it have been hard? The question was, would it have been hard for you to hear it?
Before it got to us or after?
After it became chaotic.
So after
I
you
was
ran
not
us over?
listening for a horn after we had already been hit by the vehicle.
Why not?
So it'd be fair to say you wouldn't be able to recall.
I would not be able to recall that.
You're muted.
I was saying, go ahead. Ask him if she's a crisis actor.
Did you file any claim in this incident?
What do you mean by claim?
Are you the plaintiff?
Did you
Just
file
object.
Are you
Judge, move it
Wisconsin?
on.
report as an injured party in this matter?
Yes.
So it would be fair to say that you identify yourself as an injured party?
I was injured by the circumstances that day, yes.
I think they prepped them for the sovereign citizen arguments a little bit.
Yeah.
Do you recall the officer that you reported your claim with?
I do not recall.
I left my new bottle of whiskey upstairs.
Have you seen or read a
that
complaint?
Bowman's?
Matter?
Have you opened it yet?
What do you mean by that?
It's from the Sazerac
Have
Brewery
you seen a written
Okay.
complaint
I didn't
or
know that.
distillery.
or read a written complaint in this matter? Grounds.
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 Are you referring to the criminal complaint in this case or something else?
I'm referring to something else, the complaint.
Well, then I'll sustain the objection. As to the form of the question, it's vague.
May I respectfully ask on what grounds, Your Honor?
It's vague. She just gave you the grounds.
Next question or rephrase.
He learned the word grounds
Do you
yesterday
know
while I wasn't around.
Any complaint being filed in this matter? Grounds.
Sustained.
Oh, you should take a shot every time he says
That's the
grounds.
form of the question.
No thanks.
He'd be responsible for 7 murders.
Seriously.
Were you aware that it may be possible that you could give testimony in this matter?
Yes, I was aware of that.
Did you seek to give testimony in this matter?
Oh yeah.
I was okay with doing so.
And
Oh,
who
hell
were you
yes, I
informed by?
The district attorney's office.
He's going with the state of Wisconsin shit again.
Or was it a conversation? Or
Well, at first it was knowing that there was a possibility and then the subpoena.
so it'd be fair to say that you did have a conversation
Conversation?
with the district attorney's office.
Yes.
We've got grounds.
Grounds.
they ever inform you of who the plaintiff was in this matter? Grounds.
Sustained.
Are you aware of any plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Man, he is.
Grounds.
Do you hear how fast he is? Those grounds objection responses.
Oh yeah.
Look, it's Darrell Brooks.
You ever talked to the plaintiff in this matter? Ever seen the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained under 906.11. Mr.
His
Brooks,
reaction
you need to
time
move
on
to a new
grounds is
topic, or I will
inhuman.
close the cross-examination.
I will move on. I'll just, it
That's like-
has to be some type
That was kind of the game we were playing yesterday while I was doing the morning session. Can they actually state the objection before he says grounds? And it was about 50-50.
You all deserve to know. The jury deserves to know.
It's not relevant. Move on.
So are you bringing this claim against the accused defendant in this matter?
No, the state of
Objection,
Wisconsin
grounds.
is.
Sustained.
On what grounds, Your Honor?
It's vague. That's the form of the question.
Have you seek to receive any recovered damages or anything in the matter?
The only thing that we got was help to pay for our medical bills, as that was something that was completely unexpected from a Christmas parade.
Is that through the state of Wisconsin?
It was through, I forgot the name of what it was.
Are you listed as a plaintiff in this matter?
No.
Am I listed as a plaintiff in this
Are
matter?
you the plaintiff? Did you file the claim?
Objection.
That's a
Relevant.
compound question. Sustained as to the form of the question. Mr. Brooks?
Did you file a claim?
906.11. Move on. You've already asked about whether she filed a report. Move on.
The judge is going to handle this in jury instructions, I think, but it would be lovely to have every witness just a quick statement. Reminder to the jury that the complainant in this case is the state of Wisconsin. There is no plaintiff. Plaintiff is a civil term. Mr. Brooks has been informed of this and refuses to accept it. Like, that would be just a nice instruction. It wouldn't change anything because sovereign citizens, frankly, like, just don't accept the fact that their magic word arguments have been routinely rejected by courts forever. And despite all of them not recognizing the court's authority to do so, they're all in prison.
That's just because they haven't had Bivry Lamar as
Sustained
their
under
lawyer.
906.11. I warned you.
Should have Bivry. That would have been the only thing he could have done that would be make this more entertaining.
One more opportunity to ask a different line of questioning.
Cut him off.
Do you recall when you gave your interview to law enforcement?
It was a few days after.
Would it be fair to say it was a few days or a week or so?
I don't actually remember the exact time.
Do you remember being interviewed by Detective Jeffrey Aiden?
Dahmer.
I remember being interviewed. I don't remember what the officer's name was.
Really thought I had it on that one.
Do you remember where you were interviewed?
At my house.
Do you recall if it was on November 30 of 2021?
I don't remember the exact dates.
Can you recall why it took a little bit for you to be interviewed by law enforcement?
I'm guessing because of how many people were injured throughout this parade. It did take a while to get around to everybody.
Oof.
Good
Did
answer.
you seek to be interviewed in any way?
I don't think I seeked, but I did.
Sought.
Go ahead, say hell yes. I want to throw you in jail for the rest of your life. I
You don't
volunteered for that.
recall calling any law enforcement or attempting to file a report.
Law enforcement that was there at the parade took people's name and it all ended up going to them.
Did you follow up in the days after?
I don't recall if I did.
Oh, what if any grounds? That does fix it. What if any grounds?
Do you recall
I'm
stating
prepared.
that you did not see what happened to your daughter?
I do recall that.
Oh, he moves his head while he reads.
Do you
he's
recall
moving his
being
lips
left a
behind that
business
mask too.
card by Dr. Darrell L. Williams, PhD?
Yes, I do.
Would it be fair to say that he was the one that told you what happened?
I still to this day don't know directly what happened to my daughter. I just know that she was hit by the red vehicle as I was laying on the ground after I was hit.
Oh God.
Darrell Brooks makes me want to reconsider the 8th Amendment.
So it would be fair to say if you didn't see what actually happened to your daughter, you didn't see what happened to anyone else.
Objection.
Grounds.
Characterization of the
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Would it be fair to say that it was difficult to see if anyone else was struck?
From the position I was in, I seen a tire going in front of me. So no, I did not see directly anywhere besides the tire going in front of my face.
Is it just a Midwestern
So it'd
thing
be
to say
fair
I
that you
seen
didn't
instead of
see
I saw?
anyone get struck besides.
Oh, we did that out in Utah too.
Okay.
It would be kind of difficult to see beyond that.
No further questions.
But we have a lot of Scandinavians there too, like Andersons and Johnsons and things. So
Can I
maybe
just
it's a
clarify, Ms. Grabo,
cultural thing.
the last time you saw your
I don't
daughter
know
before
why
you got struck, where was she?
Their redirects have been good, but I don't know why they do them.
Yeah.
Overruled.
I think just to get the
She
last
was
word.
walking over, or she came over by me to get her get more candy to pass out, and she was walking off to the sidewalk to hand out more candy.
Sidewalk on which side of the Burris float?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
That would be to the driver's side of, so to the left.
And then you got struck. And where's the next place that you saw Adelia?
I seen Adelia.
Overruled.
She didn't see anything.
It's not hearsay, Mr. Brooks.
Judge getting tired of this hearsay.
I'm getting tired of this here. Yesterday, I was on the verge of just swearing in
Objection
Korean
voted.
early on in the program just to get
overruled.
past the censors.
Grounds, Your Honor.
I direct your attention to section 90801.
What grounds you're in the direct your attention? That was some good subtitles.
After I got up, I found my daughter in the middle of the road. She was no longer by the sidewalk.
Where was she in relation to the Burris, the truck that was pulling the float?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
God damn it.
On what
Direct your
ground?
attention to 90801, sir. It's not hearsay. Go ahead, you may answer.
She was towards the driver's side, the front end of the vehicle. So she was more towards the front of the vehicle.
Again, a hard
You
thing to
testified
do is
that
to pick
after
a
you were
witness
struck,
who can withstand
the
this
noise in the
idiot.
area increased. It got louder. You
Yes.
saying that? And so as a result of that increase in noise, you weren't listening for a horn?
No,
Okay. What about before you got struck? Did you hear the sound of a horn?
I did not.
Hearsay.
Not hearsay. Overruled.
God damn it. Just look up the word. You have Lexus in front of you. Look up the word hearsay.
Jeez. Hearing the horn and saying it now.
If there's an objection, let me rule on it first, just so we're not talking over each other. Okay. Thank you.
And I'm all done, Judge. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Oof.
Oh boy. That witness could have gone a lot worse.
Oh, he's giving a sticky note to himself.
Pokey2121 says, following you here from YouTube. Hey, thank you. Now fat shame me and make sure I don't use my paraplegia as an excuse. Well, paraplegia's got a lot of syllables.
Rogers.
A lot of syllables, but not enough to describe.
Rogers. Thank you.
Not as many syllables as you have digits when you step on the scale. You fucking oaf.
Craig, good morning,
you giant
Mr.
pile
Rogers.
of garbage.
If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is
I'd
to
say you
my
should have depression,
right.
but it can't get through your
riser.
adipose tissue.
When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right.
You mean roll onto the scale?
Lisa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
If they roll onto the scale, it'll be smashed into oblivion. What you need to do is get your ass up and start walking.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Just
Please have a
just
seat.
start with that if you can. If your knees can take it.
The first
If they
thing
haven't
I
been
will ask you to
subsumed
do is to state your
into
first
your
and
quad
last names for the
flab.
record and spell each, please.
Jeff Rogers, JEFF ROGERS.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Sir, do you live in the city of Waukesha?
Yes, I do.
Are you familiar with the program, the Waukesha Blazers Youth Baseball Program?
Yes, I'm.
Overruled.
Yes, I currently serve as the president.
And what is the Blazers Youth Program?
We have teams. We have a rookies program, which is ages 5 up to 12. We also have a select baseball program and softball program, and that ranges from ages 7 all the way up through high school.
Is this for boys and girls?
Yes.
And as president, what duties do you have?
Sure. Maintaining the schedule for the year, ensuring that we have indoor facilities for winter workouts, arranging any tournaments, ensuring we have game fields for the year for practices and games, setting the team rosters, running tryouts. There's lots on the plate.
Are you also a coach with the Blazers?
I am.
Okay. So direct your attention to November 21st of last year. Were the Blazers part of the City of Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, we were.
And do you recall the day?
Yes.
Approximately what time did you have to get to the parade to set up?
It was probably about an hour before the parade started.
And was the parade starting at approximately 4 o'clock?
Yes.
What was the weather like?
It was cool, windy. I remember cloudy.
Who was all walking with the Blazers that day? I mean, not names, but generally speaking, was it players, coaches?
Sure, it was coaches, players, and some family members.
Did you have a float?
We had a pickup truck with a Christmas tree in the back.
Okay. And was that pickup truck marked with the Blazers?
We had banners on both sides of the truck, yes.
Do you recall any groups that were in front, or a group that was in front of you or behind you?
From my memory, I remember the extreme dance group in front of us. I don't remember who was in back.
Okay. And were you there? Was it just you, or did you have any kids that were involved in the program at that time?
I was there with 3 of my 4 children, one of which was playing on my baseball team.
Okay. And I'm assuming that there were other parents there
Yes.
with their kids? And specifically, were 2 of your kids there, Caden, Cayden, and Riley, Ryle?
Yes.
And which one of those, does either one of those play with the program?
Caden plays on my team.
Okay, and Riley was there for?
Support.
Okay.
She used to play in the program.
Okay, and then you had a 3rd child there.
Yes.
Do you know Josh Kriener?
Yes, I do.
And what is his involvement with the Blazers?
He was a first-year coach for our 9U.
Okay, and he was also walking?
Yes, he was walking in the parade.
And did you have a formation for the parade, or was it just people kind of walking next to the truck, behind the truck?
All over the truck, we were handing out little flyers.
Promoting the Blazers, I'm assuming?
Correct.
Specifically, do you remember 2 players, Jackson and Tucker Sparks?
I do.
Were they there?
Yes, they were.
And was their dad there?
Yes.
Okay, and they were also walking the parade?
Yes.
Do you recall if they were wearing uniforms?
I believe Jackson was wearing his uniform. I don't remember if Tucker was.
I'm going to show you what's been, let me just make sure it was previously played, but Exhibit 11, and I'm just going to display it in front of the screen in front of you. Yes, it was previously admitted. So I will also play it, publish it to the jury.
This witness
Let me know what you see
by
in front of
Kirkland,
you.
manufacturer of fine water products.
So initially I'm going to, it's a 2-minute and 29-second video. I'm going to have it.
Also,
play
producers of
in
fine Isla whiskey,
accessibility.
Kirkland. I've got my Kirkland Isla here.
2 minutes and 29 seconds. That would be the entire Exhibit 11. All right, go ahead.
I have an echo, it seems.
Welcome to the stream, Mr. Stephen Gosney.
I have an echo, and Stephen has no audio.
Yes, there is.
I'm going to stop the video at 28 seconds. Did you recognize that as the Blazers, I want to say float or group that was marching the parade?
Yes, I saw myself and all the people walking.
Weird.
Okay,
I
did
didn't
you
hear
see
an
Josh
echo.
Craner?
But
I did.
Did you see
I hear it.
either one of your kids, Caden or Riley?
I saw Caden and Maya.
Okay. And then did you also see Jackson and Tucker Sparks?
I did see Jackson. I don't recall seeing Tucker.
Let's play it again from the beginning.
is the echo still going?
Let's see.
I can't hear it at all.
Do you have an echo, Steve?
No, it's you.
You have one too.
Well, let me mute you guys for a second. See if it fixes it. No, just a test. Seriously.
Okay, pause it.
Is the
First
Chat,
of all,
tell me if
can
the
you
echo is
circle
gone.
yourself on the screen. It's a touch screen. Can you circle yourself? And you said that you saw Caden?
Yep, just previously.
Okay, of course. And how about Jackson?
Yes, I saw Jackson, and I see Tucker now too.
Okay. And can you circle them?
still echoes? They're muted. It can't be them.
The shorter of the two kids, do you know, is that Jackson or Tucker?
That's Jackson.
Okay, so the taller is Tucker.
I believe
presumably.
so.
Okay.
Hold on.
And
Okay. Legal
I'm going
Vices, talk to me.
Back it up.
Okay,
about
you don't have an echo. I do have an
4
echo.
seconds to 12 seconds. We've stopped at 16 seconds.
You and the audio are okay. I'm
Check
not.
one.
And I'm going to keep it paused. Do you see Caden in this frame?
I do.
And can you circle him by where he's standing?
Let's see.
Now, this was at some point there was a vehicle that came through the parade, correct?
Correct.
So
This was before that.
you
time
guys
period,
are
correct?
echoing when
Yes.
you talk. I can't, like, it's not coming through for me. That's weird. Can you guys pop out and come back in?
At some point, and we can take this video down. Did you hear any type of commotion or anything that drew your attention to behind you during the parade route?
Yes, I remember hearing some sort of scream.
Got rid
Couldn't
of
tell if it
them.
was part of the parade or not. Turned over my left shoulder to see. I remember a wheel falling over. And thinking like, oh no, somebody fell off
Now
their
you're
bike
muted.
or somebody got hurt. So I turned back around, and at that point the screams got louder, and I saw people running, or heard people running, and lots of screaming. So I turned around again, and that's when
Am I
I
still
saw
muted?
that SUV coming at us, and I pulled my daughter Maya out of
No,
the way.
now you're good.
Okay.
At that time, do you recall, you said Maya was next to you?
Yes,
Do you recall where Caden was?
I remember Caden was up to the left of our vehicle. That's somewhere. Wasn't sure exactly.
Hi again, Steve.
And if you can,
Hello.
was the vehicle in the middle of Main Street?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
We're good.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
From what I remember, yes.
And what side were you on? Were you at the back of the vehicle or the side of the vehicle?
I was pretty much directly behind our vehicle in the middle of the road.
Okay. And
That was
Caden
something on
where in
StreamYard's end
relationship
because I
to?
didn't like change
To
the
my
setting.
left.
Okay. And your daughter, Maya?
Maya was standing right next to me on my left.
And
Ugh.
Riley.
And Riley was up somewhere by Caden.
Do you recall where Josh Craner was?
Josh was to my left as well.
And how about Jackson and Tucker Sparks?
I recall them being in front of me. I'm not sure, maybe a little to the left as well.
So when you looked back, you said you heard screaming, you heard yelling and running. Did you hear a horn honking?
I did not.
When you first observed the red SUV, first of all, strike that. Was there a group immediately after the Blazers team in the parade?
Objection. Relevant.
Overruled. You may answer, sir.
Are you talking behind us or in front of us?
Behind. Was there someone directly behind you, or was there a gap between you and whoever was behind you? If you recall, when you look back, was there a float right behind you?
I don't remember seeing a float right behind us.
Okay. And people were running. Could you tell where they were running?
From what I remember, running towards me and to the sides of the street.
And when you first saw this, you said a red vehicle?
Yes.
Did you have a more, was it a car, a SUV, a pickup truck?
I remember it being larger than a car. How I described it to other people as an SUV.
And how was it coming at you? Was it on the, it sounds like you were behind the truck. You said Caden was to your left, which would be, and I'm horrible at directions, but that would be the south side of the street. Was it coming on the south side of the street?
People who inherently know directions
or the north
creep
side
me
of the
out.
street, which would have been to your west?
Overruled. You may answer.
From what I remember, it was middle, and then it moved to the left to go around our truck.
As it was coming towards you, what did you do?
My first reaction was to grab Maya, and she slipped through my hands the first time, and then luckily I grabbed her the second time and pulled her to the side. Immediately was trying to put her in the back of our vehicle because I didn't know if more cars were coming.
When you say the back of your vehicle, the Blazers vehicle, or did you have a personal vehicle also in the parade?
The Blazers pickup truck.
And then what happened?
Sure. So after I got her up in the truck, I was frantically looking for my kids. I watched the SUV continue driving down the parade route, swerved back to the right after it passed our truck. I was screaming, "Where's Riley?" Caden found me, and I tried to get him in the back of the truck as well. From there, I was yelling at him, asking where Riley, screaming, "Where's Riley?" He didn't know. So I ran around the truck a couple times, and that's when I saw Jackson on the ground and stopped by him to check on him.
So where was Jackson in relationship? I'm assuming that once the red SUV came through, did the parade stop?
Yes.
Where was Jackson in relationship to the Blazers pickup truck?
From what I remember, he was in the front of the truck to the left.
Was there anyone else around him at that time?
His dad, Aaron.
Did you talk to Aaron?
I did.
And what observations did you make of Jackson?
Yes, to new people on the
Jackson
stream,
was
we are about
motionless on the
15
ground,
minutes behind.
eyes open,
We'll catch up when the court has a
Didn't appear
break.
to be aware.
Did he appear to be alive?
Was unsure.
Did you find out that he died as a result of being struck?
I did.
Ooh, that's not hearsay.
So when the car came through, the red SUV, it went to which side of the truck?
The left side.
Okay. And that's where you said Caden was. Did Caden get struck?
Caden told me he did.
That might
What
be
injuries did
hearsay.
he have?
Objection. Hearsay.
There-
Oh, it's not for sure.
Overruled. This witness may answer based on personal knowledge.
That's interesting because that
So
was
Caden said
actually
he saw
hearsay,
that.
going straight to the
that
fact
would
of the
be
matter
hearsay.
asserted.
So I'll sustain the objection if you would rephrase the question.
There
What
you
injuries
go.
did
Good
Caden
job.
have?
Yeah, okay.
He had bruising on his right elbow.
And do you know if Caden got struck by the red SUV?
Objection. Hearsay.
Now, that one's
Overruled.
not hearsay.
Yes, he did.
Did you see
Yes, he did.
Jackson or Tucker Stokes get struck by the SUV?
Sitting here today, I do not remember that.
Did you give a statement at some point? I think it was part of a parade survey, if you recall that.
Yes.
That was, I think, created by the Victim Witness Program, sent out by the Victim Witness Program, and then you would have sent it back. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And was that something that you created?
Yes, those are my words.
And is it correct that that form says, after that, I saw the car drive past us on the left, striking two of our players, Tucker and Jackson Sparks?
Yes.
Objection. Hearsay.
Overruled.
See that? That's hearsay.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
Thank you. I'm assuming that the event was fresher in your mind when you gave that statement versus a year later.
Yes, I believe everything in that statement is accurate.
And do you know if Jackson Sparks was injured? I'm sorry, Tucker Sparks.
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you know what injuries he had?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I remember the most significant was brain bleed or a head injury.
Oof.
And did you eventually find your daughter Riley?
I did.
Where was she?
She was across the street. So I had taken Maya and Caden into the antique shop on the south side of the road. She was across the street in the Civic Theater.
Was she injured as a result of a car striking her?
She was.
And what car struck her?
The red SUV.
Okay. What injuries did she receive?
She had multiple cuts, bruises, scraping on both of her legs. Her knee was pretty badly bruised.
Now, after the car went to the left side of the Blazers truck, striking the kids, did you see the path that it took?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes, I remember it going back to the right side of the road after that.
So after it passed the truck,
Yes.
did it strike the Blazers truck at all?
I don't remember.
So it went to the far right side of the road?
Yes.
And then did you see it from there?
That's the last memory I have of it.
So do you know approximately how far Jackson was in front of the Blazers truck when you went and you talked to his father, Aaron, who was with Jackson?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't remember.
Okay. Did the vehicle stop?
No, it didn't.
Did you see it stop at any time while you had view of it?
No.
Can you estimate approximately how fast it was going before when you first took notice of the red SUV when you looked back?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
I remember thinking, this is a parade. It's 25-mile-an-hour speed limit here. If I were in my neighborhood and a car was going that fast, I would be yelling at it. So faster than the speed limit.
Oh, that
And
guy
assuming
sounds
when
annoying.
You're in a parade. You're not going.
Yeah.
Speed limit on that road might be
Slow
25
down.
miles per hour. You're not going 25 miles per hour. Would
Yeah,
that be a
whippersnappers.
statement?
Absolutely.
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
Now, before you went into the antique store, was there anyone yelling anything about shots being fired?
Yeah, I don't remember who yelled it, but I heard shots were fired and to get inside the nearest building.
And did you go in right away, or were you still looking around the car for Riley?
Right. I didn't have Riley at the time, so I had to make a decision that I had 2 out of my 3 kids and took them into the antique store after that.
Prior to going into the antique store, did you see Jackson again?
I don't remember if it was before or when I came out of the antique store.
Okay. So did you see Jackson a second time on Main Street?
Yeah.
Overruled.
Where was that, or where was he?
Yeah. So after I put Caden and Maya in the antique store, I asked the couple there to watch them because I was going to go find my other daughter. Ran back outside on a Main Street, and that's when I saw Jackson again. And at that point, I believe a woman was trying to perform CPR on him.
Did you ever see Josh Crater while you were outside?
I remember.
After the vehicle had gone through. I apologize.
No, that's fine. After running back outside, I remember seeing someone near our truck that had a jacket, a brownish jacket on. And at the time, I believed it was Josh. I didn't know him well at the time.
Where was he?
He was on the left side of the vehicle, our vehicle.
On the ground, did you say?
Yes, he was laying on the ground.
Okay. And at some point, how did you find Riley?
I received a phone call when I was in the antique store. It was a phone call or a text message from my friend, Ben.
And what did he have Riley?
Yeah, he said he was with her across the street and that her legs were injured, but she was okay.
And that's what I was just going to say. As a result, you had indicated that Caden did receive an injury for being struck by the car.
Yes.
Did Riley receive an injury?
Yes.
What were her injuries?
She had scrapes, bruises, abrasions up and down her legs.
Oh, that would just
And that was
gut me to be telling these stories about my own kids.
Yeah.
I'm going to show you what's been
You just be
previously marked
picturing
and
those
admitted
injuries
into
in
evidence
your
as
mind
Exhibit
the whole
15.
time.
And I would ask that it be published to the jury right away. Go ahead.
So Jim Satala asked me
And
to
let me know,
address
sir,
the
when
fact that
that's up on
the
the screen in front of you.
prosecution is standing up, even though they
I
were
see it.
ordered to
Okay.
be seated
There's a section.
because Brooks is shackled. I think they're ordered to remain
Actually, it's
stationary
in the middle of the page, probably
because I
more
think
in the
he can
upper
stand.
part.
He just can't
has,
move around very much.
Names:
Right, that's
Josh
correct.
Prater, Riley Rogers, Caden Rogers.
He probably
Jackson
has some
Sparks, and
limited
Tucker
amount of
Sparks. You see
movement
that?
at his table too.
I do.
And then there's a line on the left side of that diagram that goes down to the map where it leads to a yellow star. Do you see that?
Yes.
Would that be the area in which each of those people were struck by the red SUV?
Objection, hearsay.
Yes, it appears accurate.
Thank you. I'm now going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 148. I'm going to have it just shown in front of you.
There's another question about hearsay from the locals chat. That was how he's not a doctor. How could he know it was a brain bleed if it was? Wouldn't that be hearsay?
Starting at 0.
You can actually gain knowledge from hearsay. The hearsay objection is about attributing the words to a particular person. That's where the objection kind of comes
sir,
from.
do you
People can
recognize
learn about stuff,
the,
and technically
frame
it would
that
be
it
hearsay.
stopped
But
at,
it's,
which is
if he said
at
the
5
doctor
seconds.
told me
Yes.
this, then
Have
you're
you seen this
ascribing
video
the
before?
words to a doctor using the
does it
authority
accurately
of the
depict what
doctor to
occurred
say
on
it.
November
It's kind of a
21st
weird
of
thing,
last year,
but it's really about
shortly
who
before,
said it
during, and
more than
after
what
the red
is said,
SUV,
if that
struck the
makes some
Blazers?
sense.
Yes.
Permission
Objection,
to push
hearsay.
Exhibit 148 into evidence.
Also, that's a very complicated subject too, right?
Yes.
It's
Yeah.
not,
Put in Exhibit
there's
148,
many
he
exceptions.
received permission to publish
It's
his.
so complicated. He gets it wrong 99.9% of the time.
It's so complicated.
Sir, it's
Lawyers get it
approximately 3
wrong
minutes
very often.
and 22 seconds. I'm going to play that entire video initially.
Killing Braderhoff.
We'll talk about it.
I'm sorry, do we have the total again?
3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Thank you.
Entire video.
Your objections noted, it's overruled.
What grounds?
Ugh.
4 minutes.
What grounds?
You get to watch your children be run over by a car for the next 3 minutes.
Go ahead.
Assuming we're not going to actually see the video because it's going to involve a car striking children, Ryan, the editor, says, well, another year for the Book of Life. I'm extremely blessed to be where I am, and I want to thank you and the chat for making it possible. Cheers, brother. Hey, cheers to you, man. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Cheers.
While there's a video of children getting run over, happy birthday. The only way to properly do this, I'm going to have some Joseph Magnus cigar blend. It's after 10 a.m. You can start drinking now.
Wait, should I go get my cigar malt?
If you want to.
Should I go get a cigar? Do you mind if I have a cigar too?
I don't care what you do.
Sweet. I love you, Nick.
I need to get some complex ventilation system in my office so I can have cigars in here.
Oh my goodness. Cigars. You need to have port with cigars.
Yeah, you don't want a cigar blend whiskey with your cigar. And people misunderstand that. That's not what they're there for. The cigar will mute the taste of the whiskey, and you don't want to do that. So cheers to Ryan, the editor. A good chap who's about to be a whole lot busier once this once my YouTube channel is unsuspended.
Yeah, hearsay is a very complex subject. Not only is things not hearsay, then there's a whole list of exceptions to hearsay that apply. So here's the video. Look at this. Maybe I'll have a longer discussion of that later, but he's just randomly shooting in the air. Yeah.
He did get, he got a hearsay objection right earlier when Jackson told me he was X. That is straight up hearsay. Perfect example. There could be an exception to it, but that is the quintessential hearsay. So-and-so told me whatever.
It's a statement made from another for the truth of the matter asserted. So
technically, couldn't it be made by the person themselves? I told someone hearsay.
Well, theoretically, there's so many exceptions, and half of evidence class in law school is on hearsay. Most evidence class, they love to punish you on that because it's so complex. And like you said, most lawyers don't don't get it right either. So, or judges for that matter.
Yeah.
So.
And that's why you object to it all the time, because you might win because the judge is wrong.
Right. But it's pointless in this case because, I mean, who cares? I mean, this is not it's not gonna impact his guilt or innocence. So, but that's a bigger picture,
right?
Bigger question.
Well, as long as we're getting into the Dalmore cigar malt.
God, that's good.
Happy birthday, Ryan. Cheers.
Farmhand Tom says something stink. Grab a bottle of Nick's Nose odor eliminating spray. If Nick's Nose can smell it, this spray eliminates it. Oh, that's a challenge, buddy. That is a challenge. Order at farmhandtom.com/Nick's Nose
22 seconds
to eliminate any odor. Thank you, Farmhand Tom.
You just gave a testimony with regard to your actions. Did you see yourself?
That is such a good
in that video
scotch.
doing a lot of the things that you just testified to?
I need to get. It's been a long time.
Okay. I'm going to play it one more time, and I'm going to pause it at certain points. If you can just identify where you are and what you're doing. Okay. So let's play it from the very beginning at 00.
Jack Ruley says, Rackets, good show on the Info Wars. Thank you.
That was a good show. I watched that. That was really good appearance.
Thank you. I appreciate that. A lot of good feedback from it. He says it was fantastic to see you on there.
Right here.
Hey, Jeff, hope you've been
Now,
doing well.
Like there's quite a few people in
I'm awesome.
They're walking behind Waukesha Blazers truck.
Steve, I apologize for this, but when I first saw you, I thought Gaznimoto.
Oh my.
Appearance players.
I've been called worse.
Yes.
And do you see yourself?
I do.
And look into the Rabbit air purifiers. They're really thin and they're top notch, and they're self-contained, so you don't need an entire ventilation system. Rabbit Air.
No, I don't.
And do you see Josh Craner in this frame?
No, I don't.
Okay, let's clear this.
Could you just make a record where you paused?
Yes, I'm sorry. At 13 seconds, if we can clear the screen and continue on. Pause. Do you know what you were looking back at? It seemed like, as I started saying before, a lot of people were looking behind you. Is that when you heard, you said something about a wheel tipping?
Yeah, I remember the first time I turned back, seeing something tip, whether it was a stroller, a wheelchair, a bike, some sort of tires in my mind, and hearing screams at that time, thinking that somebody got hurt.
And you said you turned back, face forward, and then something else drew your attention back?
Correct.
And what was that?
The screaming.
Now, do you see Josh Craner in this frame?
I do.
Okay, and can you circle him where he's at?
He was running right there.
And that's at 16 seconds?
Yes, and I was just reminded of that. Thank you. And you saw the video straight through before, correct?
Correct.
And Josh Craner is about to get struck by the car, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so let's play that through. Stop the video. When
For
you saw Josh,
people who
laying
are
on the
curious,
ground,
I don't
Josh
think this
Craner, do you
guy's
know approximately
son was
where-
killed.
sorry, it stopped at
I think it was a
19
kid on the
seconds.
baseball
There you
team
go.
that was not his son.
Do you know where Josh Craner was laying approximately?
To the left side of our vehicle. That's about all I remember.
Okay, so he's not shown. Did you see two bodies fly forward from the truck?
Ooh.
In the video or
In
when I
this
was
video
there?
right now.
I would have to see it again.
Okay, if we can
Oh,
go
God.
back to probably 14 seconds.
Objection leading.
I think that they're really protecting the victims' families in this
Yes.
trial. Yeah.
Yeah, they've done a really good job. I was noting that during opening statements when the prosecutor was saying
Did you
who
see
we
two
would hear
bodies flying
from.
forward?
Yes.
Because
Do you recall, as
yeah.
you look at this picture,
they could really be
where,
subjecting people to lots
Jackson
of
was?
trauma
Of the
that it would
two
be
bodies that flew forward?
unnecessary to convict this asshole.
He was on the left side.
You're talking to the band leader instead of the band kids that were hit. You know, things like, and that was just smart.
Can you play it one more time, please?
Yes, and that was, I stopped it at 21 seconds. I'm now going back again to 14 seconds and playing it again, starting at 14 seconds. I paused or it was paused at 18 seconds. Did that assist you?
Yeah, looks like he's laying right up here.
And do you know who the body is that's to the right of Jackson?
I don't, looking at it from here.
And do you know, as Jackson and Tucker were marching to the left of the truck, as you testified to, were they close together in distance?
Yes, they were close.
If you can keep playing. I'm sorry, and it's starting at 18 seconds. What do you see you doing now?
I picked up Maya and I'm running to check on Jackson. Over the top of him right now.
I was going to say, if you can narrate, and that you said that at approximately 31 seconds, you were over the top of Jackson.
Yes. And now I just grabbed Ella, another one of our members.
You can pause the video. Okay. And what are you doing? And
I'm putting-
it's paused at 35 seconds, 55 seconds.
Putting Maya in the back of the truck to keep her safe.
And how about Ella?
Ella, I was bringing her with me too, so I knew where she was.
Okay. At this point, had you seen Caden?
No.
Continue.
That I'm talking to Caden now.
So at 1 minute and 3 seconds, you're lifting someone up into the pickup truck?
Yes, that's Caden.
Okay. Continue.
And I'm yelling at him, asking where Riley is. And he's telling me he doesn't know. I told him to stay there and I was going to go run and try to find her. As I went to the left of the truck, as I knew she was on that side.
Is that you running down the street?
I saw somebody down in the road, praying it wasn't her. It was not.
I'm going to pause it right now. When you said you saw someone else in the road, did it appear that that person was injured?
Yeah, they were down on the ground with people around them.
By the way, big shout out to chat.
Continue on.
Smash that Rumble plus or thumbs up. We were on the front page a little bit ago. Let's get back on the front page so people know where to come watch this beautiful, beautiful shit show. So they know where the only place to watch trials while masturbating is on Rumble.
Pause at 1 minute and 47 seconds. Continue on.
And why would you want to be doing anything else? Poor Steve's broken.
No.
I don't know what to say. I just let you go.
Just don't say anything. Just let it go. Just move on. These are not the droids you're looking for. Move along. He's like saying a little prayer here.
He's so self-centered. He's focused on his own little delusional world.
And you wonder genuinely if it's like
I'm pointing out that we need
disassociative
medical attention.
And that was at 2 minutes.
It has because there's so little. There's no emotion. Not little emotion. There's no emotion from him at all.
Yeah.
Indignation, anger, sadness, nothing.
At that point, I was just talking to Caden again, asking him if he remembered where Riley was.
That's 2 minutes and 38 seconds.
And I told
Oh
him.
God, can you imagine looking for your children after a car plows through a crowd?
It just as a point, he could stop this right now. He could say, "Your Honor, I'd like to take a break," and he could say, "I want to plead."
Yeah.
This whole trial is based on his demand for trial.
Shots were fired.
It was at 3 minutes.
But they're not going to give him anything other than life without parole on the plea.
So I grabbed Maya and Caden and
That's the problem. He literally has nothing to lose by doing this.
And that
Yeah.
was at about 3 minutes and 10 seconds.
That's actually the one advantage of the death penalty
Yes.
in a weird way. Because
Did that
if he
happen
was
about
facing
3
a
minutes
death
and 10
penalty, he
seconds
could
into the
plead to
video?
life
Yes.
without parole as a
And that's all I
lesser
need for the video.
sentence, as a lesser risk. and that would be an incentive to
Finally,
plea
I'm
this
gonna
thing
show
out.
you Exhibit
But if you're
31.
facing life without parole as the
Let me just see if
maximum,
that's been admitted,
you can say,
yes.
well, I might be able to get out
It
at
has
some
not.
point in the
So I'm going
future.
to have
Why
it
wouldn't you
displayed
take
in
it to
front of you.
trial?
I'm not going to have it
Well,
published until
except the state wouldn't let him plead to life in a
I
case
show
like
you a
this, I
couple
don't think.
seconds of this to see if you can
You don't think so?
indicate that this
No.
is a true representation of what happened. Under the
Wait, if there was a death
I
penalty,
see
you're
it,
saying?
and it is.
Okay.
Yeah, if it was in Florida, they would
Should
go
you
for death and they
put
wouldn't let him plead to
Exhibit
life.
31 into evidence. 27 seconds.
Oh, yeah, because that's what's going on with Nick Cruz, right?
Exhibit 31 is received, permission to publish is granted.
And if we can play it.
I think they're picking their witnesses of people who can keep themselves under control
Yeah.
with this guy too, because he's such a jerk that, if you were a family member, it would get nasty and really dirty. And I think the prosecution here is doing a great job.
They've really played this case well.
Yeah.
Not only for the court strategy, but they know this is media covered. They know the world's going to watch this case, and they seem to be cognizant of it. Unlike Rittenhouse,
Right.
unlike cases where obviously the world will be watching, and they have been completely
I'm gonna
moronic.
Take a mid-morning break at this point, about 15 to 20 minutes. All rise for the jury, please.
All right, so this is perfect. We're going to be able to catch up almost either to live or almost to live on this break. So that'll be nice. We will do that as well. I'll read a couple of other super chats as we go. But a quick shout out to, again, check out my locals page. If you want to know where I'm streaming, what I'm streaming, including when I do guest appearances, if you want access to a locals exclusive chat during my live streams and live streams where I guest appear.
Thank you, everyone. We are
rekietalaw.locals.com.
Step down as well.
If
Be back
you
in 20 minutes.
If you're on Rumble, there's actually a join locals button right up on the screen. Click that. It'll take you right there. You just sign up. Don't even worry about it. But it's free. It's free to sign up. Most of the stuff I do on locals is free. I don't paywall a bunch of stuff, but locals has a built-in paywall to participate in chats, to leave comments and all of that stuff. And you don't have to do that. You never have to talk. We are not going to force you to. No compelled speech here. But you may find that you want to post some gritty memes. Gritty, I mean grounds. Objection, grounds.
Grounds. Yeah, it's a objection hearsay, and then he says grounds.
Grounds,
Well,
yeah.
The grounds is when you say objection, and then you tag on there hearsay. The hearsay is the grounds. So what he's delusional. I mean, he's so in his own little world of. It's sad, very sad case this is.
Yeah. Like before, I was just like on the verge of just swearing in Korean to bypass the censors because that grounds was starting to really annoy me.
I just want to point out, Long Crime is 12,431 watching right now. We are at 15,494 on
Sweet.
Rumble with no YouTube announcement. We are beating the communist pants off of Dan Abrams' Law and Crime group. And it is National Coming Out Day. And I'm very proud of Law and Crime for coming out as the gayest fucking channel I've ever heard of. May long may they reign.
I like how you forgive and forget. I like that generosity in you.
Look, I'm magnanimous in that way. If I held on to grudges, I would be an evil person, maybe even an asshole.
But I defend your right to be an asshole. You see,
well, I don't know. I just have to look at the facts first, and I just woke up, so I don't know what Nick was doing. And
you better stop. You better stop. This is a no drama show, Jeff. Speaking of, if people are curious on the current state of Rekieta Law, you want all the info, and you want it with a Canadian Floridian slant. I will be on Viva Fry's show tonight,
cool.
7:30 p.m. Central Time, 8:30 Eastern. Viva and I are going to talk about some stuff. I don't know that we're going to get too much into the recent drama but we'll be talking about speech. We'll be talking about the bannings from various platforms, etc. There's some background noise, but it's.
Are we officially live now?
Yes, we are officially live. We are caught up. So everybody who comes over here will be like, oh, yeah, no, this stream is actually correctly on time. Instead of saying, wow, the stream's way behind.
Yeah.
Trust me, you didn't miss anything being 15 minutes behind, as we are now fully caught up and waiting.
I got a chance to watch Legal Vices on his Monday Maritime show the other day.
Yes.
On cannibalism.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the case where the guys were just trapped on a raft and they drew lots to kill the guy?
Yeah. And the finding of law was it's okay to eat someone to survive. It's just not okay to murder someone to eat them to survive.
Chandler Halderson immediately appeals.
Taylor Shabusiness.
Oh. Man, I want her trial. Like, I want that trial.
Yeah.
That is a meme-worthy trial.
Well, she changed the game last month at the at the status hearing. She withdrew her not guilty, and now she's pleading guilty, but insane.
By reason of insanity.
Yeah.
Temporary insanity induced by heavy narcotics, right? Because she's on like all of the meth in Wisconsin at the time.
Well, she did a cocktail of what was it? Of weed, she did like weed, meth,
20 minutes.
Trazepam, and something else.
Back on
Amateur
record appearances the year before.
That was a fast 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Continue with.
That's just a Tuesday cocktail in Florida, right, Steve?
Yeah,
mix the bath salts in and do some face eating.
Yeah, Florida man is on the case.
Bald Eagle 1787. I hope that Brooks gets thrown into Gen Pop in prison and is beaten and sexually violated every damn day, and the guards just look the other way. Hopefully, the inmates perform what the state can't do.
Would they just send someone like him to that maximum security place in Colorado and just this guy? He would not survive in Gen Pop.
Request is denied.
Are you crying again?
Bitch, Jordan Peterson.
Hey, that's my buddy.
So he's
son Jordan.
He's asking for a judicial determination on his jurisdiction argument from this morning, which was
put on the record earlier, sir.
Already denied.
Just say denied.
So that is a judicial determination.
Yes, it is.
She won't say it.
She's a judge. She determined. Get it?
She will not say. And this is one of the problems. Like, just confront the sovereign citizen argument. Right. You clearly made an order on the record. So yes, it is a judicial determination. You know his magic words are not going to affect you later. Like he does not get to go hocus pocus out of focus judicial determination. And she said it was a judicial determination. Just say yes, it was an order of the court. It's a judicial determination. Well, it's not abuse of discretion to deny his motion for retardation. Like it's just not.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Be seated. Oh,
bailiff is just say one word, bitch. Just say one word. This bailiff wants a piece of him.
Everybody does. I mean, the system is protecting this guy. You know, if he really wanted the victims to be plaintiffs and did not want the state to intervene, I mean, they would tear him apart limb for limb. He should be thanking the lucky stars or the state of Wisconsin to protect him and protect the dignity of.
Well, he's still looking for the state of Wisconsin. The state of Wisconsin hasn't made an appearance yet. Only the representatives
right behind him. They're ready to kick his rear end.
The only place where that argument works is in Australia because Australia is fake. So if you're there, you can actually. Who is the plaintiff? I don't even know. We're just floating in the ocean right now.
Shardy McFly judged China, ninth wonder of the world.
Oh, come on!
Look, he's got a holy Bible. This guy is he is demented, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, but he doesn't have the Bible. That's actually Wisconsin's Bible, but Wisconsin isn't real or there.
Yeah, Wisconsin has its initials on the Bible.
Wait.
I apologize to the court as well for the delay.
He apologized to the witnesses for getting emotional, and he apologized to the court for the delay from his emotions. Oh, because he was probably crying during the break.
What is his world? I mean,
You
in what
recall,
world is he in?
what time you arrived at the parade that evening?
I don't buy for a minute that he has eaten the sovereign citizen pill. He's just using it. I don't think he believes it for a second.
Oh, I think he believes it.
How long you
I think he
do?
believes that he's just lazy.
Through the parade till it was done.
Ideologically deluded. Because he was sovereign citizen before the running over, right? Wasn't he a more sovereign citizen before the case?
Was he?
I think so.
He's not using. He's using the buzzwords, but he's not using the deep doctrine because clearly they have a yellow fringed flag behind the judge, and he hasn't mentioned that yet.
But surely, Jeff, you've met a Mormon who uses the buzzwords, but not the doctrine.
I believe I saw one of the videos once.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Maybe clips we were bouncing around.
What are you insinuating?
Do you recall?
I'm sorry, that was low.
Videos?
Kurt has this Daybell Mormon porn novel thing that Daybell wrote that is fucking epic.
Prosecutors sitting there right now.
Yes.
He read it for like the last hour of my 25K stream, and my abs hurt the next day from laughing so hard.
Damn. Well, stop talking for 5 seconds. Sorry, chat.
You stated
We're missing such riveting
you did
testimony.
not see the vehicle strike the children that were in front of you. Would that be fair to say?
I said sitting here today, I don't remember that.
You said something to that effect. Would that be fair to say?
You'd have to be more clear.
You said something to that effect of what you just said.
To what effect?
That you sitting here today, that you do not recall seeing anyone struck ahead of you.
That's correct.
Then you also stated that you did see who was struck ahead of you.
Is that a question?
Would that be fair to say?
In relation to what?
In relation to someone being struck in front of you
When I was there or the video? What are you talking about?
at any time when you was there?
When I wrote my statement, I wrote what I remembered at that time.
So would it be fair to say that as you sit here today, that anything about your statement may have changed?
Nothing has changed.
So your testimony here today would be accurate to what you reported?
Everything I said has been accurate.
Thanks for allowing him to testify to his truthfulness.
And as a baseball coach, he's got access to a lot of bats and he wants to use them.
Do you recall saying in your interview with the DIC that your 11-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter suffered minor injuries in the event?
I remember saying they were injured.
Do you recall saying that the injuries were minor?
No.
Not direct the witness to the statement?
Do you have a copy of that?
Yes, right here.
Is it his statement or a summary?
It's not his statement. It is a statement from DCI, an agent from DCI, in which the DCI agent spoke with Mr. Rogers and wrote down what he believed was said to him. It was not signed by Mr. Rogers. It was not reviewed by Mr. Rogers. Therefore, I would object.
It's a beautiful day in the
characterized
neighborhood.
As this witness's statement.
Grounds.
If he
It's
would like to
improper
call the
impeachment.
DCI agent, then he may do so.
Grounds.
Right, I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question. Rephrase.
It's improper impeachment. It's not his statement, and it's not
Do you
under
recall
oath.
stating to whomever interviewed you
To whomever.
that the injuries were minor?
No.
Any reason why they would report that you said that?
I don't know. You'd have to ask them.
Objection. Speculation.
This is actually hearsay. another person who is testifying about his credibility.
That's what you said.
Objection.
Reported grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Calls for speculation on the part of the witness. Sustained.
He's so far out of his depth. That's why he's crying, that he just doesn't know what the fuck is going on. Not that he feels any remorse.
He should just plea if he had any dignity at all. This is why we recommend people plea sometimes. You know, it's like there is no defense.
Do you remember giving a prepared statement at 10:45 a.m. on 11/22 of 2021?
I do.
Do you recall the gist of what you prepared?
Can you be more specific?
He should be sentenced to a
Good
jail
answer.
cell filled with the family
Specifically,
members of the dead.
That you heard commotion,
Filled with the ghosts of the dead themselves.
turned around to see a stroller or something fall over about a block
Of a
and a
very
half
inappropriate
behind us.
jokes about
Yes,
You recall making a
ghosts.
statement?
I do.
There's not a lot of humor in this trial. I must
No,
say,
I'm-
you're doing
Look,
your best, but it's hard.
Yeah.
It was at the
In
parade.
my head right now, a joke about
I would guess
ghosts
the thousands.
that would probably only be appropriate on Rumble.
And you were able
And I'm
to
still
see
hesitant to say it
Don't say it. Don't
because
see
it's
if
a
it matches with
KKK
my
joke.
joke.
That's
Oh,
what it
that-
was. It was a KKK joke.
amidst thousands.
That was better than the joke in my head. Go ahead, Nick.
And you don't recall what that was that you saw.
Spooks. That was my joke.
Any reason as to why you
damn
would name what you saw fall if you don't recall it?
I described it.
So you did see something fall.
Objection asked and answered.
Yeah, body.
Asked and answered. Sustained.
Tell the joke, Nick.
Do you recall?
No,
what
I mean-
item it was?
No.
I did by implication.
Yes,
Okay.
Sustained.
Coward.
I'm proud of you, Lawrence.
This is an adult male moving his head as
Do
he
you
reads.
recall about what time you heard that shots were fired?
After watching the video, it's about 3 minutes, 2-3 minutes after the red SUV drove by us.
Do you recall it?
The
Yes.
day of the incident.
It's like that the last witness. I recall the
I remember
hood of the
exactly
car.
when it drove by us.
My chronometer
Did you hear
kicked
shots?
in when the
No,
Do you remember who that was reported by?
I don't.
What did you do after you heard that shots were fired?
I looked for all of my children again and made the decision to take 2 of them into the antique store.
About how long did it take you to look for everybody before you went into the antique store?
Before or after the shots fired comment?
After the shots fired,
I think I did another lap around the car and then around our Blazers truck and then grabbed my kids and left.
were you able to retrieve everyone at that time?
No,
You recall who was missing?
Riley was missing.
Guy's making me sick. I must say, this guy's
Did
really.
you leave the antique shop anytime?
I
after
believe
you
I
got
would
back
not
in?
have the restraint to sit there and listen to this.
Yes,
About how long before you left the antique shop?
I don't remember.
Do you remember what you did when you left the antique shop?
I remember at some point seeing Jackson again on the ground.
Did you continue looking for the loved one that you missed before you gathered the other ones into the antique shop?
To the best of my recollection.
You don't recall for sure?
It was pretty chaotic. I was looking constantly for my missing daughter.
Did you end up finding her?
I did not find her, no.
She's still missing to this day.
No. It's
Joking.
what? It's hurting me. This is a painful test.
He was another coach with the Blazers and a friend.
Was he with you in the antique shop?
No.
Objection, hearsay.
Grounds?
Well, at some point you got separated. Would that be fair to say?
Separated from who?
Separated from Ben.
We were all separated as soon as the car drove by.
Any idea where he
Drove
may have
through
gone at
us.
that time?
So
No.
just say it. As soon as you ran
You
into us
remember
with the
talking
car,
to
we were
him
scattered.
after you had gathered everybody in the antique shop?
I mean, the way, I mean, they're
Remember
not
at some
prepared
point
for this,
he
but
reached out. I don't remember.
they
if
could
it's
be
text or
giving
phone
some
call.
devastating
Yes.
answers like that through this whole thing.
Yeah.
They've been told by the prosecutor to keep it under control.
Yes.
Did he say if he was injured in any way?
I don't remember.
Were you injured in any way?
No physical injuries.
Ooh, that's a
No,
good answer.
that's a good answer. Yeah.
I do want this guy to go full circle. I want him to ask a question, object to his own question, and then say grounds for the objection. Like I want it to all happen at once.
We might get that. We might get that.
He did object to his own objection yesterday.
Was it pretty windy that day from your recollection?
And see, that's not even surprising to you, is it, Nick?
Pretty cold.
It was cool.
Pretty
Did you
loud.
just admit that the parade was cool?
Normal parade sounds.
Would that be characterized as loud?
I guess it depends who's. That would be subjective to the person there.
Would you say it was loud?
Not overly loud.
So you yourself were able to hear pretty good over a parade with thousands of people.
I would say so, yes.
You had one of your daughters, Maya, with you that day. Would that be fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Was
You know,
she
there-
in the event?
There's some question. There's some witnesses you just say
I threw
no
her to the ground to
questions.
get her out of the way, so she had some scrapes.
Yeah, but he has
That
no
could
idea
result
when
from
to do
you
that.
Throwing her to the ground.
I don't know.
You is in fact
Did she
you who
say
injured
she
your
had
kids.
been injured in any way?
No.
So some speculation is that he's wearing the mask because he
Do you
actually
recall if
smiles
anyone else
sometimes
besides
during
your
trial,
children
but I
who
haven't-
were injured?
I remember lots of
I've
people
never
who
seen
were
that
injured.
like sort of
Do you
look
recall?
around the mask,
Yeah.
so I don't know if I buy it.
I just
Probably just to cover prison monkeypox.
You remember who besides your children?
You want me to list all of the names that were injured?
Not just reference
You want me to list off?
that
I
you
have a
recall.
memory of
That
all
I
of them.
recall 10 to 15 people that I saw.
that you actually observed.
Yes.
Did you render any assistance to any of those people?
No.
Why not?
You don't care about those
The
kids?
reason why not?
Oh, he did
My
it,
daughter
you
was
fucker.
Oh,
What a cunt.
So it'd be fair to say at that moment your concern was your daughter that you didn't retrieve to go into the antique shop.
Yep.
My concern was for everyone that was just struck by the vehicle.
Just say, yeah, I was looking out for my daughter, bro. That's all you
Including
gotta
your
do.
daughter that was missing, right?
I was concerned about her missing, yes.
Did you file any reports other than just interview,
What do you mean by
like an
report?
injury report of any kind?
Just what you had in front of you that you're reading from. That was my statement.
No. Did you file any?
Just what you
Injury
have in
reports
front
or-
of you.
Jefferson, that's a big question.
Grounds.
Vague
Sustain it
question
to
is the
form
grounds.
of the question, sir. Please rephrase.
What I'm asking is, usually if there's an injury, you will file a complaint.
Usually,
To the best of your recollection, did
How often
file
are you
any
involved in
complaint
this?
from the incident?
You know what's true is that's true in
I wouldn't
domestic
consider it a
violence
complaint.
incidents.
I filed some
isn't
paperwork
it?
saying that my children were injured. Yes.
Why would you know
Do
that?
you recall if that was a complaint?
I don't know.
This is sovereign citizen stuff again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Complaint,
Was it a
plaintiff.
claim in any sort of way?
Yes.
Dude's wearing an Under Armour shirt. Don't fuck with him.
It was with a victim assistance program.
And
So
what
one
does
of
that
my
consist of?
beautiful
What are
locals
their
followers did
resources
a bit of research.
in pursuant to the
If they
complaint
took a
that you
claim
filed?
from the
Or
Victims
claim that you
Assistance
filed?
Fund, it
Right.
does not prevent them from suing the state of Wisconsin.
rephrase?
However, if they sue and recover,
what would
anything
be
they
their
took out
assistance
is subrogated back
and
to the
help
fund.
you with your claim that you were filing.
That makes sense.
It's offset,
yeah.
double recovery.
Any medical
Yeah.
bills that arose out of the situation.
So it'd be fair to say that you had a financial interest in this incident.
This
Grounds.
characterizes the,
He's gonna lie. He's gonna lie about what he saw because he's
I believe
got a.
it's relevant to the fact that bills were needed to be paid. It's relevant.
Overruled, he may answer.
Yeah, let him answer.
I was
Say,
looking to get the medical bills covered. Yes.
and I got them covered, irrespective of the outcome of this case. That's what he should say.
So would that be fair to say that you had a financial interest?
No, that's a civil case. It's a
I
criminal
would say
case.
sitting here today, I didn't care if it got approved or not. I was trying to get assistance for the medical bills.
There you go.
So if it had gotten approved, would you have been able to do it yourself, or would you have seek to do it yourself?
Thought
Grounds.
relevance.
Relevance.
Question is vague.
Would you have seeking? Would you have paid the medical bills yourself,
Yes.
No.
regardless to price?
Yes.
I generally pay my bills.
And drives
Yeah,
carefully.
and specifically that matter. The rest
Yes.
of your bills.
Just say yes. I would have
specifically
paid
that matter.
everything. I would have paid anything. It was my
Grounds.
children that you tried to
Sustained.
murder, you
Move on, Mr.
fucker.
Brooks.
That's what I would say.
Would you consider yourself an injured party in this case?
No.
Yes.
No, he's been trained on this.
Were you aware
He's
that
been
you might
prepped.
be called to testify in this case?
The party thing is
Eventually,
on the
yes.
plaintiff thing. Are you
Did you
a
seek
party to this
testify in
case?
Yeah.
Are you a claimant?
May I ask why you agreed to testify if you didn't seek to?
relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
He says grounds before they
You
can
recall who
even
informed
finish
you?
the word objection. It's
Be a
amazing.
subpoena to testify?
Pavlovian at this
I
point.
received a subpoena from the DA's office. Yes.
You
Last
did?
time I received a
Yes.
subpoena from a DA, I was pregnant.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
No problem.
That was a DP, I think.
It was a DSP. It was a double subpoena.
Are you aware of the plaintiff in this case?
Objection relevance.
Grounds.
Listen to that. Whew. Man, no one
Read
could
the
outdraw
complaint
this man.
Pursuant to this case at any time?
Not that I remember. No.
Rob Dorr says, I wish he would say I had to file from the fund because the person who ran me over isn't accepting responsibility for their actions. That's a good answer.
You understand that for charges to be issued that it has to be a claim, therefore it has to be a plaintiff?
Calls for
Objection.
legal conclusion.
Objection calls for legal
First of all,
conclusion.
grounds are relevancy. It's not relevant. That would be the
You
grounds.
also have to state the grounds.
Hold on, let her.
He just-
get her position out, Mr. Brooks.
Maybe she can educate
I
him here.
mean, this characterizes the former testimony.
It
So
does-
stay-
It also
Yes, to
calls
both
for a legal
grounds.
conclusion.
Under 90611, move on, please.
Objection, everything.
Objection.
So you're not sure
Gay.
if there's a plaintiff?
Objection relevance.
Sustained.
One more warning, Judge. Give him one more warning and then cut off his cross exam. Again, do it every time.
And that's the expression of a guy who's just had a
Have you
fucking
ever had
enough.
any interaction with the plaintiff?
Objection.
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
He's trying to force his insane worldview of the world into the court and have them adopt his worldview, which he's insane. His worldview is defective and crazy. The court, everybody around him is sane, and he is trying to force his delusions into the
Are you
court.
aware who brought charges in this matter? Grounds.
Irrelevant.
His name.
God, he got the grounds out before grounds. Like, wow. It's like when you do that ruler drop test where someone holds ruler. He catches
Crisp
it before
$100 bill.
zero. Before
Sustained.
zero, he catches it.
Grounds.
That's 11. Please move on to a new topic.
Good.
The
Where
most banned queen.
cross-examination will be.
I'll answer your question out of order. I do not mind if you stream your reaction to watching me know. You have my full permission to do that, as long as you make me look more handsome. I don't know, like draw breasts on me or something.
Your Honor, with all due respect, that's every question that I'm asking is relevant. It pertains to the plaintiff.
I don't think so.
That seems to be nowhere.
Now-
In a legal argument, we'll take that up outside the presence of the jury.
Oh, no, you could have issued a corrective instruction right there.
Exactly.
Nice.
That's very relevant to the case. How can they
No, it's not.
rule on something when they don't
Mr.
even know
Brooks?
who the plaintiff is?
Please, move on.
No,
Next
address it
question,
in
or
front of the
We'll
jury.
turn it back over
Yes.
to the state for
You
redirect.
can do that.
Yes. I got a story about that, so we'll talk about later. Yeah.
Like typically you want to keep purely legal arguments outside of the jury, but in this case, he's going to make this with
I don't
every
remember seeing the
witness,
driver.
and she could just shut it down right now. She's going to do it in jury instructions anyway, but she should do it now.
I agree.
You're able to catch a glimpse of the
The
light.
jury instruction is going to be just ignore everything he said during the entire trial.
Do you recall if the vehicle had any tinted windows?
License plates. You're a sovereign citizen. You don't believe in license plates, motherfucker.
From the vehicle were you when it passed you?
From the red SUV.
About how far from the vehicle were you when it passed you?
Can you tell me which vehicle you're talking about?
How far from the vehicle were you when it passed you? The vehicle that.
Bless you, Steve. This is why I couldn't. This is why my options were to be like public defender in Salt Lake City or international maritime lawyer.
What vehicle?
I don't have the
when it went
patience for
around?
this.
Like
I
if
don't
he
have the
was
temperament.
afraid
I've realized.
Or it struck his kids.
I was just clear. I said
Bless you.
that went around.
Sustained as to the form of the question. Please rephrase.
I've learned patience,
Vehicle that
actually.
you observed.
Yeah.
Well, rather, I'll say the vehicle that you observed approaching. About how far from it were you when it passed you?
Josh, just to clarify, is he saying the red SUV that this witness has described as that red SUV was approaching him or some other vehicle?
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Well, I thought he was clear when he said
It's not
that
clear, clearly.
You have to be clear with your question, Mr. Brooks.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
You have to be clear with your question. It's
Well,
vague.
he
As
said
to
it
the
was only
word
one-
vehicle, you need to be clear which vehicle you're questioning the witness
The
about.
vehicle that was approaching, that he said
At
was
what
approaching.
point in time, what color is the vehicle, something like that. So
And who was driving?
That you observed strike anyone. How close were you to that vehicle when it passed you?
The red SUV was about 10 feet probably from me.
And you didn't see the driver, correct?
Correct.
Did you see anyone else in the vehicle?
I did not look in the vehicle.
Would that be a no?
That's a
This
no.
whole phantom driver passenger thing is starting to really grate me.
See, this type of stuff pisses off the
Would it
jury
be fair
even
to say
more.
that 10
because
feet
they-
from a vehicle
There's
is
only one
pretty close?
vehicle in question here.
Subjective.
What would you say? Would you say that's pretty close?
It depends what you're talking about.
Would you say that 10 feet is pretty close to a vehicle?
Yes.
Yeah.
Depends. If they're driving, yes.
Good answer, actually.
Yeah.
He's right.
If I'm in a parade where there is not supposed to be a vehicle on the road
Would
and
it
it's
be
within
fair to
10
say
feet of me
that's
running over children, yes.
close enough to be able to see who was driving?
It depends on many other factors.
Yeah, there is no defense
What would
here.
those factors be?
What's the angle?
Eyesight, windows up, down. If they're looking at the vehicle.
What's interesting about this line of questioning is a defense attorney might actually, I guess, in theory, try to explore this line of questioning, but it's all of the other shit that he's done that has pissed off everybody before getting to this. You should have just, if you want to make these arguments, you hit these right away, and then you let the witness go, and you leave all the other stuff out.
Any reason why you would not try to identify the driver?
Because my children were about to be struck.
There it is. Nailed it.
Any reason why you would not try to see if you can catch a license plate number?
Because people had just been hit.
I think he's trying the Chewbacca defense. Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. Or as we've been calling it on my street, the carry defense. It's just the car did it, not him. It's just the carry defense.
So if it did not hit, you must
Christine defense. Sorry, it's a Christine defense.
That would be the reason why you didn't try to get a description of the driver or the license plate.
My priority at the time was not identifying the driver.
Well prepared witness here.
Yes,
this guy's solid.
He's great. He's
got the murder stare too, which is good.
Yeah.
Wisconsin people have been really putting their best foot forward here. I mean,
no further questions.
Oh, thank God.
Now, unnecessary redirect.
Yeah. They always do this
So you
little
had
last
indicated
word
that
thing.
you submitted a claim to the victim witness program for medical bills. Is that correct?
A big Santa Claus
There was
belt
the
there.
Medical bills for Caden
This guy
and
wants to put
Riley
Darrell Brooks
that
on
were incurred As a
rotten.com.
result of the red SUV hitting both of those children.
Is that website still around?
Overruled. His answer my stand.
And it was yes.
Yes. Sure.
Old school Rekieta there.
Okay. Thank you. You may step down.
Oh, there you go.
That's what they're doing. They're doing that. Maybe it's a tragedy. They don't let him get the last word. They'll ask a question to follow up and then shut down.
Yeah. Their
All right,
and
you
the
may call
redirect
your
questions have actually
They would call
been
Josh
pretty
Crater?
good, generally speaking. Josh Crater. Wait, is this the brother of the dead kid?
Good morning, sir. If you would please make your
Or dad
way
or
to
whatever?
the witness stand.
I
which
hope
is
not.
up a
It's just
right-
a parade of pain.
right.
We
When
thought it
you
was depressing up to this point.
stand in, raise your right hand. My clerk Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help
This
you God?
judge stands up a lot.
Thank you, sir. Please be
She
seated.
doesn't like sitting.
The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each, please.
Joshua Craner, Joshua Craner, KR.
This guy's gonna bring the wood.
I wouldn't mess with this guy.
I'm going to direct your attention to November 21st of last year, 2021.
But he looks like me, so cheers to him.
Christmas parade.
He does.
And were you a participant or a spectator?
A much more healthy and
And
fit
what
version
were
of
you
me, but
Waukesha Blazers.
And what was your affiliation with the Waukesha Blazers?
I'm a head coach of the Slammers, which was at the time a 9U baseball team.
How long had you been involved with the Blazers?
Just a couple months.
Did you have any children that were part of the Blazers program?
Yes, my son.
And how many kids?
Just one.
Okay. So on that day, were you there with your son or daughter?
My son and my wife.
Okay. And you were marching with the Blazers.
Yes.
Do you recall what you were doing? Were you handing out candy, handing out flyers
We were handing out flyers.
to support the Blazers program?
Yeah, to recruit people for the rookie program.
What did the Blazers have afloat in the parade?
We had a truck.
Okay. And was it marked with the Blazers logo on it?
Yes.
Do you recall what color it was?
No.
Okay. And where were you in relationship to the truck? Was the truck in front of the people with the Blazers, or was the truck behind the people?
We had players on both sides of the vehicle. I was walking majority in the back of behind the truck during the parade.
Did there come a time when you heard a commotion behind the truck?
Yes.
Can you describe for the jury what exactly you heard?
I heard screaming.
Now, you were at a parade, so I'm assuming as part of a parade, there's normally screaming. Was it something different?
Yes.
Can you describe it?
Horrific.
I'm sorry?
Horrific.
Okay. What did you do?
I turned
No,
around
this is
to
not the
look at what
dad
was
of the
going
dead
on.
kid. Thank
What did you
God.
see?
I saw a red Ford Escape up on the curb. I saw people throwing themselves out of the way.
Now, when you say you saw the vehicle up on the curb, can you describe that for the jury, what you mean by that?
It wasn't in the roadway.
So I'm assuming that the parade is taking place on Main Street in the city of Waukesha?
Yes.
And the cars and the parade participants would be within the areas between the two curbs?
Yes.
And this car was up on a curb?
What I remember, yes.
Okay. Did you see that car strike any people?
No.
Okay. You saw people running from the area that the car was coming from?
Yes.
What did you do?
I instantly tried to find my son.
How old is your son?
He's 10 now.
9 at the time of the parade?
Yes.
Where was he when you last saw him before looking to your back when you heard the commotion?
He was on the left side of the truck.
And did you see him when you looked back?
No.
Then what happened?
I was struck by the vehicle.
Where did the vehicle strike you?
I don't remember.
Did you receive injuries as a result of the vehicle striking you?
Yes.
And what were those injuries?
I couldn't walk. I was in the hospital. I had muscle contusions. I had bone bruises.
Did the vehicle, when it struck you or after it struck you, did the vehicle continue on with its path of travel down the parade route?
Yes.
And did you see the path it took after striking you?
Yes.
Where did it go?
Forward.
Could you tell if it went straight ahead, swerves one way or the other way?
No.
Overruled. He may answer.
No.
When you were struck, do you recall if you were to the left of the Blazers truck or if you were still in the middle of the Blazers truck?
I was on the left.
Were you knocked to the ground?
Yes.
No, I can't be knocked to the ground.
What do you recall after the truck went past as you're laying on the ground?
I just remember tires going by.
Yeah.
Going over you or just by you?
When I first recall it, it seemed like it was going over me. But I can't. To be honest with you, I don't know.
Then what did you next recall?
People coming over to me.
Okay. Did you see your son?
No.
Did you eventually meet up with your son while you were still on Main Street?
Yes.
Okay. And was he injured?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been previously received as State's Exhibit 11, and I'm going to ask that be published to the jury or for the jury.
He's looking at actual plaintiff now, you see.
Okay, all of it, something else.
He just wants to rip open a can of beer and go, oh, hell yeah, run up there and give him a stone cold stunner.
The video is 2 minutes and 29 seconds. And I'm going to start it at 0.
Ace Brain 2003 says, in an ideal world,
have it play, and then I'm going to ask you some questions.
I would have loved to see how Judge Borowski would handle Brooks behaving this way in
I'm
court.
going to stop it when it hits the relevant time frame that this witness can testify to. Go ahead.
Judge would stroke out.
So they said this is going to be a 9-minute video, and this is probably yeah.
What is bailiff looking at?
You
He's just
see
staring
yourself,
off into
it's
space,
been paused
waiting
at
to go
18
into
seconds.
action.
Do you see yourself in this still shot?
Yes.
Can you circle where you are? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the touch screen. I guess I need to add that part.
That is the point guard. He's not the first person to grab that, so we'll have Pete take it and we'll bring it back to you.
Okay. Yeah, usually they don't like me to have the pointer.
Yeah, Borowski would have.
People like us,
I
so,
cannot imagine how he would deal
that's
with this
probably why
guy.
they
Be
fuss.
He would have just
hilarious.
stroked out. Just
And that-
he would
that
he
she-
would have had a stroke. He would have smelled toast and it would be over.
And do you know, was the truck playing any music as the parade was? Did you guys have any sound coming from your area?
I do not remember.
Okay. Do you recall if you heard a horn honking after seeing the red SUV?
No,
You did not hear any horn honking?
no.
Okay. Next, I'm going to show you Exhibit 148, which has been previously admitted into evidence. I'd ask that it be published to the jury. And I would be playing the first 27 seconds of that video.
Go ahead.
And I'm just going to play it through the first time.
I think Borowski would have let him do the plaintiff thing one time and then just killed him.
And we can stop it here at 23
Literally
seconds.
killed it.
What did
Let's
you see in
see
that
the
video?
state of Wisconsin try and prosecute me for this
Sure.
murder.
Okay. And that accurately depicts what
What? God damn it.
Cucks.
Hold on. Let me refresh it.
Yeah, it is not inappropriate for the judge to turn to the jury and say, the law is this. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
pause. Do you recall what you were running towards?
I wonder what the atmosphere in that courtroom is
Where
like.
he was at that time of the parade.
Yes, on the left side.
Do you recall where Jackson Tucker Sparks were at that time?
No.
I'd like to know the reactions of the jury, whether they're angry or they're crying, and I'll bet you there's a lot of body language.
And just for the record, you may have said this, but the last pause was at 16 seconds in. All right, you may take the video down.
By the way,
Sorry,
to
go
everybody
ahead.
out there in Rumble territory,
Let me
hit
know
that
when you need it.
hit that plus
ahead,
Rumble or the
Mr.
thumbs up Rumble if you're on the mobile app. Help boost
Okay,
this
cool. Exhibit up
these
again,
streams to the
148.
top, the tippy top.
Sure.
We got to show them that.
To the witness or
Well, I'm
public?
glad that they brought Russell Brand.
Publish.
Russell Brand's playing in the
Alright.
minors
How much of it
on
do you
live
want played
streaming.
before you ask a question?
The first,
Also,
comes
Russell, I'd love to chat with you sometime.
what was it, 20 seconds?
All
Here
right.
comes the scintillating cross.
Notes indicate when the state first stopped it. All right, go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, he's smirking now. He's like, bring it.
No, he's watching the video.
Can you
I think-
identify for the jury
or
where
maybe not.
you are in this video if you see yourself?
Dude's got forearms.
The record is paused at 15 seconds.
You,
And for the record, I believe this, is this the video with the sound? It was, no, this one does not have sound. Okay, just want to make sure I had that accurate. All right, go ahead, Mr. Wood.
you can unpause it.
Clear the-
All right.
Pause at 21.
Yes, that would be correct. 21 seconds. Do you recall from just looking at the video, have you seen this video before today?
Just still shots of it, not the video itself.
So it'd be fair to say that this is only your second time seeing this video.
Yes.
Do you, you could take the video down, I'm sorry.
this guy is exercising serious
Do
control.
you
right
recall
now.
giving
Yeah.
a statement to Officer
Ugh.
Copel?
I don't remember the name of the officer.
Do you recall giving a statement to an officer?
An FBI agent? Yes.
Do you recall if you gave them a summary of what you remember, or if you actually wrote the statement yourself?
I don't think I wrote it.
So much to talk about here. So much wrong. So much wrong. Ugh.
Do you recall saying that you needed a walker to assist you in moving?
Yes.
Why are you asking this, you
Would it
idiot?
be fair to say that you're moving pretty good these days?
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Would it be fair to say that you're walking pretty good as of now?
Holy shit.
Action.
Grounds.
So you weren't that injured by being hit by my car, right?
The stream keeps we occasionally break Rumble still, by the way. So we just lost 7,000 viewers, but they'll be right back. Don't worry about
Did
it.
you also remember
It happens every
stating
time.
that you don't remember much from the event?
Rumble has
Ugh.
trouble handling this audience.
Yeah.
I do
It's
not
only
understand that.
13.5 at the moment. You poor bastard.
Oh no, it'll be back up.
Indeed, yeah.
Literally, they get an error 500 and like half the
I
audience
guess it
drops.
would be the summary of the report of the statement that you gave to the officer, which I have right here.
No, this is not a proper impeachment. This is the statement of an officer
You
who
said
is
that you
characterizing
stated
his
that you
statements.
don't remember much
Yep.
from the event, but made it
Well, this ain't the
clear
first time he's done this.
that your primary concern was needing to know where your children were.
And by ain't, I mean is not.
Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
I'm from the South. I get it. Although Florida sometimes doesn't count as South, but
Yeah.
I'm far enough north of in Florida. It's still South. You see, he's making the typical mistake that just because it's in writing here from a
Do you
police
recall,
officer, that's his statement.
What you did after being struck?
I could not move. I was on the ground.
Do you recall how long before you were moved from your position?
Couple minutes.
Were you helped by someone, or
Yes, 2 people.
Because I'm
and
big.
where did they take you?
Into the joke shop.
And from there, did you receive any medical attention?
Yes.
Do you recall where that was?
Memorial Hospital.
You recall who took you to Memorial Hospital?
A squad car.
You remember the officer's name?
No.
Do you recall what date you made the report to the officer, or the date that you were interviewed, rather?
Which time?
So it was more than one time.
Yes.
Which one was correct?
Do you recall making or giving an interview rather on the 24th
let it
of
go.
November of 2021?
Yes.
Do you recall what date the other report was taken?
The night of.
Do you remember by whom that night?
An FBI agent.
These witnesses are great, by the way. Aren't they wonderful?
After being struck, you testified.
Yeah, they could be
that
hysterical.
you
They could be
saw the
whining.
vehicle
They could be doing anything.
kind of go up on the curb. Would that be fair to say?
Can you ask that again?
What did
They
you
just
see
must
the
have
vehicle do after
scoured
it
the
struck?
potential witnesses for the solid guys that aren't
After
just going to
striking
go
it
over the
from me.
table at it.
What did you see it do?
Drove off.
Did you see it strike anyone at that point?
No.
Were you able to get a look at the driver in any way?
No,
A license plate number in any way?
no.
You testified for the jury earlier that you heard screams from behind you before you were struck. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Did you see the vehicle approaching at that point? Did you turn to see if anything was approaching at that point, rather?
yes.
About how far was the vehicle away from you at that time that you observed it?
20 yards.
And then it very quickly was 0 yards.
You were able to make that assumption how?
I'm a coach and we go off yards a lot.
Oh, hey, there you
good
go.
answer. Smoke.
Vaudirum is an expert in yardery.
Yards. Yardage.
Would it be fair to say that that's relatively close?
Yes.
Yeah.
Close enough for you to see into the vehicle?
Yes.
I did not see into the vehicle.
And he really thinks these are gotcha
So it would be
moments.
fair to say that at no time during the incident you saw the driver.
No, I did not.
And just so I'm correct for the record, you said that you said that your children were not injured in the incident. Would that be fair to say?
Not physically.
Good
Wow.
answer. Yep.
The witness answered it. His answer may stand. So the objection is overruled.
Did he object
Objected
to
to
his
the
own
answer.
question? He objects
Yep.
to his own. Yeah, that's a weak. You ask the question, you get the answer. The witness gives you.
Illuminata says, do lawyers ever get intimidated questioning a witness, or do they know to just stop asking
And when you
questions
were
if things
treated
start going
at,
badly? Depends on
Memorial
the lawyer and the
Hospital,
witness. I mean, frankly.
did you receive any pain medications, Tylenol, ibuprofen, anything like that?
Oh, for fuck's sakes.
Yes.
Let's
Did
go
you
back to
recall how
admiralty
long
law.
you had to be treated before you
No,
were
don't do that.
discharged?
I took
One day.
ibuprofen, and therefore I hallucinated the red SUV in my mind later.
In the days after the event, did you file any claim whatsoever?
Can you be more descriptive?
Did you file a claim as an injured party?
Yes.
Do you remember who that was with?
No.
Would you
Claim.
consider yourself to be an injured party in this matter?
Absolutely.
So you would consider yourself to be a plaintiff?
Oh,
No.
God.
Sustained on relevance grounds. And under 906
Would you say
law.
balls or no balls?
Still don't know the answer to that question. I don't.
Do you recall who called you to testify in this
It's a
matter?
preference.
The DA.
Can you point out?
It's
for
would
the
you
jury which
prefer
DA?
balls or no balls?
Well,
Do you see him in court?
No.
We broke Steve again.
sometimes a good lawyer knows when not to answer.
Call the name of the DA that
Just lucky there's no
You're
judge here
referring
to
to-
make you.
I got
Judge
a,
has the relevance for this
Grounds.
hearing.
Objection, aspirin.
Sustained. He's already indicated that the district attorney's office issued the subpoena.
Well, actually, he said the DA, so that was pretty vague.
It's not vague.
What do you mean the district attorney?
Fake it all.
Next question, please.
Were you subpoenaed?
yes.
Do you recall the name on the subpoena?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Whoa. Surprise, motherfucker.
Here's the this is all sovereign citizen BS too again.
But why did she not let him just answer no, I don't recall the name on the subpoena?
Because their patience is at a limit of his stupidity.
Yeah, I guess.
So to the best of your knowledge, you're not aware of any plaintiff in this matter.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
To the best of your knowledge, you have never seen the plaintiff in this matter.
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Just tell him if he does it, if he asks another question about the plaintiff, you'll cut off his cross-exam privilege and just end it.
They're being very patient with this guy. Very patient.
Too patient.
Well,
I get the idea you don't want to have a mistrial. You don't want to set up grounds for appeal, but
there's no
as Nick said,
here.
just
I mean, I do criminal appeals. This is going nowhere on appeal. Let's just get that clear.
In this matter of any kind?
Yes.
Would you state what that was for the record and for the jury?
I just saw the stuff in the news.
And seeing stuff on the news would amount to a complaint?
Sorry, I misheard your question. Can you ask it again?
Have you read or seen a complaint in this matter?
No.
But it would be fair to say, just based on your testimony, that you saw reporting on the incident in the news. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Do you recall what you saw in the news?
Just information about the trial.
6 children were run over by you.
Before
and the dancing grannies.
No.
Would it be fair to say that this matter has been going on for quite some time, that there were a lot of reports in the news? Would that be fair to say?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Unless you can tie it into
he's slowing down on his
relevance
reaction
with this
time.
witness, I'm inclined to sustain that objection.
I'm going somewhere with it.
Then just ask the question, sir.
Grounds.
Have you yourself seen anything in the news before the scheduled trial in regards to this matter?
Yes.
He's prejudiced by the news.
For the jury, what that was.
Oh, don't.
He's asking for open it up, baby. He wants to answer this.
Just information about the trial itself.
Did you at any time see any reports about the alleged defendant at any time?
The alleged defendant? No, he is the defendant.
This is not a witness who identified the driver, so I'm not sure where the relevance is of this. We'll take it up outside the presence of the jury once you're concluded with your questions, and I'll determine if there needs to be more questioning of this witness. Next topic, please.
You testified a few minutes earlier that you really don't remember much after being struck. Do you recall where you were after being struck?
On the ground.
I was on the ground.
The grounds.
And about which
grounds.
The Blazers truck, relatively close to the curb, or about what position?
Near the truck.
Prone.
Near the Blazers truck.
Yes.
Did you see the vehicle strike anyone before it struck you?
No.
No further questions.
Oh, he made his point. Now he got it.
Not guilty, obviously.
Step down.
Painful.
Oh, no redirect. Wow. Okay.
Before he's excused, I'm just going to excuse the jury momentarily. We'll let you know when you can be brought back in. All rise for the jury, please.
She's gonna rail him on that plaintiff thing.
Yeah,
maybe she's.
Well, she's either going to rail him or just like totally appease him.
William Mitchell School of Law and Crime says, what's the over-under for total jury deliberation time? Would it be fair to say that the grounds for the deliberation matter, especially if they have to determine the plaintiff? Lol, this guy is done. Yeah. I mean, I can't imagine it's going to take them too long to convict him on basically every charge.
I'm guessing quick. I'm guessing 2 to 3 days because they have to at least give the appearance of considering 70 some odd individual charges.
Technically, they don't have to. They might want to. But the jury could come back in, 35 minutes. Just
yeah.
I almost hope they do.
I'm always bad about calling juries. Let's see what the judge has to say here.
Mr. Brooks, I cut you off when you were asking questions about what this witness had seen on the news.
Because you're a
an
fuckwit.
Opportunity to give me an offer of proof as to why you believe that's relevant and specifically as to this witness.
It's relevant because of how close he testified to being away from the vehicle. He testified to being 20 yards away from the vehicle, which is not super close, but it's not far enough that you wouldn't be able to see a driver or see into the car.
So that's an argument, sir. So what questions would you have that you didn't already ask, and why? How does the news reports relate to that?
Maybe he may have seen the alleged defendant on the news, and maybe that may jog his memory back to if he seen the driver.
But he testified he didn't see the driver. So
he also testified to never making the comment that he didn't remember the event, but it's clearly in his summary and in his report that he said that. So it's conflicting.
Not his summary.
His report is conflicting with what he's testifying. So I was trying to get at the credibility of it. That was my whole aim.
What does the news reports have to do with that, sir?
The news reports are relevant just by the sheer amount of reporting that they've been reporting. This has been going on for a year.
That assumes facts, not an evidence, sir. So this witness did not identify you during this trial. This witness—
You're out of your depth, Donnie.
As to his observations regarding the date in question, his injuries, and other things surrounding what he saw and heard and what he didn't see and hear. So the news reports don't have any bearing on his credibility. The points that you bring up are arguments that you may make if you choose during your closing arguments. But the questions you are asking don't further that theory. So that's why I cut you off, because there was not anything that you were connecting by way of relevance.
Hit him on the plaintiff thing, because you have him here.
Your Honor, a lot of the questions I ask are objected to. It seems like I can't even get
because they're fucking bad questions.
Need to be answered.
Sir, many of your questions go to these sovereign ideas that are frivolous arguments about the plaintiff, and all of that.
There we go.
We give you a little bit of leeway. I give you a little bit of leeway on it. But to ask about a claim, because frankly, it's a vague question, and many of these victims may in fact have made a claim with crime victim compensation. And so I think that's potentially relevant. But you may be asking it for a different purpose. I'm allowing it probably for a different purpose than you're anticipating. But the questions about the state and the plaintiff, other than when you talk about and you ask questions about who subpoenaed them, have they reviewed anything in preparation for their testimony, those are all fair game. But other questions are not, and that's why there's an objection, and that's why I rule the way that I do. So ask relevant questions, they'll be answered. So I don't see any need for this witness to be brought back in. I don't believe that witness was on Mr. Brooks's list, so that witness is excused. Who's the next witness?
Smoke.
Is this the first? I think this is the first time she's mentioned the sovereign citizen arguments directly.
Mr. Brooks,
She's getting more direct.
So the next witness that we had intended on calling is Detective Mike Carpenter with the Waukesha Police Department, who would provide testimony about his conducting the speed analysis of the vehicle. I don't expect that we'd be able to get through direct. Well, we might be able to get through direct.
I just want to, who does his eyeshadow?
Have him start. I want to go closer to the lunch hour today.
So the other issue is that we thought we were going to be breaking for lunch, so he's not in the building right now. We have another witness who is ready, who we could call out of order, but that would be moving into a new topic, a new group along the parade route. So we're fine with whatever the court wants to do.
Objection. Grounds.
I defer to you on which witness to call.
Out of order. Grounds.
I asked for it. Maybe I did. Jeff Rogers, I know he has remained in the courtroom. He is a victim. Is he excused from his subpoena? He was not an individual who is who we were provided a subpoena for by Mr. Brooks.
He's excused.
Thank you.
All right, we'll bring the jury back out and you may call.
They just ditched another witness.
You made reference to questions I asked and being.
Shut up, Darrell.
For the effect of sovereign things, I don't understand what you mean by that.
Yeah.
Fuck off.
On your rulings.
Right off.
I'm not trying to sit here and I got enough work to do on the fly. I'm definitely not trying to sit here and trying to anticipate what will be objected to, what will be ruled on in any way.
You should.
You should, yeah.
Merely just it was understood that this would be a whole new thing for me to do.
Poor you.
Whole new world.
I should be working on 3 days' time before a trial. We see all the work that
remember that lawyer you had?
Mr. Brooks, the jury's coming back in.
Yeah, actually, his argument doesn't hold because while he's representing himself, he was represented prior, and a lot of the pre-work that he would be entitled to be, that 3 days time was already done by people.
The jury deserves to know who the plaintiff is in this matter. I think it's fair to them if they're to make an informed and intelligent decision, they should know who the plaintiff is.
Legally irrelevant.
But I think they know anyway.
Noted for the record.
Will legal find any fact on that ruling, Your Honor?
Shut up.
You know how stupid you sound?
Or is that a judicial determination?
Fuck off with your judicial.
Everyone, please be seated.
Suffer the little children.
All right, the state may call its next witness, please.
I gotta hit the old bathroom. I'll be right back.
It's our channel.
Vices, you're above me though, so I defer. You have a real channel. I just play one on Rumble.
Your channel's way better than mine, though.
No, it's not.
No, it is.
My book? I could sell my book.
Go ahead. Nobody here to stop you.
Crimelaw.net. Go buy the book.
If you would please make your way.
And like and subscribe to Legal Vices.
Right. It is a riser. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand.
This guy looks like
Teresa.
Billy Baldwin. He just like wants to just like go on somebody. He's like just pissed that he can't just beat the shit out of somebody right now.
That's the bailiff look.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah.
Oh.
First thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Alyssa Gajewski, A-L-Y.
I got your Gajewski right here.
J-E-W-S-K-I.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Nick's not there, but you're holding it up very well. His end.
But you got to balance the simp level. This is like some hardcore simping here, but you got to like balance it so it doesn't look like you're simping when you are.
Coach there.
How long were you a coach for the Extreme Dance Group?
About 4 years.
Can you tell us the time frame where that took place?
Yeah, so probably around 2018 to early 2022.
She has beautiful eye color.
Where's that dance group?
You can pick her eye color here on Potato Cam.
It was at It's 404 Travis Lane. I don't know if that. I don't know Waukesha, so I don't know what road it's off of.
Okay, but it's in Waukesha?
Yes.
All right. And in general, what cities or
I'm having
municipalities
dirty thoughts
do
right
the
now.
answers come from?
Waukesha.
What were the approximate age ranges of the girls that you instructed at Extreme?
Just myself.
The girls who were dancers, how old were they?
So we started at Itty Bitty, which was
now that she's like the head of Extreme Dancers, that takes on a whole new term for me.
The oldest, so we went up to 8th grade.
What do you call your team?
So my team was called the Elite Team.
And what's the approximate age range of those girls?
6 to 8, 8th grade.
And you mentioned Itty Bitty was about 2, right?
About 2 to 3.
Are there any groups between those?
Yeah, so it's Itty Bitty, and then the tiny group, and then the mini group, and then the juniors, and then the elite.
And it's a continuum of age from Itty Bitty all the way up to the elite?
Yes.
Everybody's telling me to stop simping. You got to have the simp balance. You can't just ignore the fact she's super attractive, but you can't just go full on simp mode.
Marching in the Waukesha Christmas parade that day?
Yes.
And were you present with the group?
Yes.
Were there any other instructors or coaches there?
Yeah, there was just one other.
And who was that?
Jamie Sutton.
Do you remember approximately how many from your dance group were present?
I had about 12. Jamie might have had around 10. Minis was around 4, maybe. Tiny's 4, and Itty Bitties, I'm not sure, because they were just in strollers and stuff with their parents.
When you marched in the parade, were you in a specific formation?
Yes, we were.
And how were the different age groups organized in that formation?
So at the front, it would start oldest, and then it would go to youngest. So it would be elite, juniors, minis, tiny, and then the itty bitties with their parents.
Stop saying itty bitty.
Was there a vehicle or a float?
It's interfering with the fantasy.
What kind of truck?
She lost me at strollers.
Yeah.
What the hell is happening?
We're trying to establish the appropriate level of simping for the witness.
No simps.
About how many times did you make it through your routine during that parade?
It's a weird shirt, though.
I
was
don't
gonna say.
No, it's a nice shirt.
Was there a certain point when
I think it's stylish.
your dancers stopped dancing?
Team Steve.
Yeah, they did stop dancing.
Why?
Because there was a car that
Uh-oh.
drove through.
Oh, there he goes.
This one of the dance coaches? Is that what this was?
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, I knew this was going to be bad.
Like she's talking about like the youngest are in strollers.
Yeah,
I know. Itty bitties.
Yeah, minis and itty bitties. And
Okay, that's not what they're. Steve, that's not what they mean by
No,
itty bitties.
No, she's talking about the kid dancers. That's the name of the kid dancer group.
Is it really?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
There's like itty bitties in the strollers. The minis are out of the strollers. The semis, I don't know what that's all about, but we'll.
No, it's fine. Never mind.
Ms. Kajewski,
I was thinking something else.
For you.
Yeah.
15. And with the court's permission, this has been received already. I'd ask to publish to the jury as well.
This is where the jury will start crying sympathetically, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
Do you see the screen in front of you?
I'm going
You
to go
cry, I
full
will
Jordan
ridicule
Peterson
you
here.
Names in it, the label Waukesha Extreme Dance underneath.
Yes.
Do you recognize the names in that green box?
Yes.
You see a black line connecting that green box to a yellow star?
Yes.
Back to the yellow stars.
Scroll down a little bit. Do you recognize the neighborhood in this map?
Kind of. It's downtown.
And she's apparently not from Waukesha either, because she said she doesn't know Waukesha
Yellow
at all.
star that's connected to the Waukesha Extreme Dance names. Is that an approximate area where you described the car hitting the girls?
Yeah, right before the 5 points.
Okay, we can take that down. Thank you.
5 points. Ted Roberts. Sorry.
I'm now going to ask that we project onto the screen for the witness only.
Go to Tammany Hall and vote.
See the screen in front
Sword
of
and Scale says, question for Steve. Is she more or less attractive to you now that she's crying?
I don't know. Depends on the day.
I see it.
Okay. I'm asking you to just take as much time as you need, read all those names, and then describe for me what we're looking at.
It's the formation that the girls were in.
On the day of the parade?
Oh, I just want to comfort her.
I know. Hugs all around.
Accurately represent where each of those girls were in formation?
Yes.
And you've reviewed a diagram similar to this before your testimony, right?
Yes.
I would move Exhibit 33 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Before I allow that, you could ask her about the non-labeled boxes.
Sure. You can see that there are some boxes on this diagram that don't have names in them. Is that right?
Correct.
What do those boxes represent?
Who wasn't injured?
Tell us about your box.
But those are people? Those are
Oh, yes.
members of the dance group?
Yes.
But to your knowledge, a box without a name is a person who wasn't hit.
Yes.
Box without a name sounds like a weird, like Christian Christmas song written by that one guy who wrote like the Christmas shoes or whatever, like the saddest song ever.
Illegal to
is that like the last leaf or whatever it is.
Prosecution to ask a question that they should already know to ask.
Wait, what?
What?
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 33.
We don't understand it, but it's overruled.
Publish is granted.
You know, I will say as a pretty women witnesses are very damaging.
Yeah,
very difficult,
especially if they cry.
Colors made in this exhibit.
Yeah, I brought this up during Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. It's not
The
fair
yellow is the elite team
at all.
The green,
but pretty
the junior
people
team,
are
and
more
the blue is
sympathetic.
the mini
It's weird,
team.
but it's true.
And there is 2 teams behind that, but they didn't have a formation, and that's why only these 3
That's
are
why I'm
in
a
here.
very good witness.
You testified earlier that you were marching in order of age, so the elites were in the front of the group, right?
Yes.
So the parade route, if we were moving forward, it would be the bottom of this page. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Can we project for the witness only exhibit number 32, please?
William Mitchell School of Law and Crime says, "You're going to make me defend
Let me know when you
YouTube
see
here,
something
Your
else.
Honor."
I see it.
Oh crap! I'll have to
Just a
finish
few
this in
seconds of this
some time.
to see if you
I will.
recognize it.
Okay, she has like her eye color is just captivating, and this is through
Oh
like
my God! What is
this is through
happening?
potato cam though. The
Someone
jury
give me
has
a
got to be
corgi
responding.
to horny bonk this man.
Corgi.
Okay, we'll pause there.
Where the hell's
Locals,
15 seconds.
locals
We-
chat.
you
Can someone
recognize
give me
this
the
video?
horny bonk meme so I can show it to
Not this
Vices?
video.
Okay.
This is what men
No.
think
You
about.
recognize the
See, this
truck?
is what
Yes.
we get.
Point that we stopped at?
Yep.
At 19 seconds?
Yeah.
What's the truck?
That's the truck that we had.
I'm
for-
just saying from the jury's perspective, they're going to be more focused on this witness
You
than any other
recognize,
witness today.
People in front of the truck holding the banner.
Objection.
What is the makeup of the jury?
Stated she doesn't recognize the video. How is it permitted?
I don't know. We don't have a
Objection
Sephora
donates
expert
overruled. She
witness
didn't answer
to.
the question.
Could you say the
That was a
question again?
makeup joke.
Did you recognize the 2 people holding the banner in front of the truck?
Yes.
Were they affiliated with your group?
Yes.
Let's play a few more seconds just for the witness.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you to the locals chat.
What?
We'll pause there. Do you recognize the people coming into the screen from the left?
Yes.
Who are they?
Our dance.
I like that. That's good.
Does this video appear to be an accurate depiction of your group?
No, seriously, like white people with blue eyes is really exotic to me after 34 years in Korea.
You may answer.
Yes.
I move to admit exhibit number 32 and ask for permission to publish.
The makeup of the jury is all white. I think mostly
Didn't
men.
rule on it.
Well, that sounds like a jury of his peers to me.
I think it's
Oh,
9
these
men,
are-
7 women.
Are you
I
making
think there
that
are
decision
4
now?
alternates.
There's been a request by the state to receive Exhibit 32, Mr. Brooks.
I objected.
All right, then your objection's noted. It's overruled.
On what grounds, Your Honor?
Exhibit 32 is received. The foundation has been laid and permission to publish is granted.
When he's saying grounds, he's the one objecting. He's the one that has to provide the grounds. So he's saying objection.
Mid-play.
He's
She's
asking
saying
for the
the-
grounds.
No
of her
audio with this
rulings.
video. We're
I
gonna
know, but he has to
from
make a
beginning.
specific objection.
Yeah.
How long is the video for the record?
It's 1 minute and 23 seconds.
Thank you.
So if he objects and says objection, she says overruled. He says grounds. Well, he's the one that has to provide the grounds. So he has to say objection, authentication, and then she says overruled on that basis. Right. So he's the one that's supposed to provide the grounds if he's the objector. So he's very confused, as we know.
Yeah.
And I'm making these points about the beautiful woman witness
Pause, please.
in relation to other cases. This
Pause.
one, it doesn't make a hill of beans difference.
Do you remember what you were wearing on your head, if anything at all, that day?
Yeah, I had a bright red hat on.
Do you see yourself in this at the 35-second mark of this video?
Yes.
Can you? That's a touch screen in front of you. Can you use your finger and circle yourself?
Never mind.
Boy, Vices,
Come on.
man, you're going to get shut down.
And we'll resume at the
Come on.
35 second.
You- oh, man.
Maybe shut the video down on your side or just listen to the audio stream.
Shit.
Sorry.
Yes.
Bad
We can
joke.
think it, but you don't say it.
This is a nice, respectable show.
Oh my God. We're trying.
Oh,
this is just horrific. I mean, how,
There
how
goes
is
the semi right there.
Just
It's gone.
Now let me just clarify.
Ugh.
Mine's twice the
What
size.
We're all going to hell. We're all going to hell. Just want us to repent now.
The car going through the parade.
Is that the same vehicle that you remember seeing that day?
Yes.
Do you recall where you were standing at the point that the vehicle started to go through your girls in relation to the rest of the group?
Yeah, in relation to the rest of the group, I was on the side that was with all the names, but I don't remember like what stores I was by.
If you were standing in the middle of your group, were you on the left side or the right side?
Oh, she may answer.
Which way?
Left
are
side
you
or the
looking?
right side
You're
is not
walking down the
leading.
parade route.
I'm looking towards the truck.
Yep.
I would be on the left side.
And you were towards the front?
A leading
Yes.
question is a question
By
that
the elite
implies
girls?
the answer.
Yes.
If the answer is at all ambiguous, like left or right, that's not an implied answer. It was
Now
on the
I'm gonna
right
ask
side,
that we
wasn't it? It's
Put up
leading.
for the witness only, exhibit number 34.
See, if he was a trained lawyer, he'd know the right objection that would win him
Before we
this
get into
case.
questions about this exhibit, I'll go back and ask you about the video. we just
No,
looked
I'm
at.
not trained. I don't know
Objecting
the
to
answer.
jurisdiction.
After having watched that video just now in court, does it appear as though that diagram with the names that we looked at, exhibit 33, does it appear as though that diagram was an accurate depiction of where the named girls were positioned at the time the SUV came into the group?
Yes.
Masterclass prosecution here.
Overruled.
So now I believe Ian. Okay. So now we'll put up Exhibit 34 for the witness, please. We're just going to play a few seconds to see if you recognize this. Let's do a few more seconds. Okay. Do you recognize this video?
Not the video, but
Do you recognize images from the video?
it's
That's, oh, Jesus.
You may continue answering.
Object to foundation.
I turned it off for the witness.
Oh.
So they can finish.
Okay.
But object. If he knew to object to foundation here, she does not recognize this video. She just said.
Okay.
Well, she'll be able to represent it in context. You can authenticate through context.
5 or 10 seconds.
Maybe he said images from the video and she didn't answer. Like,
she said but and didn't finish it. She said, you know, laughter's a way to get through this kind of pain, by the way, just so that in defense of any laughters or giggles at inappropriate times.
No, and like just from experience, lawyers, doctors, and police officers have the sickest, darkest sense of humor of anybody you'll ever meet in your life.
She already stated she didn't recognize the video.
Mischaracterizes her testimony. Your objection overruled. It is not hearsay.
It's not a statement. Hearsay requires a verbal statement.
Could you?
Is that video an accurate depiction of the scene as you saw it unfold?
That's the authentication.
There's your yep. There you go. Nailed it.
Accurate depiction.
Yes.
The one question that was literally never asked in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, in the entirety of it, was that.
Really?
Exhibit 34 has received permission of public.
This is a 50-second clip. We're not going to play the whole thing. We're going to play from the beginning to about 12 seconds.
I think you're right.
And the audio on.
Because I was screaming it the entire time. Because none of the witnesses could have actually attested, because none of them were there. Oh, God.
Oh, it's so painful.
No.
We paused at 12 seconds. I'm going to ask that we go back to the beginning.
Oh, that'll be nice for her.
Slow it
There
down
goes
to
the boner.
30% speed.
Now, mind you, they could have done this with probably 100 witnesses.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They've been very
Turn the audio
selective.
Off. We're going to watch that save in 12 seconds again.
Thank you.
The audio was kind of brutal by itself.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, humor is a great way to deal with darkness. It's a way to overcome. It's the
you know, go frame by frame.
Oh, frame by frame, that'll be good.
We paused it 1 second.
Steven's right. I mean, like the darker it gets, the more inappropriate the humor has to be to overcome it.
Right, a frame.
Oh, yeah.
At 2 seconds, there's a figure on the bottom, on the left side of the screen, appears to be wearing black with long hair. You recognize that person?
Yes.
Can you see any features
Mr.
in
Brooks,
there?
that's argumentative. Your objection's noted. It's overruled. You may answer.
Hearsay. Objection
Not
for hearsay.
hearsay. You may answer.
Clear hearsay.
It's clear
You may
hearsay.
answer.
Yes.
Shut up.
Who is that person we're looking at?
Jesselyn.
Oh my gosh.
Can you use the touchscreen in front of you and circle that picture? Circle Jesselyn, please. I'd ask to save the annotation as Exhibit 34A and to move it into evidence.
The annotation has been saved. Exhibit 34A is received.
Ms. Kajewski, when you say Jesselyn, are you referring to Jesselyn Torres?
Yes.
She was a member of your dance group?
Yes, she was on the junior team.
That's past tense.
She didn't die.
No.
None of this
Okay.
dance troupe died.
Thank God.
Okay.
No, the
You
only
take that
kid that
down,
died
I'm
was
gonna ask
actually
that
just
we
the little
play
boy.
Exhibit 35. Just
The
for
rest
the
were all
witness.
adults.
And grannies.
But I don't know the extent of the injuries of any of those kids.
And this is just 8 seconds long, so we'll play the whole thing to see if you recognize it, okay?
Okay.
Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
What does it show?
The car going through.
Through your dance group?
Yes.
Is that an accurate video depicting the events that day?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 35 into evidence and request permission to publish.
Objection.
Exhibit 35 is received permission to publish. Granted, your objection is noted for the record.
Again, this is 8 seconds long. We're gonna turn the audio on for this video.
Damn, I forgot to get my new bottle of whiskey.
Video. Who even took
Go
the
get it. Get the Bowman.
Sir, it's not an objection, it's a statement. You can ask questions later.
Witness that too.
Go ahead.
So Judge, before we begin, I have to step in here and request that Mr. Brooks be instructed to stop making comments under his breath. This witness is very clearly having an emotional and difficult time testifying. And she doesn't.
Don't.
Objection. She can't hear anything I'm saying.
Mr. Brooks, the mics are very good in this courtroom, so please refrain. All right, keep going.
Thank you.
He didn't need
So
to
we
add
will
that last
begin
part.
At the beginning of this video, we'll play the whole thing with audio.
It's hard when you're sitting there as a prosecutor and you're hearing that. And they've been very disciplined about not doing that kind of stuff. So,
I mean, yeah.
And you don't know. Oh my God. This is a painful case. Why am I here? Oh,
You're not being cooperative. Instruct the jury to disregard those in terms of.
I just think we're like 5.5 hours into this, and there's been like 3 moments of levity.
There's no levity here. This is
inappropriate levity, but levity nonetheless.
We're only 3.5 minutes into it.
Exhibit 33. The
Take your
diagram
finger
again.
and circle yourself, Vices.
Go to hell.
I live there, buddy.
Can we zoom in on the top of the screen here? So, Ms. Kajewski, I'd like to work
This is
our
a
way
pretty
through
good
this,
defensive formation.
name by name, based on
sorry.
your
I won't do
recollection of what you saw
flanking
during the parade that day, okay? So let's start with the first person on the top right, Vivian Urell. You knew Vivian Urell before November 21st, right?
Yes.
And do you recall seeing her either while the SUV was driving through or after?
Objection. Hearsay.
It's not hearsay. Overruled.
I saw her after.
Question is, do you
not
recall?
because I was in the
Probably not hearsay.
Can you describe the circumstances when you saw her after?
Objection. Hearsay.
That's not here. That's not hearsay.
Mr. Brooks, I'm going to direct your attention to review section 908.01. You have a statute book. Please do that. It's not hearsay. All right, go ahead.
She's getting tired of the hearsay.
Can you describe the circumstances, how you saw her and where afterwards?
Yeah, she was on the opposite side of the road, just like in a fetal position.
Oh, jeez.
Did you have any interaction with her?
Man.
Yeah, I did. I went in a squad car with her to the hospital.
Which hospital?
I think it's called Waukesha Memorial.
Here in Waukesha?
Yep.
And did you observe any injuries to her?
Yeah, she had road rash on her chin.
I next want to ask you about Mackenzie Hollingsworth, the first top right green square there. Did you see her as the SUV was coming through?
I didn't see her as the SUV. I
What-
saw her at the hospital.
Waukesha Memorial?
Mm-hmm.
Can you describe what she looked like?
Sorry, was that a yes? You just said, was that a yes?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. That's okay.
Can you describe how she looked at the hospital?
Yeah, she was laying on the ground, and her mom was on her left side of her, and I was on her right, and I was holding her hand, trying to get her to squeeze my hand so she could like stay awake. But she was going in and out of consciousness. She was asleep, and then she would wake up sobbing, and it would just repeat.
I next want to ask you about Alice Urell. So the next green square down on that diagram. Did you see her as the SUV drove through?
I didn't see like her get hit because it was just a blur, but I saw her body on the ground right after, and she's the one that the first person I saw.
Okay. And did you have any interaction with her after the fact?
Yeah, I picked her up as soon as her body was right in front of me. I just picked her up because I didn't know what was about to happen.
What did you think had happened at that point?
I didn't know. I didn't know if there was going to be just a bunch of cars. So I just wanted to get her out of the way.
You've already testified about Jesselyn Torres. The Jesselyn Torres who's named in a green square there, is that the same Jesselyn Torres that you referenced when we watched Exhibit 34?
Yes.
Okay. Moving down the diagram, I'll ask you about Yuretsi Becerra Montes.
This is pretty rough.
You recognize that name?
Horrible.
Did you see Yuretsi as the SUV came through the group?
I saw her after.
Where did you see her?
Behind the truck on the ground.
Which truck?
The same truck that was driving in front of all the girls.
That black pickup truck?
Yeah.
How close to the truck was she?
At the tailgate.
Was anybody else with her?
Yeah, her. I remember seeing her dad.
Yeah, my 3 daughters are in dance, and like,
how did she appear to
I'm
you
thinking
in that
about
moment?
how their teachers would
Health-wise?
react.
Just in shock.
Tough, very tough.
Moving down the list to Julia Schlickow, excuse me. Did you see Julia as the SUV was driving through the group?
I didn't see her as the SUV came through. I saw her at the hospital.
At Waukesha Memorial?
Yes.
How did she appear to you when you saw her at Waukesha Memorial?
She wasn't good.
Can you
jeez.
take a little bit of time and then tell us in a little bit more detail?
I was with Kenzie at the time, and at Waukesha Memorial, there's a glass like wall window, and I saw Julia in a wheelchair by herself with like nurses around her, and she was kind of slunched over. She was in and out of consciousness as well, and so I ran over to her and told them her name, and they rushed her in the back because she was not doing well. And then when we got to the back, she started seizing and vomiting.
And you saw this while you were with Kenzie, as you said?
I saw Julia when I was with Kenzie, and then I left and went with Julia, and then we went in the back to a room, and that's when she started seizing and puking.
And just so we can keep the name straight, who's Kenzie?
Mackenzie Hollingsworth.
And moving further down the diagram towards the front, Sam Coelho. You recognize that name?
Yes.
Baby
Did you
Cakes
see
420.
Sam as the SUV went through
Yes,
the
they'll
group?
be showing the jury
I didn't
pictures of
see,
injured people, but they will not be
her
broadcasting
with
them.
SUV.
What about
Thank
that?
you.
Is my understanding.
I
Good.
didn't see her at the hospital either that night.
Do you remember providing a
Is this idiot gonna cross her?
Written statement
Fuck,
Yeah.
I hope not.
with Detective Mandy Schwartz from the Waukesha Sheriff's Department
There's a little girl that played
shortly
it.
after this incident.
Yes.
But what about the rights of the
I
little
would ask that we
girl?
project that statement for the witness only.
God.
You know, I am a public defender here. That's just what I'm trying to like.
Yeah.
It's just there's just no defenses here, and there's no point to his questioning.
This is a witness you'd keep cross, very limited, or ignore.
No questions.
Ignore totally, absolutely.
There's no defense, and there's no point to the questions of his cross.
This will need to be marked for identification. What would be your next number?
The state has to do this because they're identifying all the victims for all the counts, and they're identifying them as being injured, as being there at the scene. So this witness is being used to do that.
Exhibit 129.
Yeah, that is the hard part of these
Do you see
cases
the
because
screen in front of you?
it's really easy to say,
let's
okay,
scroll
all these
down.
people are victims of this crime, all these people got hit or whatever. You have to get it all into the record somehow.
Just to
Someone
yourself,
has to
silently, I'd
know.
like you to read,
There has to be some official
from
thing
where
that
it
someone
says,
can
"Saw
verify.
another,"
Something has to happen.
to the words "so fast." Just read that silently. Let me know when you're done.
Which actually kind of propagates the conspiracy theorists about false flags and stuff,
Do you
because
remember writing that? Or
when a perpetrator of a crime
that
ends up
written
dying
statement when you met with
suspiciously at
Detective
the
Schwartz?
scene,
Yes.
the thought is maybe
you
that,
remember now?
well, these people are fake or whatever,
Yeah, we can take that down. Sorry.
just to feed into why some of those
remember
conspiracy
now,
theories pop up.
Talking about what happened to Sam.
I didn't see Sam. I only saw her dad.
Okay. And you didn't see her in the hospital afterwards.
Not that night.
You know, I've done probably 80 trials, and this is some of the hardest testimony I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Overruled.
Yeah, as soon as
You've never seen
the
me
day
crying
she
about
was
a
able to
speeding
have a
ticket.
visitor, I was there.
When you say visitor, what do you mean? Where was she?
Overruled.
She was at Children's.
Children's Hospital.
Yeah.
Do you know why she was there?
They moved her there just due to her injuries.
And you know she was injured as a result of what?
Overruled. She may answer as to what her knowledge of the injuries were.
Yeah, she was there because she was struck.
We put Exhibit 33 back up for the jury and the witness, please.
Someone asked me, they said that I was in,
33.
I'm
please.
supportive
Back
of
up.
Gary Plausch, which I am. Would I also be okay if a parent of a victim killed Darrell Brooks? I would not shed any tears, and I would not be sad about it for a moment.
So, Ms. Kajewski, there's two remaining names there on the
There are
diagram,
few
Isabella
crimes
Bartelt and Maddie
that come across where
Hollingsworth.
it's
Did you see either of them
so
as the
blatantly
SUV went through
apparent
the group?
that the trial
I did
is
not.
merely an
you see
exercise of the
either of
judicial
them in the
system.
immediate
This is
aftermath?
definitely one of them.
Yes.
There's no question he did this.
Based on their position
There's
in
no
that
question he
diagram and
deserves
your review of the
whatever
video evidence
punishment
you're
comes his
court,
way. I mean, the state needs to
how
do
would
its
you
job.
describe their
Yeah. And,
But I
and
wouldn't-
relation to the red
Oh,
SUV
go ahead.
that went through the
people were asking me about being a public defender and how would you defend this guy? Well, there is no defense.
They were
Your
just
job.
left of it.
Okay. Do you know whether they were actually struck by the SUV?
I do not.
Your job is to just to make sure the state is playing
How
fair.
close to the SUV, in your best estimate?
Just a couple feet.
You're not able to give an accurate estimate about how fast the SUV was traveling at that point, is that right?
I could.
Okay. Well, please, if you think you can, please tell us how fast do you think it was traveling?
Overruled.
I thought around 55.
Wow.
The black truck,
That's why people couldn't get away.
right?
Well, no, I think the actual
That was
speed
about
was
the
around
approximate speed
32
of
to
the rest of the
37
parade.
miles an hour.
Yeah.
But it probably might have varied down the path, though.
That's
It might
true.
have
I
gone
guess it's
faster or
possible.
slower.
Faster than the black truck?
Yes.
See, a good prosecutor can keep a defense attorney in their chair by playing fair, and they should. That's the way it should be done.
Yes.
So if there's no legitimate objections and they're playing fair, you don't have anything to say. And then you say, well, the state didn't prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the ultimate defense for any defendant. But in this case, they've got the proof in spades. So, and they're playing fair.
Lunch will continue with cross-examination after the lunch hour. Please rise for the jury.
All right, it's degeneracy hour to make up for
the pain.
Make up for what we just had to deal with.
Holy cow! I took off from work for this. Do you know that? So you better buy my book. You better buy my book, Grifties. All the Grifties in the chat, because I took off from work just for this purpose, and just because I wanted to be here for the closings. That's what I really, because I love closing arguments. And this will be entertaining. I mean, entertaining. I mean, this is not entertaining. This is painful, but it is interesting as an academic. And having dealt with, I had a client similar to this guy once, actually. Not a sovereign citizen, but the way he thinks, I recognize this guy. I've dealt with people who think like this, and it's very narcissistic. And what they do is they're focused on the paper. Like,
hold on, just a second.
You have a statute book, section 908.01 is the start of the statutes that deal with hearsay. It provides a definition of what it is. It goes through statements which are not hearsay. And it has a whole host of exceptions that are referenced in 908.03. So I just direct your attention to that, because many of your hearsay objections, they're not hearsay at all, sir. And I hope you're not just saying them just to interpose an objection. But I think it would be very helpful if you were to familiarize yourself with that.
For the record, Your Honor, how do I know that the prosecution isn't objecting to anything based on the same assumption?
I don't understand what you're saying.
A lot of
You have
times,
that statute book, so if you'd like to read the hearsay statute.
You don't have to make it bigger.
8.
Put it over there.
01, continue with 908.02, the rule, and 908.03 are all the exceptions. Continues with 908.04. I realize you are not a lawyer, Mr. Brooks.
Okay, we get the point.
Objection.
So did he not cross-examine, or
it's going to be after lunch?
Oh no!
All right. The state will give its one word or statement. If it's self-evident to the court, I don't need the parties to even say much at all. But that's primarily why your objections based on hearsay. There was one I sustained because it was in fact calling for hearsay.
a few of those were
knowledge, hold on, when a witness is not asked to say what another person has said, assuming there's no exception that applies or it's just not hearsay under the rule, and they have otherwise personal knowledge about something, they can provide that answer. So I'm hoping that's helpful to you as you formulate your objections. Of course, I'll keep ruling on them. I just ask that when I rule on them, you not interpose the same objection before the witness has answered. When I say it's overruled, the person may answer, your objection stands. It's noted. It doesn't need to be said again.
I'm now informed. I don't understand how someone can testify to things being told in the hospital. They're not a family member, a parent, or anything. So how would they know what injuries someone would have? How would that information be disclosed to someone without being a parent or a direct relative? That would be hearsay.
Sir, again, people can testify based on personal knowledge.
There you go.
What
Thank you.
hearsay is when it comes into court and they say, so-and-so told me, they saying, I was told, or again, I think you're confusing personal knowledge with hearsay. So you can question people on how they knew that information, but you do that at your peril, because if you open the door for them to tell you how they know, then potentially hearsay is going to come in. So with that, I just wanted to give you that information. I can't obviously further explain to you, sir, other than to say ignorance of the law is not something you can use as a valid kind of defense, or you keep saying, I don't understand.
I don't.
You did this of your own free will. You waived your right to an attorney, and the ignorance that you claim is not valid at this point, sir. So
I
with
also
that,
altered
Smoke
the
it.
contract, Your Honor. You accepted the contract in the way that I sent it back to you. Now let's
sir,
be
we don't have
fair.
a contract together. The contract
do
was
not.
being
You're right.
misapplied in this circumstance. All right, we are in recess. I'll see everyone.
Bye.
Be back at 1:30.
You accepted the
everyone.
contract as I sent back to you. Jesus criminy.
Painful. Well, the what was I going to say about? I had a client like this that was and I've had multiple clients but I had one that I had two trials with. There was actually 3 trials, but he was a client. He didn't represent himself, and I was defense attorney. And he reminds me. My guy was not a sovereign citizen, but he was this kind of guy that would get all wrapped up into all this paperwork, and he would see these little tiny inconsistencies between the paper and what was said on the stand. And he'd constantly be poking like, oh, raise this point, raise this point, raise this point. And I'm trying to focus on the case and the defense. And I'm like, just calm down. He's like, you haven't covered all these little inconsistencies that are irrelevant to anything, are not the defense, were not anything. And it's a way of thinking. I don't know. I can't really explain it. I'm not a psychiatrist, but it's something that somebody's so wrapped up in these minutiae and these details that they aren't seeing the forest for the trees. They think that it's like, you think you're not guilty because they said it was 10 feet and maybe at 12 feet or estimate? I mean, what is the defense here, right?
Yes, they believe any minor dispute of fact is doubt that is sufficiently reasonable for an acquittal. That's
the only reasonable doubt that matters is the one that goes to the elements of the crime. And these details don't go to the elements of the crime. It's like, well, you saw the car and it was traveling 10 and this other witness said it was traveling 15. So there's a thing. Well, the speed of the car is not an element of the crime, you see? And so, but they think that that's now, maybe there are other cases where these kind of details you might want to really focus in on witness inconsistencies. But this case, the state has such solid evidence that there's not the jury's going to look at it like, what are you talking about? There is no defense here. I mean, and people are saying, okay, what do you do? How do you defend it? You're a public defender. Well, you make sure the state plays by the rules.
Yep.
And you make sure the jury instructions are correct. But some of these things are called slow pleas. Like in a death case, you get cases where you're trying to get a life sentence, right? But you do a penalty phase, or you do a guilt phase simply because the client is not willing to plea. This guy, if he had honor, which he does not, he would plea and save the state and the victims and all of the people of Wisconsin the time and the effort and the pain of this trial. But he is so narcissistic and self-centered that he thinks the world revolves around him, and these little minutia things are going to work. I mean, it's bizarre. Sorry, I'm ranting. I was bottled up, right?
No, you're absolutely correct.
Fine. That's the sovereign citizen mindset, is like, there is some trick, there is something, there's some one thing. If they just find it and then get the judge to admit the thing, then they'll be let off of whatever, because the court technically has no jurisdiction over them. That's the underlying theory, because they don't exist under the Constitution. They do not recognize it as being fully ratified by the states. So they exist under the existing government structure, which is the Articles of Confederation. They consistently refer to themselves as Article 4 free inhabitants, which, if I'm not mistaken on my history, and I probably am, but was some provision of the Articles of Confederation which allowed you to effectively opt out of society on some aspects of it, although I would have a hard time believing that the articles would allow you to opt out of the legal system entirely.
Well, the Articles of Confederation were overridden by the U.S. Constitution.
But the Constitution was never ratified. For these people, the Constitution was never ratified. There was some defect, which is why we have the Commonwealth of Virginia, right? And the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania or something. There are a couple Commonwealths, or maybe it was Massachusetts. I can't remember. And they say that's evidence that they didn't actually ratify and become
Well,
states.
I'm gonna scold you as the Pope here, if I can do so on your channel.
Scold me. I'm
gonna scold
you.
I
only dip my toes in the weirdness of this fucking theory. So
well, see, and this is the mistake that the judge made early on, and I think she's getting over it. My opinion of the judge has vastly changed. I think she's excellent. I'm very impressed now. She has got her robe on. But the thing is that we make a mistake. We, as the rational world here in this group, the chat group, and most of the people watching this, of thinking that there is some rationality behind his sovereign citizen argument. There is no substance to what's being said. Now, like we as people who have some knowledge of constitutional law can project onto this guy and say, oh, well, you must mean this, and you must mean that, well, because you're sovereign. But see, there is no rational basis for what they're saying. Because we can construct something in our minds that may be rational doesn't mean that he's thinking it, and doesn't mean that it has any relevance at all.
No. And I'm so if the reason what I'm doing is relaying the writings of the great sovereign citizen writers that all of these people reference. Like there is a sovereign citizen playbook. I don't particularly remember what it's called, but like all of these bases that they have or developed are from a couple specific sources, and they all reference the same thing. They don't do it all to the same level of clarity as some of the others, but it's important to remember that there is zero level of clarity that is sufficient to sustain a sovereign citizen argument in court. You may be able to like fool someone online. You might be able to, I don't know, annoy a cop enough that he'll let you go because he thinks that it'll just be too much trouble and the offense is really not that big of a deal. And you got to remember that a lot of sovereign citizen arguments take place over things that aren't that big of a deal. Parking tickets, very, very minor civil infractions, things like that. They're like, oh, you don't have authority over me or whatever. And the cop's just like, yeah, fine, whatever, fuck it. I don't need this parking ticket. I'll write one for the next guy. That's where they find success in this. When you get to murder,
it's a little different.
There just isn't one. In fact, I think there's that murder dead zone. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the murder dead zone. There's a national park that overlaps into one state and into one county. It's somewhere. It's not Colorado, but it might be Montana or something, or Idaho. And or Utah.
It's like the Montana-Wyoming border, like right in like West Yellowstone area.
And there's
you know this why?
So there's because it's an interesting.
It's my hometown.
Yeah, so you can invite me for a drink up on the Montana-Wyoming border.
It's an interesting concept. So that the idea is that there has to be a sufficient number of people to pool a federal jury, and it's this if you're on federal national park grounds, it's a federal crime. So there's a theory that if you murder someone in this particular place, there are not sufficient people who live in the jurisdiction for a jury pool. So therefore, murder is constructively legal, even though it's not technically legal. And I think it was actually tested. And guess what happened? Conviction. Like you're not getting away with murder. Like because some artifact of law that exists, like the justice system as it stands. And this is an important thing, I think, for people to remember. We've constructed a pretty damn solid criminal justice system in the United States. It's not perfect, but it's one that I would choose to be over just about any others. But it actually does have practical flexibility because they're not going to let severe injustice go because of some minor non-harmful quirk of the like I don't want to say the Constitution, but the statute or some population thing. Like they're not going to let things go unless they're definitely prejudicial to rights. And the inability to pool a jury out of one county in a federal jurisdiction is not going to be sufficient to infringe your rights because they could just pull a jury from the next county. Right. Like that's what they'll do.
Right. Those are just lines. Well, I want to add one more thing on.
Go for it.
been thinking about all these things while he's going, but I do criminal appellate law. And a lot of people are saying, well, he's setting up the appeal. He is not setting up the appeal. I mean, there is no appellate issue yet. Now, like we talked about, the appellate issue is, I still think he'd lose, but let's assume if there was an appellate issue, it would be him representing himself and the judge kicking him out of the courtroom when he's representing himself for bad behavior when he doesn't behave, when he's actually behaving and trying to be a lawyer. So if he's behaved and he's kicked out of the courtroom, that's really the only appellate issue that possibly could be here. And even then he's going to get PCA'd. The fact that these arguments are in his mind, he can write all the paper he wants in prison. No appellate court is going to give him relief on these stupid arguments.
Yeah.
It's not, people get convicted on technicalities. Very few people get off on technicalities. That is an illusion. Yeah. And these people think, they sit around and they, I'll just appeal it. In my jurisdiction, the chances on appeal are 6 in 1,000 of getting any kind of meaningful relief. Any kind of meaningful relief. And that doesn't, you only had one guy out of 2,700 cases in a year. One person went from guilty to not guilty in a year. So, that was a legitimate constitutional problem with the statute. It ain't murder. So this idea that everybody's fleeing the jails from appeals, or he's got some appeal, you've got a much better chance of winning on a trial than you do on an appeal.
What people, I think, conflate is technicality versus, like, they say, he won on a technicality. And the technicality is something like the search warrant was invalid, or there was no search. That's not a technicality. That's an infringement on freedom. Like that's an infringement of your basic constitutional rights. So if you get off on a technicality of they didn't have a search warrant and they kicked your door down and searched your house, you were never off on a technicality. That was injustice from the start. And that does tend to happen, but it doesn't happen typically at trial. Like, that's not a trial argument. That's a pretrial argument, an appellate argument. And even those are exceedingly rare because cops have gotten really, really good at applying the Fourth Amendment. And I'll say it. I don't know if anybody else will agree, but judges have gotten really, really good on flexing when the cops make not too bad of errors on the Fourth Amendment.
Yeah, well, it depends on your judge. I've had great judges. I've been in front of great judges, and I've been in front of terrible judges. So it is very dependent on the judge. But the other thing is the appellate courts are judges who are judging other judges. So for them to say that this judge is making an error, that ain't going to happen over this guy. Come on. Right. I mean, it's just, so don't get worried that there's some appellate issue here because she's overruling him. I mean, she knows what the issues is. So does the state. And the state's playing very fair. And I'm going to praise this prosecution again. They're doing great. And the judge has gotten better. I think she could be more forceful. And here's my only, tiny little criticism. And it's not really even, she's got her courtroom. She's there. She's doing what she thinks she needs to do. But she could be more forceful with her over rules. Like when he starts getting into this sovereign citizen stuff and plaintiff, she could say, he could say objection to the people or plaintiff, and she could say, no, you're overruled. And then she could turn to the jury and say, the plaintiff, there is no plaintiff in the case. The state is the prosecuting attorney, and they have jurisdiction here. Mm-hmm. That's been ruled. She could be real clear and struck the jury and shut him down on that. And she should, but the thing is does he get upset and cause a temper tantrum and then get removed from the courtroom because she does that? And if so there's
it'll be 10 minutes of him following up, arguing that since there is no plaintiff, there is no case, and he won't shut up like that. That's what I think she fears, is that he will he'll just rattle off about no plaintiff, no plaintiff, no plaintiff. We're not in contract. I do not consent. I never gave my consent. And she'll then have to employ the bailiffs to restrain him and stop what is going on. She'll have to remove the jury. It'll be a big mess. He wants a scene, right? Like that's right. That's the other thing is they want the response from the state. They want a scene and a fiasco that will make it look like there's somehow prejudice in front of the jury. so they can make the argument. But again, even if he were, an appeals court isn't going to go back on something like this. I wanted to address one other thing, and I have some Rumble rants to do. Of course, we'll get to those. Guys, we have two other things. First, we have 19,000 people watching. That's huge. I think right now we're easily the biggest stream on Rumble in the middle of the day here watching a pointless fucking trial. So that's big ups to you guys there in the chat. What I need bigger ups is on two things. One, my erection. And two, I need you to big ups on that plus button or the boxing glove thumbs up on your mobile app, whichever one you may be on. If you're on a desktop browser, there's a little plus minus below the video. Hit that plus. And if you're on a mobile browser, there's like a boxing glove thumbs up. Go ahead and hit that because we are trying to drive these streams straight to the damn top of the list on Rumble. And that comes with you. On YouTube, I used to say it a lot, the likes help in the algorithm. On Rumble, they don't help in the algorithm. They help in the fucking competition right on the front page. Top 50 videos is judged by Rumbles. Let's get these streams up in the top so people know. There's a whole bunch of people on Rumble who've probably never heard of me. Let's get them in here. So they're like, hey, what the hell is this? What is this? What is this weird trial show that people are doing? Let's do that. And then we can introduce them to all sorts of degeneracy.
Well, that's the ultimate goal.
And these trials are very hard to watch. And, your entertainment value here, there is value added here. And it's you, Nick. I mean, I have my little criminal law view, but this is really this is kind of like shooting fish in a barrel for a trial. But but as far as entertainment value, Nick, you make it easily watchable. Like I think I told you when you got the boot, I tried to watch something on another, and it was painful. I mean,
the soul is missing.
Jeff's show.
Yeah, probably.
I don't remember. I turned it off.
I get like probably 5 times. You're no Nick Rekieta. It's like, well, yeah. There's only one of those. I'm just holding down the fort.
Oh my goodness.
Down the fort until the president returns to his duties. I'm just the acting interim president.
Yeah. Well, I got harassed, by some of your harassees. They're like, do you know you're associating with Nick Rekieta? And I'm like, do you know who my clients are? And and the other thing is that.
And they're like, yeah, do you know you're associating with Nick Rekieta? Oh my God.
But especially today, it was like, how can you support some guy who supports somebody that made fun of the Sandy Hook families? Like, so?
Well, and the thing is that I have my.
I didn't make fun of the Sandy Hook families.
No,
you support the guy who traumatized the family. Because
I do. That's true.
But the thing is that I have my academic world, I have my job, I have my opinions, and I'm here expressing my personal stuff. And I am selling my book on crimelaw.net and in doing this stuff. But it's like, and you actually know what you're talking about, which is as a lawyer, right?
More than I do.
Maritime law from Korea. I love it. That's a specialty. Yeah. I got to say, if I ever need a maritime lawyer in Korea,
if you ever need one,
I'm there. No, but really, there's an entertainment value because then people are watching and maybe they learn something too. I mean, it's not like anybody's guru of all things. Come on. I don't know. I'm just ranting.
I mean, I might be. No, I'm just kidding. No, but the other issue I wanted to address, and thank you for that glowing endorsement. That was really nice.
Yeah, infallible Pope.
I'll give you $12 later. No, the other thing I wanted to address was a thing that came up in my locals. Someone mentioned the knife. I wasn't really quite familiar with what was going on with the knife. Darrell Brooks, I believe, alleges that he was threatened with a knife as part of the reason that he was, quote unquote, fleeing. So this is what we would call a justification argument. It's not a good one, but hear me out. So the idea is that he is justified in speeding in a direction that he had no intent. And this would not be a full-on justification from the actual crimes, but it would be used as like an imperfect justification. So he did something that would mitigate. Importantly, on these 6 murders, he has to get rid of the intentional act. Mm-hmm. So if he or not the intentional act, the intent to kill specifically. If he's convicted with the intent to kill, life in prison, no parole. If he can remove the intent to kill, like he intended to drive into the crowd, but he didn't intend to kill anybody. That's why he was honking, going slow, whatever his argument's going to be. If you can remove that, he faces maybe something as low as 20 years with the possibility of parole or 40 years with the possibility of parole. Very, very unlikely, but that's kind of the legal theory that he'd be going for. So someone was asking, what about this knife argument? And he's kind of brought it up a couple times. It is his duty for any justification argument. The burden shifts. Normally, the prosecution has to prove beyond any reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. But if your argument is justification, you are actually, in a way, conceding the elements of guilt, but saying, yes, but here's my justification. And then you have to prove to a sufficient doubt, which is typically the baseline thinking is preponderance of the evidence, but it's not so formal on this thing. But you have to prove that you have raised enough doubt through your justification argument that a jury will buy it. So that'll be on him to bring in his case in chief. It is not the prosecution's job in any way to address his knife argument or defense. They may strategically choose to if they anticipate that or know that it's coming. In this case, I don't think they're worried about it at all. They don't have to worry about the knife because it's not an element of any crime that they are trying to prove against him. He's the only person who has to worry about the knife because he raised the knife, because we all know that the knife is a fake thing that didn't exist. There's no other person in the SUV at any point that threatened him with a knife that would require him to drive away. We've seen the video. The only time anyone was in the SUV prior to the parade incident was his, I believe his girlfriend was in there, got out of the SUV, and he was alone driving at that point. There would be no threats sufficient. She would be, even if she had threatened him with a knife, she's out of the SUV by the time he drives away. So that's the thing. But that is like, if he wants to raise a theory that someone threatened him with a knife, he has the burden to prove that that happened in the first place to a sufficient degree to the jury. So I hope that helps answer the knife question intelligibly, at least as best we can, with a theory that is made out of whole cloth. That's what it is. So
now you just have to address the grounds issue.
Grounds. Well, and here's where grounds might come in. If you had a real trial, yes. Is that you have somebody, if you just have somebody says objection,
yeah,
then the proper response would be grounds, because you could say, okay, I want to specify exactly what the objection is and what the court is ruling on. So, but in this case, the prosecutor's objecting correctly. They're saying objection, hearsay. The grounds are hearsay. Objection, right?
Yeah. We saw this actually. I only watched like a day of it or whatever, or snippets of it. But I mean, not to go back to it just because I was on InfoWars, but we saw it in the Alex Jones case, where I'm very sorry about this to some of the audience who may object to him, and that is perfectly fine. In fact, if what is alleged to be said by Alex Jones is true, and we won't know because there's no trial on the actual merits of this thing, but if that's what alleged to have said was true, some of it's really, really terrible. But I don't know. But that doesn't matter.
Alex Jones, you're on this show. What do you have to do with that?
Yeah. No, yeah, I have nothing to do with it. But what we did see in that trial was exactly what you're talking about. We saw objections being sustained with zero reasons given from the court or from opposing counsel. So they would just object. The court would sustain the objection. And actually, I believe Pettis, his attorney, would ask for the reasoning, and the judge would not give it to him in some instances. And that is where this does actually come in. And frankly, based on the judge's actions in that case, there is a possibility, a remote possibility, but still a possibility of appeal for Alex Jones on how that trial is conducted, which is a shame for the families if they're truly damaged. And that's why we want fair trials, because it's really easy to lampoon someone. It's a lot harder to give the most detestable speech or speaker a fair trial, but it's absolutely critical that you do. And
the grounds thing is proper for appellate purposes. So if you have an objection that is to some statement, like let's say, and then it's that objection sustained, the grounds are important for appeal.
Very important.
Right. So it's important for the court, and the appellate courts are checking the judge's application of the law generally. So when the judge is making a ruling, in order for the appellate court to understand what they are reviewing, there needs to be a ground stated. So there is something out there in the winds that allow for this grounds thing, but he's got picked up on this, and it becomes he's shouting
now it's
grounds. It's just a thing. I mean, I'm going to be waking up in the middle of the night going, grounds,
Right.
Like, oh, just get out of my head.
Yeah. And it's that he has figured out that there is a way to demand a reasoning. And this all plays into the sovereign citizen thing of, is this a judicial determination? Well, any ruling by the court at any time is a judicial determination. But
any determination made by a judge is just by definition a judicial determination.
Yeah, that it's declared or stamped or sealed. Who cares? That's irrelevant. Yeah. And then he can't. And one of the big things about hearsay, he keeps saying hearsay. Let's talk a little bit about hearsay, because hearsay, first of all, is a statement. So when you say, "What did you see?" that is not a statement. That is not hearsay. Okay, so if you say, "What did you see in the hospital?" I saw the little baby being brought up on a thing, bleeding and crying. That's what did you see? What did you hear? That is not a statement. So it is not hearsay. So he keeps objecting on hearsay on eyewitness testimony, which is completely out of touch with reality. And there are so many exceptions to hearsay that you know what hearsay really is. It's more important to think like of a specific example that hearsay gets at, rather than all the myriad exceptions and when it doesn't apply. And that is, tell me what Nick told you that he saw. That's hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay. Everything else is not hearsay. Let's just keep it as simple as that, right? I mean,
there's a lawyer who said something like, I can't remember who. It was a friend of mine. Their mentor said, if you can't get around a hearsay objection, then you're a new attorney.
Right.
Like there are a ton of exceptions built into it. Like I talked about the medical thing earlier, because someone brought up, well, how would he know if it's a brain bleed? He had to have heard that from a doctor. And it's like, well, he's not making a statement that a doctor told him this thing. And the reason that that's important is because if a doctor is the declarant, it has an authority that is beyond some guy saying it's a brain bleed. I mean, this goes to the credibility of the witness's knowledge and understanding of the facts. So this guy says, yeah, he had a brain bleed or whatever. Do you believe him is a big part of that question. And that's handled on cross-examination properly, is saying, well, why do you think it was a brain bleed? Well, a doctor told me. So a doctor told me. So you didn't actually know it was a brain bleed. You're just going off of what someone else said, but whatever.
Here's the follow-up to that, though, because assume that, he said it was a brain bleed and he heard that from the doctor, and that is actually hearsay. All right. Aha. Now I've got the appellate issue that's going to get me a new trial. All right. Well, now you've got a harmlessness check.
Right.
So is this harmful? I mean, the thing with this guy has got such a mountain of evidence against him that, and the standard is, if this had not been admitted, the jury outcome would be different. I mean, Are we kidding? They're really just truncating the testimony, getting it in there as quick as they can without calling the doctor and the medical. They'll probably call some doctors. I don't know. It'll be interesting to see how truncated the prosecution makes this, because they've just got to check the boxes and get it to that jury. That's my opinion.
Yeah. And interestingly, there is actually a medical records exception to hearsay as well, which so despite the fact that a doctor may have told him, or he may have read it from a medical report or whatever, oftentimes they can get around that because of the medical records exception and say, well, yeah, a doctor, he's at the hospital. A doctor came and reported to him what the issue was with this poor child. It was a brain bleed, whatever. There are so many exceptions so many exceptions to hearsay. There are business records exceptions. There are excited utterances. There, you could just go to the state of mind of the person, which gets around like if the statement that is being made isn't used to prove the truth of the matter asserted, but rather what the person's perception of their reality was at the time, you've gotten around it. There are so many.
There's excited utterance is another one that people made this statement in an excited state, and all of these will come in under excited utterance. So, all of this stuff, it's all, he just learned this word hearsay as an objection, and he's just throwing it out there. It's not going to have any effect on anything.
Yep. It's so that's a good point on all this hearsay. There's a lot of education that can be done around hearsay for the general public, especially people watching these trials. And so we try and explain some of these, because this is one of the more common objections you'll hear, and one of the more common objections you'll hear people talk about out like in discussions around it. So it's a good one to address.
And people are misconstrue it all the time. It's just, remember, Nick Rekieta told me what this other person said, because it violates your right of confrontation. It's a confrontation clause issue. So as a defendant, you've got a statement, and it's not the speaker that you're confronting. You're confronting a third-hand thing, and you're not confronting this person who's making the narrative statement. That's the purpose of hearsay.
Exactly.
And I'm up against a 3 a.m. wall here, so I'm gonna like bail out before you get into the super chats and things. Hey, gentlemen, thanks for the evening. We'll see y'all again soon, I hope.
You're awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
You got a great website. I like your stuff, so keep up the good work.
Well, thank you very much. I like your stuff too, Stephen.
And guys, if you are still a breaded YouTube viewer, make sure you check out Legal Vices on YouTube. Make sure you check out his channel, subscribe to his channel, check out his content. If you want Korean maritime law, hilarious stories and reviews, go check it out. But also a bunch of other stuff and just some general fun commentary. Jeff's a good dude. So
tailor your business tomorrow.
It's going to be good stuff.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Stephen. Good to see y'all here. We'll see you again very, very soon. Have a great
later, buddy.
day, I guess, for you. Bye, guys.
Peace. Simp. Oh, I missed it. Okay, let me read some of these Rumble rants, and then we've got to do the advertising grift very soon here during this lunch break. William Mitchell School of Law and Crime says, as Richards, you're going to make me defend YouTube here, Your Honor. My opponent wasn't kicked off the internet, nor should he be, because YouTube should be able to determine who is on their platform, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you to William Mitchell School of Law and Crime. I have no idea what you're talking about and care to make no further statements on the issue. The Dragon's Treasure says, friendly reminder, I've increased Rekieta's percent back from every sale from the Dragon's Treasure because screw YouTube. If you don't buy tea, his family will literally starve. That's actually true. My children have just gone to Africa to go to one of those 1990s commercials for the little babies with flies on their faces and eyeballs and stuff.
Give 10 cents to UNICEF, right?
Yep. I've sent all my children there. So for the low price of just $5 a month, just $5 a month, and you could feed 5 beautiful African babies. You can do that by joining my locals, rekietalaw.locals.com, or buying tea, I guess, from the Dragon's Treasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. And jokes and memes aside, the Dragon's Treasure is the best tea I've ever had. They have tons of different flavors and blends, and it's all hand-picked loose leaf tea or hand blended or whatever it is. I don't think it goes to the leaves, but hand blended stuff, and it's really, really good. My 2 favorites are the tea that pierced the heavens, and the other one, which is better.
Do they have like a sleepy time type tea?
They have a million. It's like 60 different blends of tea.
What do you call Dragon's Treasures?
Dragonstreasure.com.
Because I hate supporting celestial seasonings in there.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
No,
so I mean,
that.
So we need to get some sleepy time alternatives. So thank you. I'm going to check that out.
Yeah, Dragon's Treasure, very, very good tea. Very, very. You can buy like a whole bunch of different sample packs and stuff if you want to try a million different ones. But if you're looking for sleepy stuff, I think you can find it on there pretty easily. Jonathan says, speaking of dark humor among doctors, do you know about the case where surgeons and staff were recorded cracking jokes during an operation? I believe the patient won the lawsuit against the hospital. Why?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's a way for human beings to cope with darkness. And, and this is tough because, and I'm the one that, some people have this way of getting away with anything. They can say anything and be outrageous, and people are like, "Oh, that's Nick," right? But when I say something, when I laugh or something, like, I can't believe Gosney is smiling and smirking at that witness. I don't know. Maybe it's just looks because I have the face for radio. But I think that you have a gallows humor that is important for humanity to cope, and this scolding attitude that we have in the culture really needs to go away. I mean, lighten up. We did not cause these deaths of these kids and these grannies. This guy did,
Yeah, exactly.
And allowing some humor infuse into the broadcast allows us to watch what is really difficult testimony and get through it. So if I offended anybody, well, that's the way it is.
no one's offended. No one's offended at all. And yeah, like it's an interesting proposition because I always laugh when people say that, like, so when I started off on YouTube and I was drinking while reading stuff, people were like, "You're a lawyer and you're drinking in public." I was like,
yeah, lawyers never drink.
Yeah, it's one of the highest substance abuse professions on the planet. But
us and dentists, we're always competing with dentists for the suicide rate and the alcoholism.
And I don't understand the dentist one as much, but
well, sure, because they're drilling a little kid, and the kid's saying, "I hate you," and he's like, "Shut up." That's why.
It's true. It happened to me. But no, that's seriously. So my dentist, Dr. Gao in Houston, Texas. Yeah, that's right. You piece of garbage. When I was a little kid, I had to go in for a cavity filling, and he would tell my parents that he was giving Novocaine, but he wouldn't. And then when like you're sitting there as like a little 5 and 6 year old kid or whatever, I don't remember how old I was, but it was under sub 9, we'll say. And like he's drilling into your teeth with no Novocaine and you're crying, he'd slap me.
I got slapped by my dentist too.
Yeah,
when I was a little kid, he's
you
drilling.
Start crying. I have other customer.
Oh, I had a dentist who was going blind, and he was really old, but he was a family friend. And so my mom kept taking me to him, and she's drilling on something, and it was like the Novocaine was wearing off, and it was hurt, getting drilled on your nerve. And I started jumping, and he smacked me.
Yeah.
What is this? Oh
yeah.
My gosh.
He was awful.
We have a fellow smacking dentist experience.
Yeah. Dr. Gao in Houston, Texas may still be practicing. Hope not, but probably is. I mean, for being honest. If you're in my audience, Dr. Gao, hey, what's up, buddy? Like and subscribe. Also,
buy my book.
But yeah, no, I never understood the dentist one, but sure, that makes more sense. But no, the lawyer one, I mean, I can just tell you one of the and I didn't even have to do that much, but one of the cases I had was a custody case. And the kid was is the exact same age as my oldest. And I got the case when the kid was like 8. And 3 lawyers before me had tried and failed to get a protective order against the dad who was a piece of garbage. But the dad was in Hennepin County. Dad's from a white upper middle class family. And frankly, in Hennepin County, this is going to sound really horrible, but a lot of the cases they deal with involve minorities. And I think there's a prejudice or a bias when the caseworker shows up to like a nice looking house with a nice looking family.
Oh yeah.
And they go, what could possibly be abusive about this? But I mean, this kid had been being abused since he was, 1 and 2 years old. And there was records of it. Doctors were reporting this. Teachers were reporting this. Parents, the other parent, grandparents, everybody's reporting this. And and they could just never find anything. But so having to sit there and listen to the stories of the things that were happening to this kid who looks like my kid, and like, you know, I'm sitting there like, this is what would, like, this is my son, right? Like that's all I could say. That was tough to deal with. Like dealing with that sort of abuse is, I mean, it's trying on you. It's like watching, like when I'm watching this lady talk about these picking up the little girl's body, like that almost got me, because I was like, man, if this happened to my daughters at a parade, I know their dance teachers would do the same, because I know how much they like them, you know?
Well, and this is the thing, lawyers, we're dealing with the worst times in people's lives, and you're seeing it endlessly, and you're paying, you're paying, like in this criminal context, you're seeing crime, you're seeing murders, you're seeing children being killed and molested, for example, or in family law, you're seeing people who used to love each other, who are now at war, who are fighting over the kids, and maybe through the kids, or people that used to love each other now are at odds. You know, it's where people are dying in the estate, and they're fighting over the estate. We're seeing people we see people at their worst, and so it gets traumatic. After a while, you really do. It's like, let me have a drink.
Yeah.
Close to that. That is a response. You have to, I think, as a lawyer, you have to be aware of that propensity, and just make sure that you are, looking reality in the mirror and saying, am I an alcoholic? Am I abusing this, or is this not? Because it's very easy. A lot of lawyers have alcoholism as a big part of their practice.
Yeah. And it is a problem. Yeah. It's exactly what you said. When you're confronting trauma all of the time and everything looks dark, it's pretty bad.
Well,
also,
was it you saying, I think you said that, like, don't take a drink when you're depressed, right? In response.
Don't drink through depression ever. Drink when you're happy. Always drink like that. That's when you should drink. That's because when you drink when you're depressed, it amplifies that depression. It puts you in a worse place, and that's where that's where the drink can get to interfere with your life in real, tangible, and dark ways.
Can I squeeze in a grift, by the way?
Yeah.
I want to thank you and your chat. And your chat people. Your chat people, based on my last appearance in the books that they bought pre-ordered, have basically paid for my first printing of my book.
Hey, that's awesome.
Thank you very much. I'm just waiting on Andrew to write the foreword. And as soon as he did, I will get those books out to people. But thank you, Nick, because it was as a direct result of people in your chats going to my website and buying my book. And thank you very much for doing that, because I'm just a working stiff public defender who has a sideline. I do this academic stuff for a sideline, and I think it's important information for people to have, but it's so kind of you to let me on. And thank you to your chat people and the people who bought the book. You have allowed this thing to be printed in the black on the first printing. So that's awesome.
Very, very awesome. So thank you, guys. And by the way, crimelaw.net, if you have not picked up a copy of Steve's book, you can. Anything and everything you may want to learn about the Florida criminal justice system is in there. Plus, even if you're not in Florida, even if you're not a lawyer, there's a ton of knowledge just generally applicable to criminal law in the book. A lifetime of experience, professional work at some of the highest levels that you can get to. It's education you cannot find except maybe, and I do mean maybe, in the halls of some of the most vaunted law schools that are out there. But this is written by a real person, not some pointy-headed academic who only knows like some words and has never actually practiced it. This dude has lived it for years and years and years and continues to do so. So
send me a grifting endorsement, and I'll put it up on the website.
Oh, I'm going to
100% me, credit cards and PayPal accepted. So
there you go.
Thank you. See, there you go.
Pool Girl 2025 says, off topic, but can you tell me what writ means when looking at a jail roster? The animal who beat my daughter to almost unrecognizable got a 3rd-degree assault while on probation and is in jail now. I don't know with that much context what
Well, a
writ
writ,
means.
I know what a writ is, but that doesn't sound right to be on a jail roster.
Yeah.
I don't understand what that question is.
So with just the context provided, I don't know. If you want to send me an email with maybe like a screenshot of the roster or whatever, and or maybe some background info, we can maybe try and figure that out. But based off just this chat, I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry. Jonathan, it is frustrating to see the court being so accommodating to a guy like this, but you can see it as them giving him enough rope. Ultimately, he's going to be effed with no chance at appeal. Yeah, and again, if the state plays its cards even close to right on this, I mean, the guy goes to prison forever. There's no way. And as he should. I mean, no one has any doubt about this guy's, he's thankfully shown the entire world that he's not insane.
Right. He's lost the competency argument by his arguments in court. Because one of the things you could do, you could theoretically, let's just very hypothetically, after the appeal is over, there could be a question about his competency, and there is no question. I mean, he is clearly competent. He is acting in he's got a delusional ideological world, but he knows right from wrong, and he knows what he's doing, and he's not dumb. So he's lost any appellate argument there.
And he's very conscious of what's happening around him. I mean, his questions are legally incorrect, but they are questions related to the matter at hand. They are questions related in many cases to questions that the prosecution has asked. He's reacting to the witness intelligibly, if not intelligently. And I mean, he has displayed competence and plenty of sanity to sustain a conviction. And that's really that's a big favor that Darrell Brooks did here, because it could have been really easy for him to try and at least feign credibly the sanity required, because people don't tend to run over a parade full of children and old women. That's not a normal thing to do. And so you could say anybody who does that is feasibly crazy. Well, and he's just dispelled that for us.
Another, visualizing if I had to represent this guy and as a public defender, another one of the arguments you might make is some sort of temporary insanity at the time when he was driving. So he's sane now, but at the time he was in some sort of insane state or some sort of heightened emotional state. That would require doctor testimony. You'd have to have basis for that in order to make that argument. And it's also generally a loser. People don't realize that insanity defenses are some of the hardest defenses to get through. And juries don't have to believe it. The burden of proof is on the defendant. So even if you get all the doctors to say he was crazy, they can disbelieve that and send him away anyway. And if you get a not guilty by reason of insanity, you still go to the criminal mental ward basically for life. So it's not really a solution. It's an alternative, but those are some questions about insanity defense.
Samuel Founding Father says, I won my appeal here in Florida. I was arrested for not letting a cop in my house without a warrant, and the pig claimed it was obstruction. Appellate court said my arrest was unlawful, only cost $10,000 for a lawyer. That's a steal. Good job, buddy. Very happy.
Yeah, yes, warrants do have meaning, and we do have a right to a warrant. People should not be able to bust into your home unless you're a pro-life protester.
I think they should have a warrant requirement for vehicles. I do not think the moving vehicle exception is valid.
Yeah, there's a lot of problems with the warrant. There's so many exceptions that have been carved out. They've minimized our rights, and
there's so many exceptions. There's a catch-all exception called exigent circumstances. And it's a lot of times people are like, well, exigent circumstances, like if you're chasing a criminal. No, that's the hot pursuit exception. It already exists. For the things people think of as exigent circumstances, those already have their own exceptions clearly laid out.
The one that kills me is good faith exception, which, the cop was operating in good faith. He didn't know the warrant was. So you've got a police agency that gets a warrant in bad faith, and the judge doesn't review it, and the warrant is invalid. but because those two agencies screwed up and didn't have a basis, but then this third guy cop comes in and serves a illegitimate warrant. Oh, he's operating in good faith. I mean, that basically cleans out everything. I've got an article on that in the book, but that is a big problem, and we really need to get back to basics on law.
It all goes back to Marbury versus Madison. Otto Rommel says, want to say bravo to the judge. Early on in the trial, someone mentioned she didn't know the sovereign citizen stuff. Excuse me. It was letting him get away with too much. She did her homework and flexed it today.
Yeah, I think that might have been me saying that.
Could be.
When she first came in, I didn't think she was fully on board with that, but it might have been my perception of her. But I'm definitely, I've changed my opinion. I've got her, she's gone way up in my book. What do you think? I mean, how have you perceived her as her evolution over the course of this trial?
I think she's doing okay. Way worse judges out there. I would like more, again, corrective instruction, I think, around some of these issues. Cause I just like, there is this possibility that the jury's like, why is the state so scared of the plaintiff? Like, why is this? It's the same line of questioning for every witness. And every time it's even breathed about, it's shut down. Is it like, it's raising the air of mystery. Yeah. And again,
the question would be like, what if she said, okay, the state's the plaintiff. Are you happy now? But see, he's never going to be happy because then the next, well, is it sealed? And is it this? And he's going to have all these procedural.
Where is the state? Who is the state? What is the state? Where are they represented here? Like that'll be
it's an endless parade of idiocy that you're going to go down that rabbit hole. So it's almost like conceding the first point. Okay, well, what about this? What about this? What about this? Now you're playing his game and she's not playing his game.
And that's why I don't want her to concede the plaintiff. I want her to explain to the jury that there is no plaintiff in the criminal trial and that the complainant is the state of Wisconsin, which intervenes on behalf of the entire citizenry or whatever. And however she constructs that and just says that any questions related to a plaintiff have no place in a criminal trial, because there is no plaintiff in a criminal trial. The state of Wisconsin has brought charges against this man, and maybe that's what it is.
Oh, and I got a lot of heat too from people were saying that because I was giving a Christian perspective of why the state is the prosecutor here and why it's not the individual citizens. Well, one of the things is that it allows the victims of this parade not to have to prosecute, not to have to make it personal. They can defer, they can let the state do the dirty work of putting him in prison forever. And they don't have to, they can forgive and live their lives and heal their wounds and move forward without having this burden of revenge foisted on them individually. So the reason the system exists is also to protect the survivors from having to deal with this idiot.
Yeah, well, there's that, and then there's the other point, or the other part of it, where if the victims are allowed to go after this guy in a criminal trial, they may act inappropriately. They may pursue legal strategies that are not sufficient for a conviction. In civil trial, you have a lower standard of proof. You can kind of get away with a little bit more because of that. You can bring in some stuff that might allow him to raise doubt, but might sway the jury in your favor, whatever. In a criminal trial, you can't. And that's critically important to keep that sort of mob mentality out of the court as much as possible, because we don't do justice by mob here, or we're not supposed to. We're supposed to do justice by a cold calculation of the state. And if we let the sentiment of the mob come in, then we're going to be adding in a whole bunch of irrelevant stuff.
Okay, go ahead. You got Griff to go? Go, dude. Griff.
Yeah, I got three more chats to read. Horror Amarada. Speaking of unknown on Rumble, I'm here to help diversify Rumble's content. If you're looking for late night gaming on Sundays at 9:30 Mountain, catch me on Horror Amarada Gaming. So you can check that out if you want to watch some gaming. Emphasis on the Ming. Sword and Scale. Hey, what's up, buddy? Says if only Rittenhouse had been at that parade.
He's a good shot. That kid is cool-headed, I'll tell you.
What about that Ohio kid who stopped the mall shooting with a handgun from like 80 yards away?
That was amazing. Good shot.
Militia Works says, not a sponsorship. Use promo code NOSE at checkout for 6.9% off on firearms/receiver groups at militiaworks.com until the end of the trial. $20 to Rekieta via rant in your name for each order. Wow.
Hey.
There you go. Guys, go buy stuff from them. Give me money. Oh my goodness. Did I get Sword and Skills earlier one? I did. Okay.
Well,
all right.
The other one more point on the throw in here before it starts up is that a lot of people have also brought up, why aren't they charging this as a hate crime? And because they think it might be racially motivated. Well, let me just give you a little insight, having been a prosecutor too, of why you wouldn't bring that up. Because it brings up a whole level of burden of proof of racial stuff that you don't need, because he's already killed 6 people and injured 30 something, right? You're going to get him life in prison regardless of what you put on. So don't have to prove something. Why throw that in there and make this a racial trial when you're going to get life in prison for the guy? So I don't see the necessity of doing it. Now, political prosecutors often throw that hate crime in there to generate animosities between sides, but this prosecutor again is doing the right thing and focusing on the real victims, which are the people that got run over by this guy, and proving those things and not things that aren't going to make a difference regardless.
The chat is clarifying it was Indiana, not Ohio. Okay, Indiana, not Ohio. Perfect. Thank you. Very, very helpful. Sorry, I got the fact wrong there, which that happens a lot with me just blankly remembering news stories. That being said, real quick, guys, I was remiss in my duty to mention today's show is sponsored by birchgold.com. That's right. The Birch Gold Group is here to go ahead and help you to acquire gold and silver, either for your personal ownership. You can buy gold coins, silver coins, probably some nuggets. I don't know if they have big bars or whatever, but you can buy stuff from them direct from their website, or what is kind of more of their scheme, grift, whatever you want to call it, is they help people hold physical assets such as gold and silver in their IRAs and 401ks. Not everybody can just buy like a bunch of gold or silver coins, but what a lot of people do have is a pool of money sitting there waiting for them to retire. And they have that typically diversified out in some different investments. One manner of diversification that may be beneficial to you in your portfolio is a physical asset, which are typically and historically more resistant to market volatility and inflation. So right now we're at a time of some of the highest inflation in American history. Thanks, Obama, for that. And because of that, some people are looking to things like gold and silver. You don't have to buy anything from this grift. It's the greatest grift on earth. You just go to birchgold.com/nose. It'll bring you to this exact webpage right here. And then you click on this button or this button, and they will send you a free information kit. And they can tell you about their services way better than I can. I am just a humble memer and lawyer on a live stream. But these guys are actual business experts who've been doing this a long time. They have an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau, which is very, very meaningful, and a whole bunch of reviews that are definitely not from bots on various websites. So you can check them out on your own. They get back to you very quickly. In fact, I dare you to click the link. They'll probably call you while the show is still going, and they can tell you if this is a thing you want to consider or not. It might not be the right move for you, but then again, it might also be something to help you out. And that's only you can determine what's good for your future. And this is just an option to explore there. But most importantly, I want to give my impassioned response as a recently canceled man.
Recently canceled man.
I say a lot of bullshit on this show for fun, for laughs, and sometimes it's really serious. But it's bullshit a lot of times. When Birch Gold Group approached me, the first thing I asked was, what can I not say? Like, you want me to run ads? That's cool. I have to look into your company a little bit, but at the outset, before I waste my time, What can I not say? And they said, we don't have any issues with what you say. And I said, oh, I did not see that coming. But no, they said, no, just be you. You know, we know who you are. Go for it. We want to work with you. You be you. We don't want to give you a script, which is clear from how bad these ads are. And what we don't want to do is tell you what you can and can't say on your show. So far they've held pretty true to that. I've not gotten an email complaining about any of the hilariously offensive things I've said in the meanwhile. And they're here as supporters of shows that support free speech. And look, let's just face the reality. They just want to sell some motherfuckers some gold.
Yeah.
Like that's what they want to do. And
and the way I understand it is that if you have an IRA, you can put a portion, all or a portion of that IRA into gold. So
yes,
like in a lot of diversity people or diversity, not that kind of diversity, the diversity investment things is that you put like 10% of your IRA or your savings into some sort of tangible asset, which gold would be one. So you could put theoretically 10% of your IRA into gold. I wish I'd done that a year ago when Biden was elected. My IRA is dead. They're killing it. Between inflation, and it's like a 30% loss this year, along with inflation. So this is the goes along with it's if you have an IRA out there, you can just transfer. It doesn't cost you anything, and they will hold it and bank it for you until it's returned to you when you're able to take it out, right?
Yeah, something like that. Again, you are legally not allowed to hold the physical assets in your hand and have them as part of your IRA, so they're held on deposit for you. And I would assume that it's not like that they return them to you when it's eligible or whatever. But I don't know specifically how that works. Great question for Birch Gold in your free information kit. That will answer all of that. But you're absolutely correct. You can take a portion of your IRA, again, this existing pool of money, and use that to hedge against some of the negative effects that the market has. That's the idea. And I mean, there's always a possibility that gold and silver spike up for whatever reason. They tend to be a little more upward stable than other investments, but you can never guarantee anything. Like everything, it's diversification of investment involves the type of assets you hold as well as the nature of and quality of those assets. So you check that out. This is way too long. They paid me for 60 seconds. We've been talking about them for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
what is this nonsense? Birch Gold better send me some of the good
gold.
But anyways, thanks guys. It really helps the show when you guys click on that green button as well. And again, I support businesses that support free speech and are willing to take a chance on someone like me. So much appreciated. Baines 32 says ungrounded.
Ungrounded. Ungrounded. Yeah.
No grounds.
Grounds, ungrounded.
Let's see. Jen Senziger says, speaking of needing help getting things up, how's Darshant? You shut your mouth. Jen Senziger, you just shut your mouth, okay? Nothing happened. I mean, everything happened. It was the best night of his life. This is a deep joke, Steven.
Okay,
I wouldn't understand.
I'm sorry. I'm in sort of like my own. I actually am off again today. Not only did I take off, but I'm working from home for the next 2 weeks, they'd say at least, because my office is flooded from the stupid hurricane. So now I got to figure out how to do that. But I had another day off because I'm like, no car, no bread, no touch.
You're unbreaded?
Unbreaded. That is so funny.
I finally had to explain unbreaded to my wife last night. I've gone a long time avoiding it, and I finally had to.
Did she get it?
Oh, she did. Yeah. Once I explained it to her and showed her the video, that was good. Okay. So over on Odyssey, Polytoll says you can boost on Odyssey to make this show up more prominently on Odyssey. You can get it back later minus transaction fees. That's one of the practical uses of LBC. Oh yeah, I know you can do that. I just never really figured out how. But thank you. Max Tuber says LBC Stronghold a buy. Okay, very cool. The Drunken Rock something. What is this?
The Drunken Rock.
No, it cuts it off. The Drunken Rocky one says the Odyssey app is better than Rumble's. Ooh, shots fired.
Wow.
On
Well,
that
there
one.
needs to be. I'm glad there's competition. Thank God there's competition.
Yes. Yes. And really, like, Odyssey has some features that are certainly better than some of the features Rumble has. And that's something that Rumble needs to work on in those respects. So that's really cool. Like, the Odyssey chat is very, very, very good. It's a very good chat program. I think Rumble should look at it.
Oh, I have an analogy for your chats, because I think one of the fun things about your channel is the chats, and I enjoy reading them sometimes. There's a lot of brains going on. There's also some fun, but
let's not fluff the chat too hard here. I mean, I've seen some of them too. No,
I used to be I am still a chatter. I am really a chat person that's launched into this. I feel like I'm the face of the chat sometimes, although I'm sorry, that's not to insult the chatters.
Oh,
but the thing, it reminds me, because I'm a metalhead, and I love going to metal shows. In fact, we're going to go see Meshuggah on Saturday in Orlando. My son and my wife and I are all going to see Meshuggah. So, but it's kind of reminds me of like watching the mosh pit. Half the fun of a metal show is watching the mosh pit, and watching the crowd. That's half the fun, because they are so into it. Nobody's going to see Meshuggah because that's the cool place to be. I mean, those people believe in the band, right? So everybody's into it, and it's fun. So the chat's kind of like a good mosh pit. How do you like that analogy?
That was good. That was good.
This is what I think about at night.
Let's see. So speaking of this Rumble rant that's coming in, the disabled or disband the EU says the number of people watching is so fake it's not even funny. They probably track a viewer from the last century as a concurrent one. And with that, for just a moment, we had crested 20,000 viewers. Oh, wait, we just did again. 20,030 viewers watching right now, according to Rumble. Disband the EU is over here being grumpy about it, which we learned from the Johnny Depp trial that grumpy is just a pile of shit. She dropped a grumpy on the bed.
Andrew Braca did the trial, the Johnny Depp trial, not me. Andrew's on vacation, but I
know I invited him, and he's like, "Oh, I'm on my motorcycle all day." So,
he's driving from Colorado to Nashville and back on his motorcycle. But he does hire me to do his crim law class too. I teach his criminal law class, so a little grift in for Andrew, because he's a really good guy, and I'm very humbled that he hired me to do his criminal law class. So he's got a whole law school teaching like real law rather than political law and garbage law. So we're teaching that, and that's ongoing. It's every Wednesday. So I don't know, but you just go to his website. I'm not sure of exactly the details of how they're selling it at this point. I'm just teaching it, but there is that other side of the grift.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Andrew may be joining on Thursday. I think he's going to get home on Wednesday, and he said he might be available on Thursday. I did send in the link today just in case. I don't know if he decided to stop at like a gas station or something. He could pop in
on his cell phone on the side of the road, somewhere on the roads of middle America.
Let's see what is next. Bernie Gores says the most evil thing about this, and then he has a monkey icon, I'm not sure what that is that he thinks he should go free. So that's weird. Not sure you could do that one on YouTube. Magician Sapphire. So guys, what's the over under in the number of days for Darrell Brooks to become the black prison wife of the Aryan Brotherhood? Whoa. Ouch. 6. That's the over under. That's the over under on that one.
Pope knows, not me.
Yeah, I've deemed it so. Let's see. What do we got here? We should be coming up back into court really soon. I don't think it was much past 12:30. If at all.
Well, let me make another observation about the trial, since we are on a law channel. The exhibit. I think that I'm really admiring. One of the things I'm really admiring about this prosecutor's office is that they have this one exhibit that's very well designed, very well thought through, that has all of the victims laid out in sequence, right? And with the names, and then they're using that one exhibit to basically draw their entire prosecution round. So as the witnesses go, they're going down the line and establishing all these victims on this list. And that will be a great demonstrative aid, and it will be in evidence for the jury. And they're using it sort of as a guidepost. They're also not overwhelming the jury with every exhibit they have. Here's a photograph from this angle. Here's a photograph from this. We've got 300 photos that you need to review. No, they're focused on just the ones they've got. They have the overhead cam. They've got the exhibit. They're doing just enough to what they need to get it to this jury. So they're using that demonstrative aid as a guidebook to as the witnesses go through. It's brilliant. I mean, these prosecutors are doing exactly what they want. Exactly what they should, and this is the way it's nice to see good prosecutors, isn't it? I mean,
it is. No, it really is. The Kim Potter trial had exactly what you're talking about. The evidence was so cumulative in that trial. They had so many extraneous pictures. They had so much repeat testimony, and a repetition of facts that was, in my opinion, wildly prejudicial. I really, really disliked how they ran that. And Matthew Frank, Assistant Attorney General of Minnesota or whatever, Assistant State's Attorney Matthew Frank. I don't know which one you are. You're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit, and I don't like you. And I think you're a garbage prosecutor. So thank you for that. Not only for the Kim Potter case, but also for the Thomas Lane convictions, and your statements during his sentencing hearing were infuriating. They drove me crazy. Are you familiar with Thomas Lane?
No, I try to stay away from media as much as possible. This is my life,
In the George Floyd incident, right? There were 4 officers on trial. Right. One of them being Derek Chauvin, and then 3 other officers, or maybe it was Derek Chauvin and 4 others.
The 3 bystander officers. That was,
this one, in my opinion, was the worst of the 3 too. Thomas Lane was the guy who was next to Chauvin. He was on the legs of George Floyd, and he's the guy who was checking Floyd's pulse. And when things slowed down, he said, "Hey, we should turn this guy over on his side. I think he's having problems. Hey, we want to do that." And Chauvin said no twice. And then once they actually got him up onto a gurney when the ambulance arrived, Thomas Lane is the guy who performed CPR on George Floyd. He was charged and convicted of basically aiding and abetting the death of George Floyd. And during the sentencing hearing, Matthew Frank gave the mitigating factors were that he tried to prevent the death of George Floyd. It's like, wait a minute, how are you aiding and abetting if the mitigating factors, you're actively trying to prevent death? And it was for him specifically, that was an unjust conviction. It really bothers me on that one. It's like, wait, all of the facts of this are about him. Now, I think he did plead to the state charge, which is a problem, but that was after he lost the federal case for a federal hate crime. And it was like, that should not have been how that went down. For that guy specifically.
The record then in State versus Brooks, appearances are as they were this morning. Do we have Ms. Gajewski available? All right, bring her in and we'll bring the jury in as soon as she's up here for her cross-exam.
See, he thinks this trial is some preliminary thing where he's going to gather a record together.
Visual by that name.
He does not consent to the name Darrell Brooks.
Consent is noted for the record. All right, Ms.
He's establishing some case.
Our way back to the witness stand. And as soon as you are there, I will have the jury brought out.
Oh yeah, it's worse. Rob Dorr brings up it was worse. He was charged with failure to render aid.
Before the jury comes out, I would like to direct Your Honor to a case, United States versus Cotton, 535.
Mr. Brooks, if you have a motion, you need to put it in writing, and then I will address it. I'm not going to deal with any oral motions right now.
I want to hear it.
So if you're
I'll look it up.
To reconsider something, you need to follow the proper procedure.
535 US 625.
told you repeatedly what a motion is. So if it's a reconsideration, 806.07 is the statute I would direct your attention to.
It's not a reconsideration. It's just bringing up the subject matter jurisdiction again. Which
Sir, I've already dealt with this repeatedly. So any further times you want me to address it, you need to put it in writing for the court to consider a proper motion with the relief that you're requesting, the legal basis, and the facts upon which you are relying.
I have that here, Your Honor.
Not just simply a case. I want a motion.
I've put in several motions that have yet to be
Sir,
answered.
I've already addressed them. The jury's on its way out. I'm not going to delay the start of this cross-examination for this argument yet again.
It's
I've already addressed
Oh
the
my
fact
God.
that it's the
Okay, so the
afternoon doesn't mean I
proposition
need
of
to
US v.
address it
Cotton
again.
is very simple. It's a jurisdiction argument that he's
It's
trying to
gonna
make.
be brought up. It's going to continue to be brought up, Your Honor. It hasn't been proven that you have jurisdiction, that this court has jurisdiction. I think it's relevant.
In US v. Cotton, the court did not have jurisdiction
Subject matter
to
jurisdiction
prosecute
can't
a
be
crime
forfeited away.
not
You know
charged
that.
in the indictment.
Right. This is an Apprendi issue. This is not an indictment issue.
By not answering, Your Honor, you're agreeing to a tactic agreement. Is that a
Shut
judicial determination that you don't have to answer?
They're saying that case says that the indictment did not charge certain elements of a crime.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated.
Which was the crime was carrying cocaine in excess of 50 grams, but the indictment did not list the amount
Right,
of
Mr. Brooks, you
the,
may question the
of the
witness.
charge, which
Questions for her.
is an element of that crime. Sorry.
And it's a fact question for the jury, so it has to be submitted to the
The
jury.
defendant can question the witness now.
So that they're saying they don't have jurisdiction to
noted for the
review that
record,
because that's a jury question, not a judge question. That's
Ask your questions, please.
so far away from anything we're talking about here. It's not even funny. We could talk all about Apprendi. I love Apprendi. It's a great decision by the U.S. Supreme Court, but that is basically because the state didn't charge it, then there's no jurisdiction for the court to review it. That's what that case stands for.
Do you want to know what I love?
What?
Law and crime actively changes the size and position of their watermark
As you testified
because of
to
this
earlier,
live stream.
you were present at the Christmas parade on November 21st of 2021. That'd be fair to say.
Yes.
Oh, cross of this girl.
Do you remember about how long you intended to be at the parade?
Just until we finished the route.
It was a few exhibits that you stated on record that you weren't familiar with seeing. Would that be fair to say?
Once clarified, I did say that I remembered seeing them.
So you saw those videos before today?
Yes,
About how many times do you recall seeing them before today?
just once.
Do you recall who showed them to you?
Yes.
You stated for the record and for the jury.
Can you repeat that?
Can you state who showed you the videos for the record and for the jury?
Yeah, the state.
The plaintiff.
And who would you be referring to when you say the state?
The three seated next to you.
Are you referring to the opposite table next to me?
Yes.
Let the record reflect that. She identified the
point.
Three
Yeah, you nailed
prosecutors
it.
sitting at the prosecution table.
The record will so reflect.
He just won his appeal right there, man.
Do you recall knowing if you would possibly be called to testify?
Yes.
Were you expecting to testify?
Yes, I got a letter in the mail.
Do you recall if that letter was a subpoena?
Yes, it was a subpoena.
You frequently referred to the vehicle as the car. Do you recall those statements?
Yes.
So for clarification, what type of vehicle did you see that day? Was it a car?
It was a Ford SUV.
And how were you able to determine the make and model of the vehicle?
Objection. Not describe the model.
Grounds.
Overruled. She may answer the question.
So when I first saw it, I made a point to figure out what car it was, not the license plate. And I knew it was either that an Escape or a Mercury. And then as the vehicle got closer to me, I saw the Ford emblem. That's how I knew it was a Ford.
And during those determinations of the make and model of the vehicle, did you catch a description of the driver?
No, I did not.
Any reason why you would be more focused on the make and model of the vehicle instead of who was driving the vehicle?
I can't tell you why. I just made sure I knew what the vehicle was.
And you didn't try to see if you can spot a license plate at any time?
It all happened way too fast.
So would it be fair to say that it happened fast enough for you to not be able to make out the model and make of the vehicle?
No, I knew exactly what it was.
But not exactly who was driving the vehicle?
No, I did not look who was driving it, just the make.
You stated that you observed some girls from your dance team in the hospital. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And you stated that a few of them were laying on the ground?
Yes.
Any idea why they would be laying on the ground in the hospital?
Because there was so many people, there wasn't enough room. So people were standing, sitting, and laying on the ground because the rooms were overflowed.
Were they being attended to at that time?
Nope, because there was too many people.
Ooh. Again, one of those answers you don't want.
Did you recall feeling
Not that it
like maybe
matters
they
here,
should
but-
have
Doesn't
been
matter, but
attended to, seeing as how they may have been seriously injured?
what a
The
cold
nurses were attending to who needed it immediately. The nurses were doing the best they could.
So it would be fair to say that the girls that you observed on the ground weren't of immediate concern to the nurses at that time.
At that time, they weren't.
Yeah, this is.
Were you injured in any way during this incident?
I was not.
amazing. Isn't it amazing to see this person's brain functioning like this? I mean, what kind of human being thinks like
Testified
this?
earlier to the approximate speed of the vehicle. Do you recall what your
This
answer
child
was?
wasn't
Yeah, about
sufficiently
55
injured for a
miles per
nurse's
And how were you able to come
attention.
to that determination?
But that's only because there was someone else who was worse injured.
Because I've drove for a couple of years now, and that's just the number that came to my head. Because when I drive, I know what 55 feels like, and I know what 25 feels like, and that was just my best guess.
So it would be fair to say that you were making an assumption. You didn't know for sure.
Nope. Yeah, that was just my best guess.
You made a reference to a young woman by the name of Sam. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
And what relation do you have to Sam? Is she just part of the dance group or close friend or?
Yeah, she's part of the dance group, but I became super close with her ever since I started working there.
Do you recall seeing her struck by the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see it. It didn't happen.
Yeah, there
Do
is.
you remember where she was at the
Pain.
time that you saw the vehicle pass you?
Yes, she was on the front left side. If you're looking towards the truck that was in our group, she was on the left side in front, first girl.
Would it be fair to say that from that angle that you would be able to see her if she was struck?
I was turned the other way. She was behind my back.
So you don't know for sure where she was at when the vehicle passed you?
I do. She was in her formation that I had put her in.
Izuri in the locals chat makes a
Do
good
you know if
observation.
anyone was
When a woman gets this calm after
standing there
crying, run.
or in
She's
that
flipped the
position
mama
with her
bear
at that
switch.
time?
She has her own spot, and
She
there
has
was girls behind
changed.
her and next to her, but she would have been the only dancer in her spot.
She's changed her emotional framework. She no longer has to watch
So it would have
videos
been people in
of
her general area,
the
but
kids that
not
she cares about
directly
getting
next
hit
to
by
her.
cars.
Yeah, they
She
have
now gets to
space
channel
in
that into
between all of
anger
them.
towards this person.
Yeah, their psychology here is interesting. I mean, as just a passive observer, I mean, this says a lot of good things about the people
Do
around
you
this
remember
guy
what you
Brooks.
did immediately after the vehicle passed you?
Yep, I ran to Alice and I picked her up immediately.
You know, the witnesses are coming across as really good people, and this guy, what is his point here? You know, and people like this exist in
In
society.
regards to your dance team, did you observe anyone struck?
I just remember seeing bodies in the air, but I can't say I remember seeing a vehicle hit them. I remember seeing bodies in the air and on the ground.
So at that point, it would be fair to say that you didn't know if the people that were on the ground or in the air or whatnot were in fact struck by a vehicle.
Well, I did know it was the vehicle because I turned around and I saw the vehicle coming towards them. And then I think I blacked out until they actually were in the air and on the ground.
By blacked out, what do you mean by that? State that, what that means for the jury and for the record.
So I can't see anything, but I can hear it. So when I say blackout, I mean I can't visualize it, but I can hear it happening.
Was that the first time that you ever had a blackout?
Yeah,
So it's never happened before that day?
never.
Any idea what caused it on that occasion?
Yes.
No. Stress, shock.
Some people are saying he's enjoying this cross process.
I think that's a projection that he is psychopathic and wants to create suffering in the people he's already impacted.
And you
I'm
stated
not
that you
100%
got into
convinced of that. I think he might be
ambulance and
disassociative.
with someone who was struggling.
Might be
being left to
sociopathic.
parade at that point.
A squad car, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
But I don't
A
know. I
squad.
mean, he
You
very
left
well
at that
could be
point.
Yeah.
deriving joy out of this. I think that
Do you
was
recall
a
about
that
what time
narrative
that
for
was?
news media to say, oh, he's
No.
fired his attorney so he can punish
Do
the
you recall
victims
how
a
long
second
you
time.
were,
I mean, that's a
with
nice headline,
the
but I
person
don't know
being
that
transported
actually
at that
makes.
time?
That's true.
No, I wasn't worried about time.
But he might be. I just don't know. There's also other things to explain it. Never attribute to malice that which can be adequately explained by incompetence.
Right, right.
Hanlon's razor, one of my favorite things.
Yes.
Do you recall if anyone was walking directly next to you at the time of the incident?
I was walking next to the girls on my team that got struck.
You think he's enjoying his art? He might be. I mean, the chat, and by the way, I'm not making definitive statements. I was just giving my opinion. He might be enjoying this. I don't know his mind, and thank God
Do you
I
recall
don't.
walking next to Sam or Sam walking next to you?
No, she was behind me.
I think he's an extreme narcissist with no empathy.
Do you recall,
except for self,
in the statement that, and this is, I'm guessing, in a summary report given to Detective Schwartz? Do you recall being interviewed by Detective Schwartz?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Do you recall making a statement that Samantha was walking next to you?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you recall making a statement that you did not have enough time to tell Sam to move?
Yes.
And this was the same Sam that you just testified that you did not see struck, correct?
Yeah. Yes, I didn't see her hit.
it's the Dunning-Kruger effect, which I love the Dunning-Kruger effect in operation here.
Oh, yeah.
So it'd be fair to say that you made the statement.
My local chat, someone says, I really wish he didn't have a mask
tell
on.
her to move.
Eric the Rod says no one cared
But
until
didn't
he
actually
refused
see
to
what
take off
happened
the
to her.
mask.
Because she was on the same side as me, and that's why I was saying I didn't have enough time to tell her to move, but I wasn't next to her.
Any idea what may have stopped you from being able to see what happened?
Because I blacked out.
Again, not great answers for you, Darrell.
At the point that you blacked out, at that point you didn't see anyone struck. Would that be fair to say?
I don't remember exactly the vehicle hitting, but I just remember bodies flying. I think I kind of try to block it out.
Do you recall making a statement that everything happened so fast?
Yes.
But not fast enough for you to identify the vehicle?
Nope. I remember exactly what the vehicle was.
Do you recall if the vehicle had any damage at that point?
I was only paying attention to what kind of make it was.
Is that a nose ring? I think so.
Could see the body of it was an SUV, and like I said, I thought it was either
glare on the nose there
with the Mercury or a Ford, and so I was just paying attention to the emblem when the grill got closer, and I saw it was a Ford. I wasn't looking for any damage.
About how close would you estimate the vehicle came to you?
I don't know.
Did it get close to you?
I don't know. I blacked out.
Do you remember what side of the road you were on when you blacked out?
Yeah, I was on, if you are looking at the truck, I was on the left side. If you're walking in the parade, I was on the left side. But I had turned around, and so I was on the right side because I was looking at the vehicle.
So at what point did your memory go fuzzy?
So I turned around, and I saw a car or an SUV, and I told myself, "You're crazy. You don't see that." And then all of a sudden, I don't remember anything. I can hear it, and then after, I remember seeing the bodies. So I would say I blacked out from when I saw the vehicle to after it passed.
Any idea how long that may have been, roughly, if you recall?
A second.
So pretty much like the snap of a finger.
Yeah, because it went by so fast.
And from your recollection, that was quick enough for you to miss anybody being struck.
I blacked out, so I didn't see them physically get hit.
Nick, add to the Rumble list an updating Rumble count, like the watching count now. I can't
Outside
because
of
it only updates when you
Detective
refresh
Shorts.
the page.
Did you were you interviewed by any other law enforcement?
No, I only gave that statement, and that was it.
What about at the hospital? Were you interviewed at the hospital?
No, I was not.
Did you call yourself to make a report about what you saw that evening?
No, I went and gave the statement right after I left the hospital, and that was it.
Did you do any follow-up to see if your report was received by anyone in law enforcement?
No.
Did anybody from law enforcement contact you about the statement that you gave?
No.
Opening another tab wouldn't actually. That wouldn't keep the account lively updated. That's what I'm saying is like you can't.
Do you recall at any time?
I just refreshed it for you. Look at
reading or
the
seeing a
private chat.
complaint in this matter?
No.
Yeah. No, I have another tab open. I can refresh it. Like I said, I was at 6.01K rumbles. You just showed 6.02K, which is great. I'm just saying, like, having a live counter on the screen wouldn't help because it has to.
Police department?
You have to refresh it all the time.
Yes, with the police.
Yeah, no, I just gave a statement, and that was it.
He really needs, he needs to stop this line of questioning immediately anyway.
Would you consider yourself a party to this matter? Grounds.
Relevance is the grounds.
Sustained.
Yes.
On relevance now.
He seems so shocked every time.
Contacted by the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds. Grounds.
Relevance.
Overruled. You may answer.
Can you say who the plaintiff is?
I'm asking you, are you aware of the plaintiff? Were you contacted by the plaintiff at any time?
I don't know what the plaintiff is.
Yes.
The plaintiff would be whoever is bringing the claim for the charges in the matter.
So not, then yeah.
Yeah, what, you were contacted by the plaintiff?
Objection.
She answered yes. I'll answer grounds.
An objection. Hold on.
Objection. Move to strike.
Grounds.
Legal analysis.
Grounds.
And the defendant has testified.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll grant the request to strike the question and the answer for the reasons given by the state. You may rephrase if you'd like.
Who were you contacted about testifying?
The state.
And that, I'm assuming the state of Wisconsin, correct?
I just know them as a state right there.
Right there, as in referring to the prosecution table?
Correct.
To let the record show that she identified the state as the three attorneys at the prosecution table.
Objection.
Record will still reflect.
She's already identified the state as those three, though. Like, I mean, but I guess it's fine. It doesn't, none of this matters. It's all irrelevant. It's all pointless. None of this is probative to the issue of whether or not you drove your car into a crowd of
And
people.
do you recall having a conversation with the state?
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you would identify the state as the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
This is such delusional lawyering. It's unbelievable how.
Have you ever had any interactions with the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
I'm getting ready to kill. So,
You see the plaintiff in the courtroom today?
Next,
Same
Steve will be
objection.
on the defense,
Sustained.
representing himself, making
Oh,
sovereign
Even
citizen
though if there's a
arguments.
plaintiff?
grounds.
Same objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
So as far as you know, in your opinion, who would you say is the plaintiff in this matter?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
How many times does he have to be explained to this that he doesn't know what he's talking about? I mean, it's
Always
hard.
one
Like
more.
being
Always one
off
more.
the bread.
Were you present at the parade with any family that day?
No.
Just 1 second. And when you visited the hospital, how did you learn of the injuries to any of your dance team partners?
Which hospital are you referring to?
I only heard you say Memorial. You might have said two. I think you said Children's one time too. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, that's correct.
I guess I would be referring to Memorial.
So the only injury, well, not even injury, I only knew Julia had something wrong with her brain at the time because they saw spinal fluid coming out of her nose.
And were you told that directly from a doctor?
I heard them freaking out and rushing her to a CT scan because I was right next to her, helping them as she seized and vomited.
Jeez.
So you overheard from the nurses what the diagnosis was?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay. Do
What
it.
about for Sam?
Are you referring to the night of?
Yes.
See, this is the other interesting thing. If you elicit your
guessing
own
you
hearsay
saw her at some
testimony,
point
that's
that
on you.
night.
I did not
That's
see
your
her
fault.
that night.
He doesn't
Did
get
you
to
see her
object to
at
her
any point?
hearsay statements.
I did. I was there at the hospital the first day she was able to have a visitor.
And were you told directly by medical professionals at that time that you were able to see her of any possible injuries?
I wasn't told by them. She actually called me.
Can I strike that answer for hearsay? Your Honor?
No,
You asked the question.
But the answer was hearsay.
you asked the
You asked
question.
the question.
See, and what he's missing is, again, objections are objections to the question almost always. You're either objecting to a question or you're objecting procedurally to something the judge does. You can sometimes object to the answer, but usually it's when an answer is inappropriate, like it's non-responsive, something like that. But if you elicit hearsay testimony, that's on you. That's entirely on your questioning style there.
And in fact, that's why the witnesses have been very well spoken to by the prosecution, because they are very disciplined.
In the
Normally,
days after the incident, did you have quite a few interactions with the dance team?
Yeah, we tried to keep ourselves busy, and we did a lot of things together.
the witnesses will usually volunteer a lot of stuff, and they're not doing that.
Did you attend any visuals or
did you
any
obtain
memorials
any
or anything
visual?
like that?
Oh,
yes, I did.
Vigils, he meant.
I think it's visuals.
For the jury, how many?
I believe it was on Monday. I went to that vigil.
Vigil.
That would be the only one that you attended?
Yeah, that was the only one they had.
Were you aware of things set up financially for the victims?
Can you repeat that?
Were you aware of any for example, like GoFundMe's or donations or anything for the victims? Were you aware of anything like that going on in the days after the incident?
Objection.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Grounds.
Sustained.
You yourself donate to any causes associated with the incident?
I did not.
Are you still currently a member of the dance team?
Can you tell me which one you're referring to?
What is it, stream dance team?
Yeah, I am not. I do not work there anymore.
Legal Grounds Coffee by Rekieta Law. Oh no, stop.
Grifting off of
Decision
ground.
made by the incident, or was it just a personal decision?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained.
Oh my gosh.
You testified earlier to having the blackout and that being the first time that happened. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
The longer he keeps her on the stand, the worse it is for his
Have
case.
you had
But
any
it doesn't
blackouts
matter.
anytime since that day?
No.
You know, the happiest person in this entire courtroom is the public
First and
defender
only.
who got excuses from representing this guy.
No further questions.
Oh,
Oh,
God.
thank God.
Ms. Kajewski, with respect to that blackout, you testified that you don't have a visual memory of the SUV actually striking any girls that day. Is that right?
Correct.
You testified, however, that you remember what it sounded like.
Mm-hmm.
Describe that.
Yes. Sorry. Yes. So it sounded like those big orange construction cones just being hit. That's what I remember it as.
You do have a visual memory of the immediate aftermath of the strike?
I do.
And what is that memory?
Objection. Hearsay.
You may answer. It's overruled.
When this guy gets a chair, you can release a
just
special limited blend of coffee
pure
called Brooks
chaos.
Roast.
Shoes everywhere, palms everywhere, bodies,
Oh,
people screaming, running around, just chaos.
When asked on cross-examination what caused your blackout, you said stress and shock. You remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
At any time in your life before November 21st of 2021, had you ever witnessed an SUV drive through a group of young women?
Objection, hearsay.
Overruled.
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled. You may answer.
No.
What about any time since November 21st, 2021?
Objection, relevancy.
Overruled.
No.
It is relevant because it goes. Technically, it's relevant. Technically, it's relevant because he asked the question about her memory, and so it's like, why did you black out that one time?
Amy Sutton.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not hearsay because she saw it. She was a witness. Idiot. I've dealt with these guys. I mean, it's
anger coming through at random times. It's not hearsay because he saw it. She's a witness. You idiot.
Well, I mean, I've dealt with it, you know, and it's like, this is the problem with the sovereign citizen. They're so wrapped up in their ideology. They're in a different
Can you
world.
please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right up one
Miss
riser.
Sutton? Oh, I thought they were going to call that
please
cop.
Remain standing.
They're going to call the cop
Raise your
beforehand.
right hand, and my clerk Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
They can juggle witness order all the time, and that's a lot of it has to do with who's out in the hall, who's ready to go.
She's right here.
So
if I do the coffee, I have to fight then with the quartering.
The testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
Yes. Thank you. Please have a seat. The first thing I would like you to do is to state your first and last
She
names
reminds me of
for
the chick that
record,
plays
and then
Kimmy
spell
Schmidt in The
each.
Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt. What's that actress?
First name, Janie Sutton.
She's in The Office.
Janie. Last name, Sutton. Sutton.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Ms. Sutton, how old are you?
I'm 23.
Do you have an affiliate, or have you ever had an affiliation with the Extreme Dance Group here in Waukesha?
Yes, I worked there last year.
How long did you work for Extreme?
From May of 2021 to April of 2022.
What was your role with the organization?
I was a coach for the junior team.
What's the approximate age range of the junior team?
About 8 to 11 years old.
How many people were part of that group, the junior group?
10.
And did you participate with your dance team in the Waukesha Christmas Parade on November 21st of last year?
Yes.
You yourself were actually present for the parade?
Yes.
Did you attend as spectators, or did you march in the parade?
I marched in the parade.
With your girls?
Yes.
Do you remember approaching the 5 Points intersection?
Yes.
Do you remember what happened at that intersection?
A car drove along my left side.
I'm going to ask to put up for the jury.
Good thing
number
Vices
15,
isn't
which has
here.
previously
He'd die of a
been received
nosebleed.
and
Aw,
published.
come on.
Go ahead.
Okay, do you see the screen in front of you?
Yes.
You see a group of names in a green box, at the bottom of which is titled Waukesha Extreme Dance.
Yes.
Are you familiar with the names in that list? You can take a few moments to read through it if you'd like.
Yes.
And the black line connecting that box to a star, you see that?
Yes.
Does that
Sense of
star
coffee, brand
accurately
coffee
represent
collab.
the approximate
There you
location
go.
where you and your
Where I don't
girls
have to do any
were
work.
when the car came through your group?
Yes.
I'm going to ask that
I don't
we
even like coffee.
display Exhibit 32 and publish it. It's previously been received and admitted. Excuse me, published.
Go ahead.
This is 1 minute and 23. We're not going to play the whole thing. Ms. Sutton, what I'd like to do is to play this from the beginning, and then at a certain point, I'll pause it.
Her
and I'm
eyes
gonna
are
ask you to see
captivating.
if
Quoting
you see
Legal
yourself on
Vices,
the video,
probably.
okay? So we're just going to take a look at this from the beginning.
Locals chat is brutal. Vice is getting shredded. He's on life support in Locals.
Does Odyssey have a chat that you can follow too, or?
Yes, Odyssey has a chat. Rumble has a chat. And most importantly, though, rekietalaw.locals.com has a private curated chat, curated to maximum degeneracy. And you can only join by being a Locals subscriber. It's also an extremely functional chat with pictures and everything. And all the racism you could possibly want. Is that a selling point?
I don't know.
All the
Maybe for
misogyny
some,
you can muster.
it doesn't matter what hood they're wearing as long as their dollar is green. Is that what you're saying?
Pause, please. We've paused at the 43-second mark. Do you see yourself on the screen?
Yes.
So that's a touch screen in front of you. Can you use your finger and circle yourself for us? Okay, so what's on your head?
I have a gray hat on.
Gotcha. Okay, we can clear that, please.
Is it worse
We'll
than
continue
Discord?
watching from that
No,
point.
because there's no pornography allowed on locals at all.
You're not
So-
selling it very well.
No, trust me. Have you heard of overstimulation, Steve?
Pause.
That was the
57-second mark. Based on the video that we've seen so far in this exhibit, did it appear to you as though the girls were maintaining their position in the group?
Yes.
Okay. Could we display for the witness exhibit number 33 and publish this as well, please? It's previously been admitted and published.
Go ahead.
I would like you, Ms. Sutton, to please take a few minutes or moments and look at this exhibit, read all the names. Let me know when you're done.
Oh, jeez. Should do what the judge does, just stand up and walk
The
around a
boxes
little bit.
with names in them. Are they accurately represented in this diagram based on where they were in the formation in real life?
Yes.
Okay.
So this chick is brought in
I now would
to
like to
identify
play for
that
the
she
witness
saw the
only,
injuries of
exhibit number
everybody who the
36,
other one
please.
didn't see.
Probably.
It's their whole purpose.
Probably. They're very methodical. They've planned this out. They've got the chart. They've got the groups. They're going down and saying testimony as to this injury, this injury, this injury. Then they tie it up with identity. Boom. Get it to the jury.
Yep.
Yeah. Well thought out strategy from the prosecution side. Not so much on the defense side.
So we've played about 11 seconds for you there. Do you recognize that video?
Yes.
Have you seen it before?
Yes.
What does it show?
It shows a car hitting some of our girls.
Oh, God.
Is that video an accurate depiction of how the events unfolded that day?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 36 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
Exhibit 36 is received. Permission to publish is granted. May I please have the total length of the video?
This is 29 seconds. We're going to play from the beginning and we're going to turn the audio on.
Thankfully, I haven't seen these videos, but how many videos are there? Because it seems like they're doing the same one. It's already in evidence.
They only had 140 exhibits total,
We'll double check.
I believe.
But I mean, aren't they narrating off the same video? It seems like it's already in evidence. So why aren't they just commenting off something that's already in evidence?
It showed it wasn't playing at the right speed.
I think I can just very simply clarify. To adjust the speed, you have to change it to see what it's set at. So it was at 100% and it is now back at 100%.
I object to that for the record.
Okay, we'll play it at 100% then. Your objection, sustain the objection, say play the video back at 100%. There we go.
Reflects the statement made by Attorney Wichow regarding the speed, and the court accepts that. Go ahead.
So that's an interesting thing. A lot of times, since lawyers are ethically bound to have candor before the court, if a lawyer makes a representation, I'm going to talk over the screaming children. Dear Christ. If a lawyer makes a representation to the court, a lot of times the court will accept the representation based on their duty of candor. Because lawyers take that very, very seriously, despite all the memes about lawyers lying.
Okay, I'd like to go back to the beginning of that.
The duty of
please.
candor is pretty important. And they know that if they get caught on that, they'll get absolutely demolished
We're going to
with
pause, please.
with potentially contempt or ethical issues
We're going to
or
slow that down, Ms.
sanctions.
Sutton.
The
And
court,
I'd like
like there,
you, at a certain
accepted
point,
his
we're gonna
representation
pause,
that it was at
and,
100% and is
if
still at
possible, if
100%.
you can, I'd like you to identify some people in the
And that's
frame for us,
fine.
okay?
That's a fine thing to
All right,
do.
so we're going to play from the beginning at, can we reduce it please to
Unlike what I would
40%?
suggest happened in Rittenhouse.
Right.
where
I was
think
going to say the Rittenhouse prosecutor was playing dirty games.
But he never officially represented a lot of that stuff to the court. They just kind of let it go. And that
Shouldn't have been. He should have been sanctioned by the bar at least.
He should have. Yeah. Or even the judge in the case. Can you do that on a criminal case? Can you sanction a state attorney? I would assume so.
Oh, yes. But it happens very rarely. In Florida, we've only had 5 prosecutors sanctioned for conduct as prosecutors in the last 30 years. So it's very rare. Sadly, it should be a lot more common, and I think you'd find better prosecutorial behavior if it did. But these guys are clean.
Seconds. How many people do you see laying on the ground, Ms. Sutton?
I see one person laying on the ground in this.
Forgot about Rittenhouse for 5 minutes. Sorry.
Can you circle them for us?
It's just so relevant as such a stark contrast between good and bad
That is
lawyering,
Vivian.
honestly.
What's her last name?
Yeah. And I don't know how they are on other cases. I'm just saying in this case.
Preserve the annotation. Mark it as Exhibit 36A.
I think that's probably a common theme. You'll find that prosecutors with a good case will act as close to the rules as they possibly can. Prosecutors with a weaker case may attempt to stretch the limits of their credibility, especially if they feel very strongly that they've got it, that they've got the right person.
And
but
we go frame by frame.
Maybe they just don't have
a few frames here.
As much evidence as they'd like.
But that's where they should really be ethical, because their job is to uphold. They should uphold the law. Their job is not to convict. Their job is to uphold the law by following the law, and they're going to get a conviction when they follow the law. If they can't, they shouldn't.
12-second time.
Cheat. Right, I agree with you 100%.
That's a problem in our system.
Yes, you first made contact with your group. Where were you in relation to the rest of the group?
I was towards the back right side of the group.
Right, as in standing in the road and looking down the parade route?
Yes.
Okay. Based on your position in the road and your memory from that day, are you able to identify anybody else who's depicted in the video at this point?
I believe that's Olivia Stover in the left.
And what color is her hair?
Brown.
Could you please circle Olivia for us? And as to preserve that annotation and mark it as Exhibit 36B and to enter it into evidence, please.
Face.
Your instructions noted, 36B is received, and the annotation will be captured and preserved for the record.
We can take that down there, please. Ms. Sutton, can you walk us through your memory of what happened as the SUV began to go through your group?
Yes, I was in the back right with some of our younger teams and was helping them get in our formation. And I heard some yelling behind me, some screaming, and I looked over my left shoulder. And just as I looked over my left shoulder, there was a red car that drove through. By the time I looked, it was already hitting our girls.
So what happened next?
Girls that were not injured started to run over to the sidewalk. So I started to gather them all in one area.
What happened next?
I tried to reunite those that I could with their parents. Those that I couldn't, I took with me, and I heard there was an active shooter. So we went into Chef Pam's kitchen and hid out there until we were told it was all clear to go to our cars.
Chef Pam's Kitchen is a business, a storefront on Main Street?
Yes.
Okay. What happened next?
After that, I went to my car, went to the hospital, and did my police statements.
In the immediate aftermath after the SUV came through your group, did you at any point see a person named Charlotte Urell?
Not that day.
Okay. You know who Charlotte Urell is?
Yes.
Can you explain for us her relationship to the extreme dance group?
Overruled. The answer.
She is the older sister of 2 of the Waukesha extreme dancers.
Was she with your group in the parade?
Guys, I made a huge
Yes,
mistake.
she was handing out candy.
I'd pretty much
And,
resolved myself to not want a cool
said you
fucking
didn't
sports
see
car. And
Charlotte
then the
that
other day I
day.
read an article about
When
the
did you next see
2023
her?
Corvette.
Well, I saw her that day before the parade started, but I didn't see her in the aftermath.
Don't do it.
See her after the SUV went through the group. When's the next time you saw Charlotte?
You're not my
Urell?
mom.
Weeks later at the dance studio.
Okay. And did you make any observations of Charlotte at that time?
She was on crutches.
Do you know why she was on crutches?
She was hit by the car that drove through.
During the parade?
Yes.
The red SUV we saw in the videos you watched?
Yes.
What about Grayson Urell? Do you know who that is?
Yes.
Who's that?
He is the younger brother of 2 of the Waukesha extreme dancers.
Did you see Grayson Urell marching with your group during the Christmas parade?
Yes.
Before the SUV came through the group?
Yes.
Did you see Grayson Urell at any point after the SUV came through?
Not that day.
When is the next time after the SUV came through your group that you saw Grayson?
Weeks later when he was discharged from the hospital after being hit from the red SUV.
Okay. And what personal observations did you make of Grayson at that time?
He had a large cast on his arm. I believe he might have been in a wheelchair or crutches.
Can you describe for us the uniform that your girls were wearing that day?
They were wearing black leggings, black Waukesha extreme jackets, white Santa hats with light up headbands attached to them, white light up gloves, and white pom-poms.
Could we please display for the witness only exhibit number 102? 102. So just let me know when you see the screen, okay?
I love how they're using these
What are we looking at here?
witnesses to establish the injuries to all these people.
A
Through
red
just-
SUV that is smashed up.
I love that
That's a
the
white light up
Odyssey
headband.
chat says rackets just buy a
what
red
used to be
SUV.
the
Great in
side
traffic.
You recognize that white light up headband?
Yes.
What is it?
Overruled. You may answer.
That is one of the headbands that was over our girls' white Santa hats.
Kids.
Is this photo an accurate depiction of how that headband looked the day of the parade?
Yes.
Before? Yep. Obviously, it's not on anybody's head right now.
Yes.
Okay. I move exhibit 102 into evidence and ask for permission to publish.
The court's going to withhold receiving exhibit 102 until further foundation can be laid. So permission to publish is denied at this point.
Wow.
Hey, look at what's this?
Thank you.
All right. Any questions for this witness?
He did it. He nailed it.
He got one. He's gonna win. No,
Do
you don't
recall
have to
what time
ask.
you arrived at the parade that evening?
The parade started at 4. I believe I was there around 3:30.
Did you come with anybody or?
I came with Alyssa.
Would it be fair to say that you guys are pretty close?
Yes.
Do you recall giving a statement to Detective Schwartz?
I gave a statement to a deputy. I don't know their name.
Do you recall at what time that was roughly after the incident?
It was around 6:30 that night.
Do you remember where you were when you gave the statement?
Pop Hedis over on
At the
Odyssey
transit center, the Waukesha Transit Center.
requested the information for Birch Gold. They called him in like 20 minutes and he had a nice talk. So there you go. I mean, that's how fast they respond. They're on it.
And when did you first notice a vehicle approaching?
I heard screaming and yelling behind me, and that was when I looked over my left shoulder.
Do you recall how close the vehicle was to you at the time where you looked over your left shoulder?
It was on the left side, and I was on the far right. So it wasn't very close to me.
Were you able to identify any driver of the vehicle?
No.
Would it be fair to say that you referred to it, the vehicle, numerous times as car?
Yes.
Would it also be fair to say that you then identified it as an SUV?
Yes.
Checkmate. She called it a car.
So what exactly did you see? What type of vehicle did you actually see, an SUV or a car?
It was an SUV.
Any reason why you would refer to it as car?
I refer to all cars as just cars, no matter what they are. If it's a truck, it's still a car.
Would it be fair to say that certain vehicles look different than others?
Absolutely.
At what point do you recall hearing that there may have been an active shooter?
Could you repeat that question?
At what point do you recall hearing that there may be an active shooter?
When I was gathering the girls who hadn't been hit.
You can always light up the chat by mentioning any car.
Amongst all that.
Any car, Steve. This is grift advice 101.
I'm not sure.
Yeah, my first car was a 73 convertible Corvette.
Like, look,
did you hear any
I'm thinking
shots?
about buying a Bugatti Chiron. Oh, you cock, you should buy.
Where did you go from there after you were informed that
It doesn't
there may
matter
be an
what it
active
is.
shooter?
The coolest car on the fucking planet. People be like, that's stupid. You should buy
Did
this.
you go in there alone or?
No, people were piling in there. And I had several girls with me, several dancers with me.
Red SUV, buy a red SUV, good traffic. That's pretty clever.
You were shown a few videos. Do you recall seeing those before today?
Yes.
How many times have you seen them before today?
At least 10 times.
So pretty frequently you've seen them.
Yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw those numerous times to maybe bring back something you couldn't recall?
Yes.
Ooh, all right.
Hey, for the record and for the jury, who showed you these videos multiple times?
They were sent to me.
So that would be, were they sent via email or?
Over text message.
Text messages.
Yeah.
We're just passing time until it gets to the jury.
Can you state for the record and for the jury who the text messages were sent from?
Alyssa.
So they weren't sent by any law enforcement or?
No.
To the best of your knowledge, can you recall how Alyssa was able to obtain the videos that you saw today?
I'm not sure.
Asking for hearsay.
So she never mentioned that to you in any way at any time?
No.
Were you able to identify the driver?
No.
Were you able to identify a license plate number?
No.
Were you injured during the incident in any way?
No.
Did you go to the hospital after the event?
Yes.
Were you transported there, or did you drive there yourself, or?
My fiance drove me there.
Do you recall how long you stayed at the hospital?
Not long. I was told just to go give a police statement.
So it would be fair to say that you went to the hospital strictly for the police statement purposes?
I went to the hospital to see if the girls that I had unaccounted for were at the hospital.
And were you able to gain the information that you were seeking?
Yes.
So that would explain the
Hopes deleted as
stay
she
at the
mentions
hospital.
fiance.
Did you learn any additional information at that point?
Nope.
Hearts breaking across South Korea.
Someone well check legal vices immediately. Not to brag, but I knew 10 minutes ago because my locals chat had already found the picture of her and her fiance and posted it.
Internet is amazing, isn't it? It's amazing what the internet has brought. Instant information.
In the statement that you gave to Detective Schwartz, that you observe people running towards the sidewalk.
Yes.
Did you see anyone on the sidewalk struck by the vehicle?
No.
Do you recall stating that you were waiting inside of a building for what seemed like a long time?
Yes.
And what would you
Having a
estimate
goalie doesn't mean you can't score.
time-wise, what time frame that would be?
Probably.
Just object here and ask for clarification about what building we're talking about.
So stay just to the form of the question, please rephrase.
Well, from the report, it just says they needed to seek shelter inside of a building, so it doesn't say the name.
That's not her statement. That's the cop's statement.
I guess that's why I didn't
So
refer to
pointless.
the specific name of the building.
Just ask your question, Mr. Brooks. Please rephrase.
How long would you estimate you seek shelter?
Sought.
Probably around an hour.
And did you immediately leave from that point?
I made sure all of my girls were reunited with their parents and family members.
This guy is making my head hurt. Oh, gosh.
This guy's giving me back pain.
Oh. The pointless.
Do you recall giving a written statement?
Yes.
Do you recall who you gave the written statement to?
No.
Was it the plaintiff?
Do you recall in your written statement saying that it seemed as if something was wrong with the vehicle?
Yes.
And what would you, from your recollection, what would you say was wrong with the vehicle?
It was going very fast. I thought maybe there was brake failure happening because it was going so fast.
It was the pilot of the failure.
Come to that conclusion.
Because there was a car driving through a parade.
That's right.
Slowly rolling through like the other vehicles.
So it'd be fair to say your initial thought was something was wrong with the vehicle.
Yes.
Did you see any smoking from the vehicle, any damage to the vehicle at that point?
No.
Did you observe where the vehicle went after it passed you?
No.
Did you see
Into
anyone struck
children.
after the
That's
vehicle
what I
passed
said.
you?
Yes.
Witnesses have been instructed
To the
not to
best of your
argue with it.
recollection, you don't recall what the vehicle did after it passed you.
Correct.
The advice is listen to the question, answer it, and that's it, and get out. Don't argue with him. That's what they've been told. Tell the truth, answer directly, and don't argue with the guy.
Okay.
Would you say it was pretty loud that night?
Yes.
Pretty windy, cold?
Yes.
Fine Star says, I just want to see you beat the soy boy beta cucks and thrive without YouTube. Hey, me too. Me too. We'll see how that goes.
After you had been waiting in the building for a while, who came and informed you guys that it was okay to leave at that point?
It was police that came and told us we were clear to go.
Was it one officer, a couple
Just
of
one.
them? Two of them?
Just one.
You don't recall their names by chance?
No.
At that point, did you ask the police officers for any information about the active shooter?
No.
Oh, so painful. Such a dry. This is all. Think about all of this due process given to this guy.
Yeah. Well, in a sane society, right, he would have been executed at the scene. Like, that's not justice. That's sanity.
About what
though.
time would you estimate that you left?
The amount of resources that we put into someone obviously guilty of a heinous crime is really commendable, in
Right.
all honesty.
Exactly. No, exactly. I mean, it's patient. The only reason it's testing everybody's patience because you're having to watch it, or you're not having, but you are watching it here on your channel, right? But I mean, prosecutors and defense attorneys deal with this all the time when we're doing trials. So we give these kind of trials to people.
The vehicle had any tinted windows?
And it's not being seen, not being watched.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking all the trials that are going on.
Vehicle to make out the make and model of the vehicle?
No.
He has the same arc on every witness.
Do you recall any windows being down or anything like that?
No.
Do you recall anything being tossed from the vehicle, falling out of the vehicle?
No.
So it just pretty much just moving straight.
Yes.
About how long would you approximate you watched the travel of the vehicle after it had passed you?
I didn't watch the vehicle after it went past me. I was looking at the dancers on the ground.
The active shooter thing, guys.
So it would be fair to say that once
There's
the
a
vehicle
police
passed
officer
you,
who fired some shots at the SUV. So people could have very well,
couldn't
after a bunch
see
of
if
people
it
just
struck
got
anyone else
run
at that
over,
point.
could have thought that there was some
Correct.
sort of shooter, some follow-up coordinated attack or whatever.
Further questions?
That's where the active shooter thing comes from.
No.
Your Honor, thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. She may.
Judge, look at her. She is something, isn't she?
Please call your next witness.
State calls Detective Mike Carpenter.
This guy's going to testify to the speed, I believe. And on that note, I'm going to hit the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Just so that the overview here on the design of the trial, that I'm discerning from the prosecution strategy is they are not calling the actual victims
Afternoon,
of the
Detective.
runover.
Please make your way to the witness stand, which is to my right. When you get there, please remain standing. Raise your right hand. My clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
So basically that way they're just trying to they can collect multiple victims with singular witnesses. So all they have to establish is the injury occurred and it was due to the car. So they're just establishing that just because that's what they're alleging in the information. Once they've done that, they don't need to have the actual victim testify.
Michael Carpenter, first name spelled Michael, last name spelled Carpenter.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Detective, what do you do for a living?
I'm a detective with the City of Waukesha Police Department.
How long have you been a detective?
I've been a detective for approximately 12 years.
How long total in service with the Waukesha Police Department?
Approximately 20 years.
Is that your first job, Waukesha Police Department?
I worked a brief stint for about 6 months each at the Town of Brookfield Police Department part-time and the Town of Merton Lake Patrol part-time before moving on to the City of Waukesha.
What is your current assignment as a detective?
I'm in the computer forensics unit.
What type of things do you do in that unit?
Analyze digital data, digital video recorders, cell phones, regular computers, pretty much anything that can hold digital media.
Okay. Did you conduct a speed analysis in this case?
Yes, I did.
Can you walk us through when you set out to conduct a speed analysis? First of all, what is it and how do you go about conducting that analysis?
Basically, throughout reviewing video for this incident, we wanted to determine if there was a way to get an accurate speed from the red SUV. I've been through some training, certified as an input ACE examiner. That's a software we use. And we determined that there were cameras that existed along the parade route on West Main Street that may have held useful information. Specifically, we were looking for surveillance video that was still in its native proprietary format that would still hold that metadata that would let us conduct a speed analysis. I did locate Bosco's Social Club, which is a bar located at 260 West Main Street in the City of Waukesha that had a proprietary format that I believe that let us do that analysis.
How many cameras were affixed to the Bosco's storefront?
There were two, one on southwest side of the building and one on the southeast, at least that we used. I believe they also have video inside and towards the rear of the establishment, but we were concerned with the cameras facing West Main Street.
So once you get the surveillance video, what do you do with it?
I viewed the video to determine if it would be suitable. The video was, in my opinion, pretty high quality. I could see the vehicle clearly traveling westbound on West Main Street. So we believe that we'd be able to explore that further and try to conduct the analysis from that.
So what did you do?
The next step was we had to determine what an accurate frame rate was for the camera. Most surveillance systems have what's called a variable frame rate. In defining a frame, basically a video is a series of still images or frames put together to show motion. However, that can vary from frame to frame. That timing may not be exactly the same. We went down to Bosco's and placed a device in front of each camera called a VFR light board. It's supplied and calibrated by the company InputAce. We placed it in front of each camera, and that board's got a series of flashing lights that have timing in them. Recorded a video of that board from each camera, and then returned to my forensic lab and placed that into the InputAce software, and we were able to calculate the timing more accurately between each frame, so we had a more scientific approach to it.
And what did you do with that information?
Once I had that information, let me back up. Prior to having that information, I had also asked Specialist Plata of our Criminal Evidence Forensics Unit, our traditional forensics, to respond to the area of Bosco's and use the department's, it's called FARO, F-A-R-O, their 3D laser crime scene mapping device. They mapped various points in front of Bosco's, and we were able to basically find the orientation, the position that the eastbound camera was facing. And then once that was done, we could take a screenshot of that 3D scan, which measures, my understanding is millions of points. Once I had that done, I was able to bring that into InputAce software to begin the overlay process where I could overlay the images on top of each other. So we brought the screenshot of the 3D scan in, brought a partial video in of the red SUV traveling westbound. It began to compare points from the 3D scan and the video, and began to plot those points. For instance, a intersecting crack in the sidewalk. If I could see it in the 3D scan, I would plot that point and then match it up in the video. Did that over a number of points, and then that enables us to lay the video identically on top of the 3D scan. Once that was complete, then that's where we started bringing in the light board video to find out the timing, to find out how many milliseconds or seconds passed in this incident. In this particular video, I was concerned with frames 35 through 60 of that vehicle traveling westbound. Once I obtained the timing from the VFR light board, I determined that with the assistance of the software that
how's this guy?
The average was.
I think that there's a problem with the video. People are saying you might have broken the stream. Could you check it?
0.834 seconds had passed in those 25 frames that that vehicle.
Everything looks good on my end. Oh, my internet connection sucks right now.
What that does, it then gives me a low end and a high end that I can use for a margin of error. So it said the longest time it would take for the vehicle to travel westbound through those 26 frames would be 0.838 seconds, and the quickest time that it could pass through those 26
I think it's actually on the upload.
0 seconds. Once I had that information, I was able to completely overlay the video onto the 3D scan, and I could start at frame 35, and it enables me to overlay it within the 3D scanning software.
Hopefully that'll
I was
fix.
able to drop a small point, the clearest point of reference in this view, as there were people around it and other things in the area. I was able to pick the front passenger's wheel and drop a point directly in the center of that wheel. Advance frame
the stream
by
is
frame
fine. It's
until I was
just
at
it's just
frame
me.
60,
My
drop
upload.
another point.
My upload to you
and
is
then
okay.
I can use a
Everything
slider
looks
to
good here. He's a little staggered in his in my frame, but I mean, what do I know?
Then I could take and measure the distance from that first point.
The chatters might be misleading me.
60. And I was able to calculate that.
I'm sure I can see that there's an issue. It's just nothing I can actually fix.
0.838
somewhere between my house and Rumble.
When I did that within the software, it told me that the distance
there's a hiccup.
12.7477.
They said there's 22,000 watching, so that might be good too.
I believe it was 80.
It's also it might be on Odyssey as well.
8231 feet. That allowed me to compare that with the fastest that the vehicle could travel and the slowest that the vehicle could travel. And with the margin of error, convert that to feet per second and then miles per hour, which came up with a measurement for those 26 frames of 33.7 to 34.6.
It's not this video. It's something
Can we project
with the upload. I don't know. I don't know how to explain
number
it.
15, which has previously been.
So it looks like, so this is an expert who just testified that he is traveling 35 miles per hour based on surveillance video and frames per second, converting it. This is true scientific testimony, and he doesn't know enough to object to any kind of scientific foundations. Not that it would get him anywhere, because I think this is pretty good science here. But this is, and in fact, they're truncating. This testimony is so clean and direct. It's cleaner than what you normally see when you have a lawyer there, because they're just getting right to the point.
The screen in front of you is a touch screen. Could you just draw a small little X to depict?
It's not long crime because the feed is good for me. It's just going out to you guys that's the problem. There's literally zero things I can do to fix it. So thank you for your suggestions, but there's nothing. I can see that there's an issue on StreamYard, and it's probably cleaned up now, actually. By the time you see this, it'll be just fine.
So we'll clear that and take that down. And now can we please project for the witness and for the jury exhibit number 31, which I think that's also been received and published.
So that car was traveling 34 miles per hour through that parade.
That's a lot of miles per hour through a parade, just so we're clear.
Yeah. So that's pretty bad. And that's why people couldn't jump out of the way.
Yes, I do.
Is this the video from Bosco's that you have been talking about today?
Yes.
Okay. Let's start at about the 10-second timestamp. Now you were talking about 26 frames, I think you said?
Yes. The video is probably going to stutter some more. It looks like it's just.
Let's slow this down.
I got a little indicator saying it's good. It's basically bouncing up and down on the connection quality.
And we'll play from this point.
I know, and there's zero I can do about it.
Sorry, yes.
It's just something between my computer and the
Actually,
you guys.
If they donated a lot more money, then you might be able to upgrade your internet connection, right? So
I would love to do that grift.
16
I have
seconds.
offered my ISP so much money to privately lay fiber to my house, and they won't do it.
Walk us through the screen here. What are you measuring?
So as soon as the red SUV came into view the video,
how much does it cost? He goes, "Oh, it's very expensive." I said, "How much does it cost?" Well, you don't want to pay that. How much?
Side tire. That's where
does it
I
cost?
dropped my first point.
Is it $100,000?
I let the video.
Is it 200,000? What is the answer?
SUV continue.
It won't answer me.
Westbound.
It will not
I found
tell me.
another spot where there was no obstruction. Now, when I overlaid it between the 3D software and the video I have here, during this video, there's no foliage on the branches. During the 3D scan, there is foliage, so that blocked a little bit. So I had to stop a little earlier than what I wanted. But I was just basically measuring how far that SUV or that wheel traveled during those frames in that amount of time.
Okay, so you're measuring distance and time.
Yes.
And from that,
is that the crime and law utility internet provider?
Right?
Yes.
And that resulted in, what's your ultimate conclusion?
33.7 to 34.6 miles per hour.
And the 26 frames that you're talking about, they are in this video?
Yes.
Okay, let's just play from the 16-second mark.
And the reason why that video may not be as good as my video is because my video right now is shared as lower resolution, and I'm guessing StreamYard prioritizes the streamer over the shared video. Whole bunch of bullshit.
That's all I have. Thank you.
But for me, it all looks completely normal with zero issues.
Go ahead, Cross.
Very, very briefly.
Please. Promises.
You stated earlier that in reference to traveling through frames that sometimes you may encounter problems with the estimation. Would that be fair to say?
No, I don't believe that was my testimony.
you testified to at one point or another that sometimes exact timing of speed could be a little inaccurate.
No, I don't believe that properly characterizes.
What were you referring to at that?
I was referring to that digital video recording systems, surveillance systems, they use something that's called variable frame rate. I can't say that every single one does, but almost all of them do. That from frame to frame, it could change by a millisecond, hundreds of milliseconds. To do this the most accurate scientific way possible, that's why we conducted it the way we did with the variable frame rate board.
So there can be sometimes miscalculations. Is that fair to say?
I don't believe so in the way we performed it, no.
Well, I was referring to the process in general, which you just stated that sometimes by milliseconds, hundreds of milliseconds, a millisecond, that sometimes there can be miscalculation.
I'm not sure I'm completely understanding the question. Are you asking in this specific example or just in general?
The process in general.
Somebody conducting an analysis a completely different way, it's possible, but in this analysis from my training experience is the most scientifically possible way we can do it.
And before this occasion, had you used the same method that you used for this occasion?
Yes.
How many times?
I had not used it in a live case yet. This was our first chance to do this, but I had done it a number of times in our training examples.
But the first time you've done it in a live case?
Yes.
Can you state for the jury what is the difference between a live case and any other case?
There really is no difference. The training examples are hands-on, and the process we follow through all those examples to establish competency is exactly the same way we do it for any other investigation.
So if they're pretty much the same, why is it a need for the title live if they're pretty much the same?
It was just a term I used to say this was the first investigation we've used it in.
So were the other cases just pretty standard cases then, not live?
Yeah, not
rundowns. Training examples that came from actual investigations that those agencies gave permission for their case files and their data to be shared as a training example and to recreate their examinations.
It's our first case of a rundown.
Investigations to the best of your knowledge.
Correct. They were adjudicated.
So this time that you used this technology was the first time to your knowledge that it was during a live investigation?
Yes.
So would it be fair to say that that's like the first time it's being used?
In the city of Waukesha or in general? I'm not sure I'm understanding.
Is it fair to say that this specific investigation was the first time that you've used it?
Did I personally use the software, or
yes.
that somebody has used it?
You.
This was the first time I personally used the software, as our agency recently purchased it, and this was the first case we were able to use it on.
And so would it be fair to say that usually anyone's first time using new technology, there would be a learning curve? Would that be fair to say?
I would say no.
So you would say you came right into using this new technology the first time you've ever personally used it and knew exactly how to work it?
Yeah.
I would say over my career, especially with conducting digital forensic examinations, I had over 1,500 hours of training in various aspects. I'm a certified trainer. I hold a certified forensic computer examiner certification through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, along with other certifications as well. I obtained multiple certifications from Input-Ace, the company that put on the training for this process, for this device, for video analysis. And we tend to follow principles throughout all the different disciplines. And the training's quite intensive, quite difficult. So over that time, you develop the skills necessary to be able to start using software, using your techniques to do these investigations right away.
So you're stating some pretty nice credentials there, but you also just said that there's some difficulty in the training.
Yeah, and the
Would
training.
any of that difficulty lean towards the learning curve of working the software?
In my opinion, for myself, no.
So here's the problem that
So
he's got.
You pretty much
Sure, there could be issues with the training and application.
Exactly how to.
But the reality stands that car drove into those people at some sufficient speed to cause serious injury and death. And if it's 35 miles an hour or it's 32, it's irrelevant.
I attended a 40-hour class using the software input ACE along with forensic video analysis at the National Computer Forensic Institute, run by the Secret Service in Alabama. And then I also
this isn't a question of how you use digital forensics to identify someone from a grainy video or something.
Having approximately 80 hours,
which I have an article on, by the way, in my book.
Video software.
Got an article on everything.
These are common questions. That's what that's why I write them.
So this new technology was a variation of. Well, let me back up a bit. What you're saying is this new technology was a variation of technology that you had already previously been using.
Objection. This characterizes the evidence.
Grounds.
This is not new technology.
Grounds.
Sustained is the form of the question.
Sustained. Got another one. He's on a roll.
Wait, but when the objection from the state? Because he's asking the questions.
Before using it.
So he lost that.
Oh, he lost that.
Yeah.
Live investigation, as you coined it.
I'm getting
previously heard of this technology before using it in this live investigation?
Yes.
Any idea how long it may have been being used before you used it?
My best knowledge has been around for several years. We first started investigating it in approximately January.
January of 2022?
Yes.
You are aware that this live investigation would have been a live investigation in November of 2021. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
So it will also be fair to say that if your department didn't start using this technology until January of 2022, how were you able to use it in November of 2021?
This was not conducted in November of 2021. Once we learned about methods when we were trying to locate a more scientific way to do a speed analysis, I discovered this method, the training that the company put on. We had to obtain budgetary funds. It was approximately $4,000. Then we had to schedule the training. The training was supposed to be earlier in the spring, and a couple of the instructors came down with COVID, so the classes got pushed back to summer. They had provided me with all the online training videos so that I could go through and watch those, start prepping myself as much as I could. And then this summer, we actually had the class with the hands-on examples, and that's when they provided the certification. And after that is when we actually went out and were able to do the speed analysis.
Excellent. This guy, another great witness, huh? They're just
the bulk of your learning to work this technology was done via video.
I'd be curious if he hold up under like a really good cross, though. Because, I mean, it is the first time using the software.
Was
a really good cross who studied the software, maybe read some
of it was
good arguments about deficiencies in it, could maybe take him apart. Because this is a mere user of the software being presented as an expert.
I believe
if you have good expertise on it or good consulting, you might be able to really pick him apart.
If it was a critical issue in the case.
Right, which it's not.
Right.
Do this analysis.
Again, at the end of the day, we know the SUV actually did plow through these children.
Somewhere around the middle of August. I can't remember the exact date.
So pretty recent.
Yes.
Any idea why so long, considering that this matter has been going on for roughly a year?
Objection. Asked and answered.
Grounds.
The last three.
Asked and answered was the grounds.
He may answer.
We just wanted to make sure that we had all the proper equipment, the proper training, all the proper proper documentation, certifications for myself and the device before we went out and did the actual analysis.
So your department thought it would be best to hold off on the analysis until you got everything in order?
Yes, until we had the certifications to make sure they were valid.
Would it be fair to say that that's a pretty lengthy amount of time to wait to do
Would it be fair to say I'm pretty?
an analysis?
No, that would not be
Case
fair to say.
that's a pretty big case.
No, I would not say that.
Have you ever had that sort of delay before in any other live investigations?
I can't recall specifically if there's been something that delayed our analysis of another piece of evidence, another investigation, but there is a delay to sometimes purchasing equipment for a new piece of technology or a new type of training. When we start talking about digital forensics, we're talking about tens of thousands of dollars for equipment, and often anywhere between $3,000 to $6,000 for a week long of training for something particular.
So there's a delay because of the financial part of the investigations, or I'm not sure I'm getting with.
Sometimes there can be.
Any idea how that might apply to this live investigation?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
I'm not sure he does either.
Yeah.
The financial part of the equipment, and as you said, sometimes things can get expensive. Would that apply to this live investigation of why the delay was so long?
There's a relevance objection here too. Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yes, I believe in January, again, is when we first started looking at this. We had to obtain the funding, schedule the training, wait for the company to host the training and all those things before we were ready to proceed with it.
Do you recall who you were referred to do the analysis?
As far as
basically who tapped you to do it. I'm quite sure you're not the only person that does what you does out of your department. Would that be fair to say?
No, that would not be fair. I am currently right now the only one certified in forensic video analysis.
So who tapped you to be the video analysis for this particular case?
I was the only one at our agency that would be able to perform that at this time.
Who contacted your agency?
Detective Casey.
And
aha, Detective Casey.
Who does Detective Casey work for, from your knowledge?
The plaintiff.
City of Waukesha Police Department.
To the best of your knowledge, was Detective Casey made aware that it would be a long delay before the analysis can get completed?
Yes, we had discussions about it.
Was Detective Casey informed that it would be such a lengthy delay? Grounds.
Overruled, he may answer.
Not initially. Again, this was supposed to be done a lot earlier in the year. However, due to the limited number of classes they have scheduled, where they're scheduled, and the fact that COVID unfortunately canceled a couple of the classes, that did increase the delay, which I did have conversations with Detective Casey about, advising him that it would be a little bit longer.
Were there any, I guess I would say, suggestions that maybe you could use a different technology that wouldn't have caused such a long delay?
I thought he said briefly at the beginning of this, didn't he?
No.
I was
Video
hoping.
analysis were you doing before this new technology that you just started using?
This technology was specific to speed analysis.
So there was no technology specific to speed analysis before this new technology?
Not that I'm trained in, no.
Well, there was, but
have been someone else tapped to do the analysis if it wasn't for this new method?
I was concerned with video analysis, and I'm the only one at our agency that can conduct video analysis this time. As far as other methods outside of digital forensics or forensic video analysis, I wouldn't have any expertise or knowledge to speak on those.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you do video and speed analysis or one of the other? Because you just stated, and I think it would be fair to ask, did you just not state that this was pertaining to speed analysis?
Yes, I do video analysis for all types of cases, whatever is requested. I am trained to measure speed from strictly video analysis. I am not trained to estimate speed through other means of investigation.
So how were you able to come up with an analysis of the speed in this investigation?
Based on the technique that I described earlier in my testimony of
math,
using
it's
the
just
3D
math,
scanning
it's math.
software, overlaying the video of the suspect vehicle traveling westbound on Main Street, plotting the points, and then measuring the distance over the time.
Was there any other method? Well, let me back up. Was there any other technology that you could have utilized that same method without a delay? Ground.
Sustained.
Grounds.
You stated that you've done speed analysis numerous times. Would that be fair to say?
In what regards? In what example?
To any cases before this one?
In training examples, not in an investigation done by our agency.
So it'd be fair to say you yourself haven't done very many speed analysis.
I couldn't give you a firm number of how many we did in training over that time. But no,
not we, you.
Now we.
I'm asking specific to you yourself.
Outside of this current investigation, I have not currently performed any for any other agency yet, no.
So would it be fair to say that maybe you could have been off on a few of your analysis, being that it was your first time doing it in a live investigation, as you coined it?
No, I would not say that.
Grounds.
Hold on. What's the objection?
Grounds.
Calls for speculation and argumentative.
Grounds.
That is the grounds.
Mr. Brooks, what was your question again?
My question was that would it be fair to say that since he's stated that this was his first time doing a speed analysis in a live investigation, and he hadn't done it before, would it be fair to say maybe he could have been off a little bit on his calculations, being that it was his first time?
Overruled, he may answer.
I would say no to that. With this, again, we're following the premise of digital forensics. It's a scientific process. We learn a technique. We follow the process. We follow the standards. It's designed to be verifiable and repeatable by anybody else that would have that training and that software performant. The files can be turned over to another person with equal training, and they should be able to walk step by step and still come to the same conclusion. So I would say I'm confident in the speed that was obtained.
So if someone else can come to the same conclusions that you came to, is it fair to say that someone else a little more experienced could have been tapped to do the speed analysis instead of yourself?
We didn't have anybody more experienced in this area or our agency for this particular method.
Is it possible that a different agency could have been tapped to do the speed analysis?
This is outside of the witness's personal knowledge.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
Grounds. What? Oh.
besides yourself, do you know of anybody that can do this analysis and come to the same conclusions as yourself?
I know of the company that provided the training. Other than that, I do not know anybody personally in this area or other investigators to use this specific technique.
Would it be fair to say that you weren't the only one being trained through video and the like?
Sorry, I don't understand the question.
You stated that you had to be trained in this form of doing the analysis. You stated the classes were, I think, from somewhere from May to August. You stated, would that be fair to say?
Yes.
What I'm asking is, were you the only person that was taking those classes?
There were people from other countries, other states, wide ranges of specialties, paralegals, accident reconstructionists, forensic investigators, things of that nature.
Anybody in Wisconsin that you know of?
Not that I know of, no.
From any other departments that you know of?
Not that I'm aware of.
So it would be fair to say that you're not sure.
I don't know who has exactly what piece of software in each location, but I have not heard of anybody else in this area having the ability to do the speed analysis through video.
So it would be fair to say you're not sure.
As to, could you clarify one more time, please?
I was pretty direct.
Mr. Brooks,
Clarify.
He doesn't understand your question.
We're all getting fatigued by this guy. He's wearing you down, isn't he?
That was taking the same training to operate the same equipment and technology that you were.
Personally, no, if that's what you're asking.
So it would be fair to say that you're not sure.
I can say with confidence that nobody in the classes that I was enrolled in were from the state of Wisconsin. There were people from other countries, other states. That's really all I would know about that. I don't.
And how did you come to that conclusion?
Typically during our classes, we go through an introduction, where we work, where we're from, where we work, who we work for.
So it's kind of like, because you did state that they were kind of like videos, so I'm assuming that would be online. Would that be fair to say?
It was live online training, yes.
So it would pretty much be like a classroom from an online setting.
Objection asked and answered, and I would, relevance.
Grounds.
It's been asked and answered, so sustain. Next question.
Yeah, relevance.
How long did it take when you started to do the analysis? How long did it take from the point that you started into completion?
To put everything together, and it wasn't worked on all at the same time because we had to do the camera overlay. We had to go get the readings from the variable frame light board and then start putting all that together. I would say hours wise, I would say probably someplace between 20 and 24 hours to put it all together.
So about roughly a day.
Well, work days, probably 3 days or so.
And would it be any reason why if you knew that you were being certified for that analysis, would it be any reason why you wouldn't start getting things in place beforehand to be ready to go as soon as you needed to be ready to go?
I had the surveillance videos that we were using from Bosco Social Club in place. I asked Specialist Platt and Specialist Schmidt to assist with the 3D scanning prior to having the last certification in place, so that everything was there ready to go once I had that certification.
So it'd be fair to say that you had help in getting everything ready
with the 3D scan.
Were you at any time trained in the 3D scanning?
I am not currently trained in the operation of the Faro. That's why I requested Specialist Platt and Specialist Schmidt to perform that scan.
Do you know if those two specialists, I missed the name, so I don't want to butcher them, so I'm just not going to say it, but it'd be fair to say it was two. Would that be fair? Were any of those two trained in the same speed analysis training as yourself?
No, they are trained in forensic crime scene mapping using the 3D scanner, not digital forensics or video analysis.
Would it be fair to say that even though they are not trained in the same area as yourself, that they were an essential key part to putting everything together?
The 3D scanning software is an essential function to be able to perform this particular analysis, yes.
So it would have been, it's fair to say it would have been a task if you would have had to do it by yourself.
I wouldn't be able to perform the analysis without the 3D scanning.
Did that in any way cause any delay?
No.
The delay doesn't matter. This evidence doesn't degrade or spoil ever.
It's painful, isn't it?
This is just a waste of time, like entirely a waste of time.
Ugh.
Do you recall about what date you started the analysis?
Overruled, he may answer.
I believe the 3D scanning took place on the early morning hours of, I want to say, August 10th.
This guy needs to quiet down. We have grifting to do.
The 3D scan, they went back downtown early in the morning to try and do it when there was little vehicles as possible on the roadway so that it wouldn't interfere with the actual diagram scan. I want to say the last certification was obtained somewhere right around August 16th, and then it was putting everything together afterwards.
I'm sorry, did you state the last certification was obtained around August 16th?
The last training class, yes.
So at the time that you started, you weren't yet certified?
I had not started anything as far as the speed analysis prior to that.
Why would you be starting the prep for the analysis if you were not yet certified?
Objection.
Grounds.
Sustained as to the form of the question.
You just stated that the preparations to do the analysis started around August 10th. Is that correct?
The preparations by Specialist Plata and Specialist Schmidt as to the crime scene mapping was done on August 10th.
So when did you come into the fold to start doing your part of the analysis?
My part of the analysis originally began with just simply reviewing the video, learning what video would be best, what frames I would want to use, which I obtained my training from the National Computer Forensic Institute in video analysis in April of 2021, and went back through the same training through Input Ace and was already certified through them. So I was already certified for the video analysis portion of itself. The only thing I was waiting on was the materials necessary for the actual speed calculations.
And when did you receive those materials to do that part?
Painful. Oh my gosh.
I believe right around August 16th. I can't remember if it was that day exactly,
but it is fair to say that you had already started work before the date of August 16th.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Yes, sustained. Now we're going to start objecting,
When did
please.
you actually start to do the analysis? What date was that? Grounds.
Relevance.
Sustained.
She's going to start
Do you
sustaining
know
everything.
about the date that you completed your analysis?
Relevance.
I believe it was somewhere around August 23rd, 22nd, 23rd.
So it'd be fair to say roughly about a week or so.
This is difficult, isn't it?
This is such a waste of time.
And do you recall when you actually turned in the analysis information?
I believe it was around.
Do you recall when you received your grade for it?
Do you recall who you turned
Relevance.
the analysis information into?
Relevance.
I turned it into my supervisor, who then electronically forwarded it to the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office.
I could hear the alcohol
idea
knob being twisted.
For it to be viewed.
You're supposed to celebrate. Do we have something to celebrate here? You're battling depression.
Celebrate the end of this witness.
At the point that you started your part of the analysis, did you still need the help of the other two people from your department?
No.
So once you started,
These
it was
Pepe
just
memes people are making are killing me.
yourself.
Yes.
People get memes. These memes together so quick. It's hilarious.
And you were confident as you were fully trained, you wouldn't have any hiccups working this technology for the first time.
Correct.
You were pretty sure that you would get everything on point.
Yes.
No further questions.
Oh, thank God.
Thank you.
The video in question from Bosco's Social Club was recorded during
I
the
just asked
Christmas
my
parade
wife to
on
bring me a
November
clean
21st
whiskey
of
glass because I got this new
2021. Is that
whiskey to
correct?
try.
Yes.
You went to Bosco's in August to obtain that video, correct? Or I should say, you obtained that video and then in August conducted your speed analysis with it, right?
Yes, that's correct.
August of 2022.
That's fair. August 2022. I stand.
Yeah,
corrected.
because well, the thing happened in November of 2021, so
Yes.
Okay.
I think we're all on the same page there.
Clean slate, take that video file, start your calculations here today. Would you come to the same conclusion in terms of miles per hour over those 26 frames?
Yes.
Objection, hearsay.
It's not a hearsay. Free at last. Free at last. Oh my gosh.
The software that we're talking about is called Input Ace.
Correct. It started off Input Ace, and I believe it was the earlier part of this year, Axon. They also make tasers, body cameras, things like that. They purchased the company. Now it's called, the software is called Axon Investigate. At the start of this, it was called Input Ace.
You're certified to conduct speed analysis using that software?
Yes.
This case is not the first time that you use that software, is that correct?
Correct.
Overruled. You asked him questions about that, so he gets to redirect. You may answer.
Correct.
You use the software to conduct speed analysis on prior occasions, right?
Yes.
As part of your training.
Yes.
How many prior
Your training
occasions?
involves using the Faro 3D scanning tool, correct? Well,
No,
that was not stated.
Hasn't provided the answer. So rephrase your question, please.
sure. During your training to use the Input Ace software, did you follow the same procedure in terms of using the Faro 3D scanning?
Objection. That's hearsay.
Overruled.
It's hearsay.
Go ahead.
the procedures were the same. However, during training examples, throughout the country, there's different 3D crime scene scanners out there. Trimble, Leica, Faro, Total. They use various different ones during the training examples of what they had set up. The software worked similar. The methods were the same, regardless of which 3D scanner you use.
And as a result of that training and the multiple times that you used this software to conduct speed analysis, you obtained a certification, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Objection leading.
You can lead on redirect.
To testify
Not my
about
house.
speed analysis using the Input Ace software in any court in this country?
No.
Object.
Overruled. His answer may stand.
So when reference was made during cross-examination of this being
So.
new, air quotes, software,
We can just say
or
on
new
speed
technology,
analysis,
is that an accurate description of the technology?
No.
Objection. I was referring it to it being new to him.
What do I do with these?
Strictly to
Your
him.
Set him on the-
objection's noted. His answer may stand.
Coming out straight and everything.
Is this this technology, the software program Input Ace, used exclusively by law enforcement?
No, it's not.
Who else uses it?
Accident reconstructionists, insurance companies, defense attorneys, law enforcement. It's available to anybody that provides payment, goes through the training, things of that nature.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
Yay.
All right, this will be a good opportunity for an afternoon break. I'm going to keep it a little bit shorter, hopefully about 10 minutes for the jury and the parties. All rise.
Yeah, why won't it let you do that?
The time is a ticking. Yeah, a couple things. There were some questions. One is that experts paid for by the
Do it on
state,
computer later.
while Nick is
Sorry. Yeah. No, I'm here.
I was just I feel while you were drinking, I was going to give some law out here. One of the questions that was kept was, there was a long time ago, there was a discussion in the chat about experts being paid for by the state and whether, all this kind of thing.
Yeah.
The answer is that yes, the public defender's office is afforded a budget for experts. But the budget's not very great. We don't have a lot of money to throw around. In fact, I was just denied on a death penalty case an approval for some money because it was a little bit outside the box. I'm a creative kind of lawyer, and I come up with creative ideas.
Wait, just a second.
A little after 3:30, and how long the state believes the next witness will take.
The next witness is Deborah Ramirez. Lady
Rackets is reading you locals chat.
10 minutes on direct.
I'd like to wrap up today very close to 4:30. And so if we can keep that in mind. And then I also need to address one other thing, and that is the clerk's office has made arrangements for Spanish interpreter for tomorrow from 12 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. And so I need to know from the state whether they will be utilizing the interpreter.
Well, Your Honor, we can call witnesses out of order. We're behind. I'll be very honest.
You're behind?
Oh, no. We anticipated on cross-examination. So,
by the way, Lady Rackets did post a video.
Have been made, so we can shift things a little bit and try to accommodate that schedule by the interpreter.
Do you believe you can also have the witness that Mr. Brooks identified needing an interpreter?
Let me check on that during the break, Your Honor.
Thank you. I would appreciate that, because then I would like to utilize the interpreter. The only other request, since we were only able to secure one interpreter, would be to to have a different witness in between the two so that the interpreter has an appropriate break. Okay, understood. And then, of course, it will also require us to be mindful of when we take the lunch hour, since the interpreter is available from 12 until 3:30. So we may need to take our lunch maybe at 11:30.
Always be that way.
And I'm okay if we start a little bit later than the noon, but that should give us enough time. Any questions about that, Mr. Brooks?
Again, I'm going to say I don't consent to that name, but no questions.
All right, thank you. All right, we are in recess, 10 minutes. Come back.
How about moron?
Oh my gosh.
Well, do you want me? I'll go through this. Do you want me to go through some law stuff, or do you want to do chats?
Sure. No, what you were saying something before I interrupted you because she was talking. The judge.
No, fair enough. No, the expert. Well, one of the questions, there was a number of questions, but one of them was that experts were paid for by the state. So we have a public defender's office has a budget for experts. All right, but we really are very careful on what you do, because it has to be something that's worthwhile, that you're going to get some bang for your buck. For example, Brian Cutler, Dr. Cutler is a brilliant expert witness on eyewitness testimony, and he collaborated with the article that I wrote on the AI, computer-assisted AI for video identification. And he testifies on memories. Like, this guy is really focused on, well, was your memory good and was it not? This case is a stupid case. In real cases, if you really had a memory issue, you might hire an expert witness on memory. So exactly why somebody might be mistaken and may remember something a specific way. If that's like the only witness and they've remembered it wrong based on your reconstruction of the crime scene, you might want to get an expert, for example, to talk about memory. So we'd hire Brian Cutler. He would look through it. Also, another one in this case that should have been done and probably has been done, I would suspect, is a competency evaluation. So you get experts to evaluate your client for insanity defense, for competency defense. And sometimes, like in an insanity defense, like I was saying, if you were a public defender representing this guy, you might want to try to explore the temporary insanity of him driving through, that maybe he was temporary. And you might have an expert that examines him and comes back with the conclusion that, no, we aren't going to testify that he was temporarily insane, in which case you don't have a defense. So there is monies, but he doesn't know how to request it. There's no issue by which an expert witness would help him. So I hope that answers that question.
I hope so too. I have no idea.
There was a whole thing, a discussion about expert witnesses. I've peeked over there, you know.
The ultimate reality is that this guy, calm down, woman.
Is that the wife?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, she got a down vote. She's very excited.
Oh.
Yeah, lady. So the Lady Rackets, if you're on YouTube, if you are breaded enough to be on YouTube, the real Lady Rackets has posted her first video on YouTube. It's a short, which is
has she gotten banned yet?
She has not been banned yet, but I know many people are waiting in anticipation for her inaugural video, and now it's out there. So people can check that out. But she got a downvote, gasped audibly and loudly, and that was a bit much. But yeah. So
there's also the other question was recross and theoretic.
Wait, real quick. I did have a point in there that got swallowed up by my ADD. So no, the reality is that this guy expert witnesses or not, he has not hired an expert witness. He would have no idea how to hire an expert witness is my guess. And even if he did, he would have trouble qualifying the expert witness because that is a pretty complicated and intensive process that if not done correctly, your expert will just be disqualified right out of hand. And so that's another reason.
When you hire an expert, the expert's not going to say what you want. They're going to conclude something. So like, for example, in this speed analysis, I doubt there would be any alternative conclusion to the speed analysis. So would you expend energy and monies to hire an expert to come back and say, yes, I agree that 34 miles an hour was the correct number? That, are you really doubting that? Is that a point which is going to give you any headway for a defense? No. So we're not going to expend money to buy an expert. Now, if you're, somebody with billions of dollars and wants to hire experts out your ears, you could do that theoretically, but that's not this guy.
Right. You can sometimes, like, the cynical approach to experts, and it's the true approach in many cases, is that you get the expert you pay for, and the expert you pay for will just shockingly agree with you most of the time. But they do have professional, image and professional reputations to uphold. And hiring someone to testify as an expert with ridiculous testimony it's not 100%. I mean, you have to find someone willing to go against typically like a specific scientific principle, or they may have a principled stand against the usage of certain types of evidence for some reason that they have devised. And maybe they can concoct a theory that the jury will believe that will discredit the evidence. But I mean, most of these guys are operating off the same sort of the same set of information and methodology. And so they're going to come largely to very similar conclusions. Experts can be very useful when the question is near the middle. And they say, okay, yeah. As an example, in one case that I did not end up taking, I had a person with a DNA test, and I got the results. And before the test had come to me, they had sworn that they were not the dad. And it was like a 60% or 70% reliability on the test or something like that they were telling me. And they're like, no, it needs to be much higher. It was a paternity test. It needs to be much higher. And then I got the results, and it was actually really, really high. Like it was much beyond 99.999%. And so I called a genetics expert, and he said, yeah, don't hire me for this. Don't do that. Like it's like, that's the dad. Obviously that's the dad. And I was like, I thought so, but I don't know about these things. That's why I'm talking to you. He's like, yeah, don't hire me. I wouldn't want to testify against this. It's like, I will, if you really want to. But
and often you get that a lot. Like if the client will say, it wasn't cocaine. It wasn't cocaine. It wasn't cocaine. And you're like, you're sure about this? You're sure about this, right? You're sure about it, right? And then so you say, okay, state, send it off to FDLE and the crime lab and have them test it. And it comes back, pure 99% cocaine.
It's the best cocaine. They really just found the best source of cocaine they possibly could at that point. But yeah, it's
it's an issue when it's an issue, right? I mean, that's the thing. There's no issue here, so there's nothing an expert can do. But we get a lot of cases that experts would be helpful on, because I mean, this is an unusual case because he's an idiot, he's guilty. But we have a lot of cases that there are legitimate issues that experts can shine a light on, and there is a budget, there is a process, but you really need a lawyer when you deal with experts,
well, I mean,
because that's high level stuff.
The Kyle Rittenhouse, I know the person went 5 seconds without thinking Kyle Rittenhouse, but it was actually an example of where there could have been, and to some degree there was, some really interesting expert testimony about video analysis. Or you could use a use of force expert, which they did not do. They could have had competing use of force experts in Kyle Rittenhouse to make arguments about what the appropriate escalation of force was, whether or not he, his force was proportional to the bag that Joseph Rosenbaum threw, or his threat to grab the gun, or whatever. Like that would have been really interesting arguments. But even around the video, where the one guy can break down frame by frame and say, these 3 shots were fired within this particular amount of time. This is my expertise. This is how I do it. Someone can come in and dispute the video analysis that he has, or provide their analysis of a different video. They should have had, the state should have properly tried to introduce the drone video, and then there should have been time for another expert to have examined that drone video and provided an appropriate counter argument. But it was surprise evidence that shouldn't have been admitted, in my opinion. But that all could have been argued by competent expert witnesses on what interpolation is, how pinch to zoom works on an iPhone, like these things, how that part where the video exchanged was different quality than what the state was using.
Right, yeah.
Like that could have been an excellent time to have 2 experts talk about how Apple saves how they downscale video for the purposes of compression for email to make it more efficient. They could have had all of those discussions with experts. And that's a place where it really does kind of matter. In this case, it doesn't matter because that car drove through the parade. It's on like 10 cameras. The injuries are tangible. The deaths are real. There are 100 witnesses who can attest to what happened, and it matches with the video that everybody's seen. So this guy's,
this case is, we're just talking theory, just for the benefit of the legal consumer. And the other one is a recross. You can get recross in the appropriate time, but you have to ask for it, number one, and it has to be limited to the redirect. So it's usually narrow in scope. This guy doesn't know enough to ask, and he's beating the dead horse anyway, so it'd probably get denied. How about some respect for the public defenders? Because think about having to represent this guy and being around him for a year, 2 years.
Yeah, but they quit, those quitters.
Oh, I'm so happy. I'm sharing in the happiness of those public defenders who got fired by this guy, because the pain.
All right,
they got to deal with it. They got to talk with him all the time. Like, they're going meeting with him, and he's saying they're not meeting with me enough. So they meet with him 10 times, and it's never enough. And they're not paying attention to my requests, and Your Honor. Ugh.
Matt P 7705 over on Local says, if the car is not an SUV, you must release me. Quoting Brooks, probably. Torched Medic. How long is law and crime going to be butthurt that they're far less popular than a charismatic defense attorney beating their numbers? Lol. Forever. Forever. Dan Abrams put a whole bunch of money into law and crime and continues to. Like, for them, well, they're not filming this trial. Court TV is. But law and crime probably went down and paid for the pool feed of this trial or whatever. And so then to have some just snarky pile of garbage in Minnesota come in and be like, lol, I have a camera in my office and I'll make fun of you. Like, that annoys them. Of course,
maybe they should just copy your stream and and put a copyright thing over your, like the Rekieta law stream over on there, with how would that be for a turnaround?
That'd be funny. They should.
Wouldn't that be funny?
Genius. I would sue the brakes off of them if they did that. Because see, I'm actually adding content. They don't.
Yeah,
We are officially back on the record. The appearances
you're having
of
so
the
much
plaintiff
fun.
Before we'll bring the jury out, and then the state may call its next witness. So go ahead.
The jurisdiction, Your Honor.
Oh God.
Perfect time.
Yeah, request to address it is
You
denied.
see how relentless he is, just pounding and pounding and pounding.
Determination, Your Honor.
It's denied.
Is that
I'm not going to address it right now. I've addressed it previously. There's no new information. Denied.
Is it a judicial determination you're making, Your Honor?
The record speaks for itself.
Can it be filed in a motion?
I don't understand the question.
Can I file the motion that I've been
I'm not going to
raising?
answer that, sir. I'm not going to direct you to file something or not file something. The jury's coming out.
Is that a judicial determination, Your Honor?
He's really.
She just laughs.
She's wearing us. She's wearing everybody out.
I can agree.
Oh, there he got it. He's a tacit agreement. He's got
Tacit
the
agreement.
appeal right there, man. Oh my
George
goodness.
Medic says this is the result of a parent never disciplining their child, complete lack of respect for others, including sanctity of life, and the complete lack of respect of a healthy level of authority. Stomper 2 says, haven't seen this ground since I cleaned my coffee pot this morning. Go for Big Guys 911 says, before you get your vet, you should talk to some Corvette, some actual owners like Ryan Upchurch watches TikToks and others, but nothing but problems with their vet's transmissions and major water leakage. And I don't think I'm getting a vet anytime soon. I just read an article and got excited.
Oh.
Housefer says, would Brooks get money to hire his own professional witnesses from the state?
Good
No.
afternoon, Ms. Ramirez. If you
No,
would
he
please
waived
make your
that
way
opportunity.
to my witness stand, which is to my right upper riser. When you get there, please remain
K to the Swiss.
standing.
Would it be fair to
Raise
say
your
this
right
question
hand,
axer
and then
doesn't
my
have a
clerk,
clue?
Teresa, who's
So this is what it's
following,
like when a guy
question
hangs
me.
himself. Yes. Almanac, I don't believe I've ever seen the Majestic Pope on a Rekieta Law stream before. Someone should make a meme, or Pepe. Someone should make a meme of Pepe axing Darrell. Oh my goodness. Seems very violent.
The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and then spell each.
Deborah Ramirez, DEORA, last name RAMIREZ.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you. Mr. Ramirez, where do you live? What city?
Doc.
Okay. Are you familiar with the annual Waukesha Christmas Parade?
Yes, we go every year.
Okay, so were you there last year, November 21st of 2021?
I was.
Who were you there with?
My boyfriend, our 4 kids, and my dad.
Okay. Was one of those kids a 12-year-old?
Yes.
What is that child's name?
Isaac.
And what's his last name?
Foglia Ramirez.
By the way,
Do you
guys,
remember
make
where
sure
you
and
and your family
smash
were seated
that
during the
Rumble
parade?
like button, the plus or the thumbs up
I
if you're on a
can't
mobile
remember
app.
the exact street name.
Let's-
We're
let's-
across the street from Chef Pam's kitchen.
Do you know if you were on Main
Let's
Street?
juice hard and a
Yes.
CrossFitter
Do you
doing
remember what
fake
intersection
pull-ups.
you were near?
I can't remember.
Okay. May we please display for the jury and the witness exhibit number 15, which is previously published.
Oh, my spine. It's broke. It's tight.
We zoom in a little bit on the 5 points intersection. Okay, do you see the screen in front of you, Ms. Ramirez?
I do.
Do you see a green box with your name and Isaac's name in it?
Yes.
Do you see a black line?
Why would he
connecting
marry the
that
cow when
box
he gets
to
the
a North
milk
Star?
for free?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the area that this map represents?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the Sunday afternoon of the Christmas parade last year, is that orange star an accurate representation of the approximate area where you and your family were watching the Christmas parade?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you remember anything significant or out of the ordinary happening while you were watching the parade?
At one point during the parade while we were watching,
no signal.
I remember my boyfriend suddenly screaming, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa!" And then when he screams, I looked to my right, and that's when I saw a red vehicle coming right towards us.
You previously said that you were across the street from Chef Pam's?
Yes.
So you would have been on the south side of the street?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember what the vehicle that was speeding towards you looked like?
Speeding.
Sustained as to the form of the question, please rephrase.
Yeah, you nailed it.
Hey, got one.
Ms. Ramirez, do you remember what the vehicle looked like as it approached you and your family?
It was a red SUV.
He could have been a dick and said, Ms. Ramirez, how would you describe
what happened as
the
it
vehicle
got closer?
approaching you? It was speeding towards me. Okay.
I froze as it was coming closer. By the time that I finally tried to move, it was already like right at us, and I was hit on my left foot, left leg.
What area of your left foot and left leg?
It was on top of my left foot. It the tire went over my foot.
Where were you in position? Where were you positioned in relation to Isaac?
I was standing to the right of Isaac.
Okay. Did you notice whether or not Isaac was hit?
I did not until I didn't know he was hit until after it happened, that he said, "Mom, my leg hurts."
Oh.
Isaac was standing next to you, you said?
Yes.
And the vehicle ran over your left foot?
Yes.
When you say next to you, do you mean Isaac was immediately to your side or in front of you or behind you or some other description?
He was to my left, standing just probably about a few inches ahead of me.
What happened after the vehicle ran over your foot?
I fell to the ground, and I was kind of disoriented at first. All I remember was hearing the vehicle speeding past us towards other people. And looking all around me, I just remember seeing a lot of people on the ground as I was looking around to see if my kids were okay.
While you were on the ground, could you hear the sound of the vehicle engine?
The objection's noted. It's overruled. You may answer.
I remember hearing the vehicle as it was. I don't remember hearing the vehicle hitting the brakes. I remember hearing accelerate instead of stopping.
Did you seek medical treatment after the parade?
I sought medical treatment the next day.
Where did you go?
I went to urgent care in Pewaukee.
What injuries did you sustain as a result of the vehicle striking your foot?
I had a hematoma on my left big toe, and I had my ankle was sprained. I went to see an orthopedic doctor who said that there was tissue damage.
Did you bring your son Isaac to seek medical treatment at any point after the parade?
I did, also the next day with me.
Same location?
Yes.
What injuries did Isaac sustain as a result of this incident?
Sprain on his left leg.
I would like to project for the witness only. Actually, 36 was that it? Actually, for the jury as well, Exhibit 36, which has previously been published.
Go ahead.
And can we play this without any sound at about 30%, please, from the beginning?
Go ahead.
Man, it's late in the day. My brain is like checking out of the trial, which means the jury's brain is checking out of the trial. Something to always be cognizant of.
Well, he's wearing everybody down. And that's kind of what they do is they just pound on you and pound on you. And it's like he's such a hardhead. He's not listening. And it wears everybody out. It's a patience game. And we all need to work on our patience. I've gotten better at it, but this is wearing me out too. I mean, it's a hard.
Mm-hmm.
It's him. It's him that's wearing it. This would go a lot quicker without his.
Or your son Isaac in that portion of the video.
Slightly, yes.
On which side?
On the left.
And can you describe what you were wearing?
I was wearing a pink jacket.
Can you describe what Isaac was wearing?
He was wearing a green jacket.
We show for the video, for the witness only, Exhibit 43.
Go ahead.
Mr. Ramirez, can you let me know when you see something on the screen in front of you?
I can see it.
You can, okay. Do you recognize this screenshot?
Yes, I do.
What does it show us?
I can see just a little bit of myself, but I can see Isaac on there.
Does this depict you and Isaac before, during, or after you were struck?
Before.
Is this an accurate depiction of how you looked that day?
Yes.
Isaac as well?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 43 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Where are they in the video?
Your objection is noted. The exhibit number 43 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
By the way, big shout out to Sword and Scale for the super chats earlier.
Photo, please.
Good friend of the show. If you guys like true crime podcasts,
Okay,
there's
so
only
we know
one
what
you
we're
should
looking
ever
at.
listen
The
to.
screen in front of you is a
and
touch
that's Sword and
screen. Can you
Scale,
use your
because
finger to
everybody
circle
else
Isaac for us?
is a cuckold.
And that's the green jacket you described?
Yes.
Okay.
Every other
And on
criminal
which
podcast
side of the screen?
likes watching other people do
On
podcasts.
the middle left.
If you know what I'm saying.
Can you circle yourself now?
Very
Can you see it?
shameful.
And see, the thing is, who has the patience to deal with this kind of guy?
Yes.
You know, he's got his
Please. Can we show the
worldview.
witness only, please? Exhibit number 45.
Go ahead.
Does he have prior incarcerative experience?
And what does this depict?
It looks like a picture of after getting struck by the vehicle.
Do you see either yourself or Isaac in this photo?
I see both.
And is this an accurate picture of how you looked after the vehicle struck you?
Yes.
Move Exhibit 45 into evidence and ask to publish.
Objection. Can't really see it.
Your objection is noted. It's overruled. Exhibit 45 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Can we please zoom in on the middle left? Can you use that touch screen again, Mr. Ramirez, and circle where you are? And now can you please circle Isaac? Same pink and green jackets we've been talking about?
Yes.
Left side of the screen?
Yes.
Okay, we can clear that, please. Could we please show the witness only, exhibit number 40?
Go ahead.
You see the photograph in front of you?
Yes,
Are you in that photograph?
I am.
What does this show?
That shows me getting up afterwards, after the incident.
Is this an accurate screenshot of how you looked after the SUV came through?
Yes.
Move exhibit 40 into evidence and ask to publish.
See, it's all clean. What they do is they lay a predicate. The witness identifies the photo. It's predicate before they show it to the jury. Then they show it to the jury.
Yeah, that's how it should be done.
Right.
And again, the witness being someone who was there and present and can attest
Can we
that
zoom in on the middle?
That is
evidence
an
is
accurate.
accurate.
And that's the way you ask that. It's
Again, Mr.
perfect.
Mears, if you see yourself, could you please circle up yourself for us?
It says, is this an accurate representation of what you saw
Thank
that
you.
day?
And you see
Yes,
Isaac in
that's
this
authenticated, the
shot?
photograph it's in.
Okay. We can clear that and zoom back out.
Sword and Scale says, weird how the prosecution hasn't asked this witness
Thank
to
you.
use her finger and circle herself.
Last exhibit, because you just said that.
We'll take that up outside the presence of the jury. Don't let me forget.
I
All
won't.
right, then go ahead if you have any cross for this witness.
Oh, no.
You stated that you went to the urgent care in Pewaukee the next day. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, it is.
What caused the day delay?
Fair question.
As I was
You weren't really hurt, were you?
trying to
Relevant?
find my other child who was at the parade but not with, like, right with me, among all the other people that were injured, I was able to see how many people were on the ground needing immediate help, how much blood was on the ground at that time, that I chose to wait until the next day, since I knew I was hurt, but I did not need immediate attention as other people did.
So you had went home for the evening and decided to just go to urgent care the next day.
Yes.
So from your recollection, you weren't in need of immediate medical attention.
I was in need of medical attention, but not immediately.
Any reason why you didn't take your son to seek immediate attention?
He was able to walk out of there with me. He was limping, but he was able to walk out of there with me. So that's why we decided to wait until the next day.
Do you recall giving an interview with a detective agent?
I remember giving an interview. I don't recall his name.
Do you recall the date that you gave the interview?
I can't remember.
Was it a few days after the incident, a week, or
It was a few days after. I cannot remember the exact
Just so we're
date.
clear, because there's some discussion
any
about
idea
it.
why
When I
it took
say it's a
few days to
relevant
make a
question,
report?
I mean, relevant questions don't mean they're good questions. They don't mean
We
anything at
were,
all other than it's on the subject
we
of
were in
the
touch
elements
right
of one
away.
of the crimes. That's
It
it.
just took a few days.
Yeah, I
to
got that.
set up the
The
interview.
question, we're looking at it
Did
as
you
like a law
seek to make a report the
example,
evening of the
not
incident?
whether this guy has some point.
No.
There is no
Any reason
point
why?
here, to be clear.
I was in shock.
So at the time, you didn't feel like you needed to make a report immediately. Would that be fair to say?
As I said before, I was in shock. I got home with a basically mental breakdown. So I was crying when I got home. I did not think of anything else.
You stated your boyfriend was with you that evening. Would that be fair to say?
Yes,
Do you know if he was injured in any way?
he was not.
You stated that you heard him saying, "Whoa, whoa,
Jeez, that was
whoa."
beautiful.
Do you know where he went from that moment?
I think I heard it from here.
He proceeded to move backwards to not get hurt.
In the videos that you saw, did you see him in the video anywhere?
I can't remember.
So it'd be fair to say that you couldn't see him in the videos that you just saw like 2-3 minutes ago.
I could see myself and Isaac. I remember what we were wearing. I cannot remember what he was wearing.
Any reason why you remember what you and your son was wearing, but not your boyfriend who was present with you at the incident?
Because I'm the one that dresses myself and my child. I don't know what he wears at that time, at any time.
Do you remember seeing him directly after the incident?
I do.
Did he leave with you when you left to go home?
He did, yes.
He may be thinking that if he can get every witness to have some doubt about some stupid fact, that is reasonable doubt. You know, I'm just, it's hard to break into the brain of this kind of person, but like, what is he thinking here?
And you were also there with
he's not
other children.
Yes.
Of yours, correct?
Yes.
Were any of those children hurt in the incident?
Just scrapes from moving out of the way, but not hurt by the vehicle.
So they weren't struck by the vehicle to your knowledge?
They were not.
Do you recall where they were when the vehicle passed you?
Where they were exactly when the vehicle passed, I know that they were to the right of me. I believe they were behind me at the time.
Do you know about how far approximately from you they were?
I do not.
Oh my God. Ask your irrelevant question.
You were next to an intersection or a cross street?
To the left of me, there was an intersection. I was not directly at the intersection as there were more people to the left of me.
Do you remember what intersection that was?
As I have stated before, I can't remember exactly which intersection it was. I just remember being across the street from Chef Pam's kitchen.
Do we have exhibit 15, I believe it is?
Yeah.
Is it true that BLM gave this guy like millions of dollars for his defense?
They created a GoFundMe, if I remember, for something like $5 million, and it was up for a little bit, and then GoFundMe eventually took it down. Because people were like, what the hell are you doing?
I'm wondering if the victims could recover any of that money.
Yeah.
Usually civilly, no.
Really?
I mean, other
Can
than
you see the screen right now in front of you?
if he takes it in, I mean,
can you make out your name?
if he doesn't spend it on his defense, then yes.
Can you see the black line pointing to a star?
Pursue it as any other, but you can't force GoFundMe to divulge money to someone else.
That looks like it's
as a non-party.
Maybe.
You know what I mean?
I don't know. It depends. That'd be an interesting question, wouldn't it?
Bunch of lawyers try and make a big fuss out of it, and every time I've seen it raised, the judge goes, "Yeah, no, stop this."
Can the record
People can
reflect
get
that
funding wherever they
the
want.
cross street of Broadway?
Yeah, but if you got a big pile of money that wasn't used,
If
The
you
record
yes,
will still
if
reflect.
he gets the money, yes.
and jurisdiction, would be
Do
in
you see
Waukesha.
the red line right there
Right.
under?
Do you
If
have
the
a
money's-
license to practice in
by
Wisconsin?
the police badge
If the money
emblem?
gets transferred to the person,
Yes.
then yeah, of
Do you know what
course.
that red line
that
indicates?
But the theory is you would spend the money
I
on
do
the
not.
defense. And once that money's gone, it's gone. But if the
Do
money
you
is
know if there
not
was a
transferred, or if
barrier
it's
at that intersection?
just sitting there, I don't know that a judge can order GoFundMe. You have to turn over this money. But GoFundMe doesn't
remember
hold money
seeing
for more than about
barriers.
30
I
days.
cannot recall if there was one at that intersection.
If they
Do
do,
you
they shut
recall
down
where
the
you-
account.
Where you saw the barriers at?
I don't recall.
Did you see the barriers anywhere in your vicinity, your immediate vicinity where you were stationed at?
Like I said, I can't remember.
Do you recall when you first, oh, you can pull this down, I'm sorry.
You pull this down.
Do you recall what you were, oh, let me back up. Do you recall seeing the vehicle approach?
I do.
Did the vehicle strike that? Were you able to estimate how fast the vehicle was traveling at that point when it was approaching you?
I wouldn't know how fast it was traveling.
Could you make out the make and model of the vehicle that was approaching?
All I remember is there was a red SUV. I can't remember I wasn't able to see what the make and model was.
Did you see the driver?
I did not.
Were there any tints to the vehicle that you recall?
I can't remember.
Did you catch the license plate number?
I did not.
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone before it got to you?
Yes, I did.
After it passed you?
Before it passed me.
After it passed you?
Why don't you ask the question more fully so it's clear?
Did you observe the vehicle strike anyone once it passed you?
I did not.
Oh, we're so close to 7,000 up votes. Hit
Do you
those
recall your
pluses.
boyfriend taking a video of the incident?
Yes, I do.
Have you seen that video?
Yes, I have.
Was that video given to any law enforcement that you recall?
It was not.
Any reason why?
Because when the vehicle came towards us, it was moving way too much because of him moving back, and it was too blurry to see anything.
So it'd be fair to say the video was pretty much disregarded at that point.
What?
Yes.
Any reason why it would be disregarded?
You could hear the screaming, but as I said, you could not see anything.
So it was fair to say it was disregarded because the video, in fact, you couldn't see anything from the video?
Yes.
when you and your son were treated for your injuries at urgent care in Pewaukee, about how long did the treatment last before you were discharged?
We were there for at least an hour.
Why so briefly?
I don't know. Objection
Wow.
calls for speculation.
Argumentative. Sustained.
Were you given any pain medication during your treatment?
Objection, relevance.
Grounds.
Relevance.
Overruled. She may answer.
I was not.
Do you know if your son was given any pain medication at that time?
No, he was not.
So, had a little discussion in my locals chat about the extent of injuries and why it may be relevant. I don't specifically know, but there are some statutes in criminal code which make a distinction between level of injury, harm, great bodily harm, gross bodily injury.
Yes, I do.
Or sorry, harm, serious bodily harm, and great or gross bodily injury.
I can't remember.
And those levels may be relevant to the level of crime that's charged.
Chilly enough
So
to wear
the extent of the injuries could be relevant in that way. Like, is it serious bodily injury if you went
it was a little
to the doctor for an hour and they
was
sent you home with
windy enough to wear
Tylenol?
a winter cap?
Maybe not.
Right. In Florida,
Yes.
it's serious bodily harm is the difference between a simple battery and a felony aggravated battery. And the jury is the fact finder. So they have to hear evidence that the injury was actually serious.
I do.
So
And
in a real case, that
if
might
you
be an
had-
issue if you had something like that, like they're charged this with ag battery and it was just a stub toe, then the issue might be whether or not it's serious bodily harm. In this
I
case,
didn't know what the nose too. That's why.
Right.
And
the
was wearing
the difference could be
I was wearing
a
headband.
stub
I
toe
was
or a
not
bruise
wearing
versus a
a,
laceration versus a broken bone or a
cap.
skull fracture. Head injuries
You
tend to
better
come
just say that you just
to
said you were
grave or
wearing a cap.
great bodily harm because
No.
that
You
is
asked if I recalled if I was
potential
wearing
death
one.
involved,
I
stuff
said
like
yes,
that.
I recall.
That you were wearing a cap.
I recall if I was, and it was a winter headband.
I might have been confused. I apologize.
Ask the next question, please.
I don't consent to that, Your Honor, for the record.
oh my goodness. Ugh. He's relentless, isn't he?
Yeah. And also
Do you
for
recall if anyone else you was with was
record
wearing a
thing is
winter cap?
It's like this delusion that there's some trial beyond this.
right.
That's gonna, once it's in there, he'll have this big pile of paper that he can pour over point by point, and there'll be something else that's called an appeal, and this stuff is going nowhere on appeal. So
After your initial treatment at urgent care in
And the
Pewaukee,
record
did you
is
receive any more treatment
anything
after that?
stated in court
Yes,
in
I
front of the
did.
jury is definitely on the
Did your
record.
son receive
he's just
any more
copying
treatment
the
after
other lawyers trying to be lawyerly. He hears
Yes.
them saying that.
He did not.
They're doing it because they want, they're illustrating, like when he says for the record,
Can you redirect?
somebody
On cross-examination,
made a motion
other
and they're making that because it's not written down. It's a visual thing that's not apparent by the record.
What group in the parade was in front of you at the moment that the SUV got to your family?
Extreme dance.
Did you see those girls get hit?
I did.
Did you see the aftermath after the SUV went through that area?
Yes, I did.
Based on what you saw with those girls getting hit, if you and Isaac had been standing 18 inches to the north, do you think you would have delayed until the next day to seek medical treatment?
Objection, that's subjective.
Calls for speculation.
I don't have anything else for this witness.
But he opened the door.
Thank you.
It's
You
true.
may step down.
Yeah, not only did he open the door, it's explaining because she says, why did you wait a day, right? To
Yeah.
go to the hospital. It's hard. We're checking out because this guy's wearing us out, but trying to
Although
give you
didn't the wait a day question get objected to? Yeah, as argumentative. Yeah.
maybe, but he hit on that so
Well,
much. Like, what's he
we've got the
saying? I don't know.
Testimony
Right.
for the day. I do have the.
Oh, thank God.
Thank God.
And then
We
once that-
survived.
You'll be excused for the day. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented. And I
Someone
have
says,
instructed you on
I keep
the
saying
law.
this, he knows
Do
exactly
not
what he's doing
discuss
here. I
this
mean, he
case
may
among
know what he's
yourselves or
doing, but
with
it's not
anyone else
helpful in any
until your
way.
final deliberations
He's just
in the jury
delaying.
room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, interpreters, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, interpreters, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversation about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person
Offensive
or by
meme
electronic
incoming.
means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or
What does
tool
it say?
about this trial.
Big
Do
and
not
bigger. I
use
can't see.
dictionaries, computers,
Okay.
electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any
Not at a-
information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer.
We
Do
have a
not
tier
permit
list.
anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other
Oh
means.
my
If
God.
anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in this courtroom. People not serving on this jury have
Where
not,
did the judge rank?
and it is improper for
A
them
tier.
to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After this trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused for the day. We'll see you tomorrow morning. All rise for
Okay,
the
well,
jury.
we'll see. There could be just some post testimony cleanup,
Same thing.
and then I will bring the tier list back up just so before we are done, just so we're all very clear on it.
See, I like the little memes you're bringing in, although some of them I don't understand. I got to say, I know there's something about Peppy the Frog, and I don't know what it is.
I don't get it either. I don't get Pepe, but every time I see him, my heart warms up.
Okay. Well,
And
it is
I'm at peace.
entertaining. It is value added. Are these your listeners or your chatters that are giving you these things?
This is specifically from my locals chat.
They're awesome.
Mr. Brooks, I cut you off because I wanted you to raise whatever the issue was outside the presence of the jury. I don't know if you had a question or an objection or a comment, but go ahead.
Subject matter jurisdiction.
I forgot what part you cut me off on.
Well,
Good.
it had to do with the one of the exhibits, and it's the second time it's happened where I've told the jury to disregard comments that are visible on the exhibit.
Yeah. Is it a way that I mean, because that was the one that was the steel frame, right?
Correct. We've seen it before on the video.
Can they cut that part out so that way just make it easier?
So at this point, the exhibits have been received. I've told them to disregard it. What may happen is ultimately when they're deliberating, they may ask to see exhibits. And if that happens, then I'll have to make a determination about whether those exhibits are given to the jurors. There might be copies that are there, or shown if that's the type of exhibit we're talking about, and then we'll go from there. So it's a little bit premature, but I hope that answers your question.
I do believe you were more than clear when you told them to disregard it. So that part was definitely clear. And the worry would be.
Oh, sorry, that's Apu, not Pepe.
In deliberations.
I don't, like I said, I don't know any of these meme things.
Yeah, I just don't want it to.
I understand.
Just for the record, we're talking about exhibit 40. That's the exhibit that Mr. Brooks.
They're saying that for the appellate record. They said for the record.
Pause until the jury was out of the room.
So that's nice. Thank you to the trial attorney.
I instructed the jury to disregard the comments on the right. I have a note. I'll have to look back through my notes on this happened another time, and it may have been maybe the same.
It's the video that the screenshot came from.
Exactly. All right. Then, does the state have any information for me about the witness and whether you'll need the interpreter for tomorrow?
No, we do not believe we will need the interpreter for any of the state's witnesses, Your Honor. We did secure Juan Marquez to be here at noon, so that as soon as we start from the afternoon break, we could take his testimony out of order.
Okay, so the state just dropped another witness then.
No. But
well, let me advise you, sir, that since there's the need for an interpreter and this court had been going through making, not myself, but the clerk's office to make arrangements as it relates to this interpreter, I'm going to have you call that witness. It will be out of order. That's not unusual. That happens sometimes, but we at least have that witness available starting at noon. If all goes well, we'll take an early lunch about 11:30. We'll take an hour, and then we'll put Mr. Marquez on at 12:30. You'll do the initial questioning. The state will then do the cross. Okay? Did you hear me advise you of that?
Good night.
All right. And then the other thing I just want to put on the record today is that, again, Mr. Brooks does not have the headphones on. I did not notice any apparent difficulties with your hearing. I wanted to also make a record that, especially as it relates to the cross-examination of Detective Carpenter, which I would describe as a technical expert witness, there was some very articulate, clear, cogent, and salient questions were asked by Mr. Brooks, especially regarding when the technology was obtained.
She's making a record that he's competent here, and that's what she's doing.
It was a live case and what that meant. The reliability of
she doesn't really need to do this. I mean, I got to say, the record speaks for itself on this point also.
How it was obtained, his training.
This is kind of going overboard, I think, on the protecting the record type thing, but there's no appeal right now.
Speed analysis for any other cases and things of that nature. You're certainly questioning other witnesses about whether they've watched videos previously that would go, to their credibility, which is ultimately a jury determination. But I just wanted to put that on the record and commend you for that. Any other issues from either party?
No, don't ask. Just leave.
From you, sir?
We still got the issue about the
jurisdiction,
the 13th subpoena.
So my understanding is you filled it out, or do you need to fill it out?
It's been filled out. I just wanted to know. I didn't know when it was going to be addressed.
And so my understanding, and let me confer with the state, did the subpoena get turned over to the state? The 13th subpoena.
I don't believe it has. No.
It's the witness is the one who the state previously advised us was lived out of state. That's the person we're talking about, correct?
And that's the issue.
So the state's not obligated, I'm just gonna cut to the chase. The state's not obligated to make any kind of travel arrangements or otherwise serve the subpoena on someone who's out of state. There's procedures in the statutes. I'm not gonna lay those out for you. This is one of those things, I'd refer you back to when we went through the waiver of right to attorney form and about how the court can't explain procedure or the law, that you're put in the same position as an attorney who's been practicing here in the state of Wisconsin. I am not going to require the state to make arrangements for an out-of-state witness. That falls on you.
For the record, I have to be licensed to be held to the same standard as a licensed attorney.
No, actually,
that's
not at all.
To that, because I don't want you to think I'm
I
trying to
disagree
argue.
with your legal assessment, sir.
In unison.
So your objections noted for the record.
No, that's the thing.
But
You
you're a
are
party
held
to
to the
this
exact
case,
same
sir,
standard.
and parties
They're
that are
deferential on some
self-represented can
things,
do things
but you're held to the same
that
legal
attorneys
standards.
can do. A party doesn't need an attorney, for example, to secure a subpoena. So with that, I believe that addresses the 13th subpoena. Any other issues?
I intended to have 13 witnesses.
So too fucking bad.
So if I'm
Better
not
call them.
obviously not able to call the 13th witness, how do I get my 13th witness?
I can't answer that, sir.
Would I still be able to have a 13th witness?
You have to name the person. The due date was on Monday. So who would be your 13th witness then, sir?
I would have to look on my original witness list to get the 13th witness. I know that was my target was 13.
Well, I'll tell you what, I'll let you look through that tonight and you can advise us in the morning. And if the state wants to object, they can advise me then. But you're going to have to fill out another subpoena then.
That's fair.
And
That's fair.
I can't promise that they'll be able to do that, but we'll see what they have to say tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I do want to state also for the record, why I'm able to hear you very well is because I'm actually in the courtroom with you, which I have been the last few days, which is a breath of fresh air.
That'd be you, dude.
That's why I'm able to hear much more clearly.
All right, thank you for making that record. I appreciate it. Any other issues from the state?
Nothing, Judge, thank you.
All right, we'll see everyone then tomorrow morning at 8:30. We are in recess for the day.
Here we go.
Hey, we made it through another painful day.
God, it was brutal.
This is, these trials are going on all over the country, though. This one is very serious, but there are idiots like this in court. And this is why they pay judges. And, the people are asking about patience. It tests the patience. I mean, this guy is testing the patience of everybody around him and has been his whole life. And he's been coddled. People have basically, his inability to move from this. Most people don't fight those battles. It's like, the hell with you. I'm moving on. Right.
Right.
And so he's gotten what he's gotten by being this stubborn jerk. And that attitude problem, I say a lot of criminals get into the system because of attitude. And attitude is so important. And here's a prime example. His attitude is putting him in prison. Is it a mental defect? We're trying to diagnose him, but the attitude of like the world owes him favors, that the world owes me, and he's prevailing on everybody's niceness around him. And he's gotten through life by bullying and being this obstreperous kind of person, right? So, boy, you do, one thing when you're sitting there, you can say, at least I'm getting paid for this. So,
Yeah.
I don't know. It's difficult to watch though. From
That's
this
what I saw.
forum, it's not exactly the most entertaining trial you've ever done, I can say.
No, well, I mean, it depends. There's some good stuff in here. The memes so far are great. So this is the Legal Vices tier list of witnesses, best I can tell. We have Kimmy Schmidt up here up top. We've got Football Shoulders Girl here, and Judge at the A tier. B tier is the officer from yesterday, Officer Smash-A-Lot, I think he called her. C tier, this chick was a couple days ago.
I don't think. D tier, the guy, of course, that's because of the whole
it's because
nail.
Yeah, it's because this. So this was some point of contention in the locals chat. Some of the ladies in there wanted prosecutor bumped up the scales, but this is the legal vices scale. He's the S tier. So
is he the one that made this list though?
No.
Okay.
I mean, yes, he did by his reactions, because the locals chat are very astute observers of human reaction. But no, so he's the S tier, he's the barometer. So that's why he's all the way down here. But he is still above these two witnesses and these two attorneys. So
yeah, I would move up the white. I'd switch the one next to the goofy legal vices face and the white. I'd switch those.
You'd swap
two,
these two?
I'd swap and I'd probably swap the judge with the officer too.
Oh, okay. See, I thought that these two would be in the S tier. I thought both of them would be up there, but that was me. I frankly, I would put this officer in S tier and everyone else in F. That's where I would go.
Officer, you mean the lawyer?
Or the lawyer, yeah. The lawyer would go to S tier and everybody else would be F tier. That's how.
As guys, are we really qualified to comment on male beauty?
I am, yes.
You are, really?
Mm-hmm. I'm a certified expert.
I'm wildly bad at it.
Do you so my ongoing joke, which is a true joke, is I am a certified expert in cybersecurity law.
Really?
Because I took a program, a cybersecurity program, and have a literal certificate of it. And I know jack and shit about cybersecurity law now. But so I will say the same thing about male attractiveness or male beauty. I am a certified expert. As a certificate holding gay, that is true. That is true. This is an LGBT.
That's your choice as of now.
No, for a long time.
Really?
You know what? Like, I get so much heat for being anti-LGBTQ, but I mean, I have been late and gay for a long time, very long time.
But my understanding is that you are just against trans people giving transgender drugs to children without their parents' consent. You radical.
Well, I'm against that and white people.
I wish I could get my light better. I look like such a ghost guy.
You got to have the studio lights like I do.
I know. I don't. You need to advise me on good lighting.
They're a pain in the ass. And they make seeing things kind of difficult because it's a bunch of light coming from behind. Well, my monitor's here. And ideally, they would be farther away and the light would be a little more diffuse by the time it got to me. But the layout of my office does not make that practical.
You look so much better. But of course, the subject matters better. That's, I recognize.
I have like a $5,000 camera. That changes things a bit too.
Have you ever been around like a real good looking guy? I had a friend.
No, I've never met one.
I didn't realize, but he was my buddy, and I remember walking through the mall behind him, and we were walking through, and all these girls at the that were at the counters, where they do the makeup counters, and they're all pretty. So all of a sudden they're looking like, whoa, like, and I'm like, man, I've never seen this kind of reaction. I'm walking behind them, they look at me and they go, whoop. So, I mean, it's like a whole dabbing. It's like, oh no, I'm not looking at you. I was like, wow. So there's this male, like there's a top tier male here that gets the same kind of ogling that most women get, right? I mean, it was quite an experience having a good looking male friend.
No, so it's this is actually kind of an interesting subject I broached on some other streams and this is we'll get to the chats in just a minute, but there was a study done that I like to talk about by OkCupid. It's a dating app.
Right.
Millions of users, and they actually allow people to rate the attractiveness of the other person. And what was really interesting about the study is they found that for men rating women, there's a pretty standard distribution bell curve, although it was slightly above average. It was like right below 6 was the top. And then it just kind of went down like that. Right. But for women rating men, there's like a big spike up at like 8, 9, and 10, and then everyone else is like a 2 or lower.
Right.
It was wild. Like,
yeah, I've seen that. That's fascinating. I think that's a Jordan Peterson point too, isn't it?
Probably.
Yes,
probably. I'm sure he talked about it when it came out, but no, it was a really interesting sort of look into just that, based purely on looks alone, like how men and women perceive the opposite. Now, when you start getting into other stuff, like you start adding in personality traits or whatever, I'm sure bank accounts, I'm sure the bell curve rounds out pretty nicely.
Thank God, you know, I mean, come on. Oh my goodness.
All right. We need to, I need to read these chats, and then I need to take a little breather before my next stream, because today I have a very busy schedule. I'm on now, and then I will be on with Viva at 7:30 p.m. Central to the Rumble chat and the Odyssey chat and the locals chat. I'll be on with Viva Fry at 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Central. We'll be talking about my YouTube suspension and all that stuff and what's going forward. We may touch on other drama. I don't know. I make no promises or representations or warranty. But also, I just haven't been on Viva's show in a long time. Looking forward to talking to him since his move down to the States. So that'll be fun. And then, of course, the 11 p.m. show is going to be still on in some form, although I don't know how long it'll be tonight. But I'm an idiot and will do it. So that's the plan right now. I mean, something could always come in and change it. For now, I'm going to read super chats. Steve, you are, of course, welcome to stay.
No, I love this. This is fun. I'm enjoying it, and thank you very much for letting me be on and grift and interact with your chatters and grift my crimelaw.net website, which I'm selling my book via PayPal, which I know people don't like, but if you don't, then you can go credit card. As long as the money comes into credit, then I'm good. We're pre-ordering the book. It's going to be printed as soon as Andrew gets his forward done. And of course, they can also sign up to Andrew Branca's website and listen to me talk a whole lot on his criminal law class, Andrew Branca with Law of Self-Defense. So that's where you can find me. And thank you for everybody who's purchased the book. And thank you, Nick, for allowing me to shuffle my book. I really need to come back on when the closing arguments get done, because that's like my favorite part of all trials is closing arguments. And that's where the state is going to have to be very disciplined. And I think they will. I mean, these prosecutors got a plan and they're sticking to it. And I don't think we're going to have any issues in this trial. It's just, it'll be nice to say goodbye to Mr. Brooks.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And yeah, the closing argument is going to be interesting. Brooks's closing argument, his opening statement, frankly, is going to be interesting to me as well, which should be coming soon, maybe even this week. And then his closing statement is going to be something. But yes, the ultimate risk is on the state here. It's this case is always the state's to lose through a failure in procedure or through some sort of prejudice that they impose upon Darrell Brooks by acting improperly. And assuming they get through the closing statement cleanly, it should be a very quick conviction, basically. And this is one of those where there's a whole lot of counts and the jury may want to pay lip service to the volume of them. But realistically, I mean, finding guilty on all counts is an easy answer for them in this type of case. And even if they don't want to, they could just find guilty on the 6 murders. But there's value in finding guilty on all of them, especially for any ensuing civil cases that may be useful. And I know that Brooks doesn't have anything, but the finding of guilt may help them in civil cases against the city for failure to adequately prepare for something like this, some sort of negligent action or whatever may occur. So hopefully they will do that, return that verdict rather quickly. And this guy will go to prison forever. All right, so here we go. Chank Uger's Sweaty Gunt says your time frame fallacious and your tendencies fallacious with a T. That's good. IMAV says just sending a Rumble rant to support your live streaming move to Rumble. Wish you great success and hopefully you usher in a mass exodus. Well, so far the success has been very good. The numbers have been great on the attendance thing, and I just want to bring in more and more people. That will be awesome. And we'll see how it goes. Almanac says grounds. Tankrat says, so how much of a suit show will this be today? Boring night at work and I need entertainment. Well, I mean, every day is going to be a shit show with Darrell Brooks. That's a guarantee. You're not going to see premium lawyering from his side of the table.
But you are from the prosecution team, and the judge is pretty good. I mean, they could be harsher on him, but they're following this balancing act. They're not playing to the media. You know, this is the thing. There's a good point right there, is that this judge, she could be like really playing it up to like, I'm the champion, or the prosecutors could be playing to the cameras. They are not doing that. And that's kudos to them for that, right?
Yeah, that's absolutely true. It's what I was gonna say something similar, was that you aren't seeing premium lawyering from Darrell Brooks, but you're seeing very competent and careful lawyering from the prosecution, very deliberate and really quite good lawyering. They could be sloppy because they don't have to try very hard on a case like this, or they could be sloppy because they're being assholes, and they're not really doing either of those. So that's nice. Dredder62, here's a solution for sovereign citizens. Once they claim this, just exile them to an island. They can't really sue, or they really can't sue claiming U.S. citizenship, can they? They don't. This would be a lovely thing, and maybe there's some structure that we could come up with for it. But as it stands right now, anyone under the jurisdiction of the United States is granted the exact same set of rights. There is effectively no benefit to being a citizen of the United States as far as your constitutional protections are concerned, your right to sue or whatever. If the United States is exiling you to an island, you would immediately have relief to a competent civil court. Or to the civil court in the jurisdiction where you were basically taken from, probably a federal court, but still, they cannot just remove someone from the United States because they say that they're not under the jurisdiction. I mean, they are, no matter what. That's the rule we've come up with. Maybe it's the wrong rule, but it is the rule. Housefur says, did Brooks give her COVID? Yes, he did. Ducey says, who's the better attorney, Rackets? Who's the better attorney? Rackets. Sorry, I thought I was involved in this. Darrell Brooks representing himself, or Spectre representing DA Talks. Considering Darrell Brooks is going to probably get himself locked up for life in prison, I would say Darrell Brooks is the better attorney there. Aaron the East has hit the plus button because misery loves company. That's true. Baldo Gagger 4000. I would have thought a rail cow catcher on the front of his new SUV would be the best accessory. It would have been good. Just punt people out of the way nicely without killing them. I don't know if it works that way, but we could try. In Exile 08 for the Killing Brain Cells Fund. This is going to be rough. Automata says grounds. Kathy Mert, Brooks needs to have bleeding hemorrhoids. You.
Hey, there is a meme to be had here. You know, in like you got the unbreaded, you could do like a button that you could go grounds.
Yeah. I could do that. I should make just a short.
That's kind of the meme for the whole trial, isn't it?
It's become it, but it just started yesterday.
Well, I think it was the day before when Legal Vices was covering for you. He started doing that. I was watching.
No, that was yesterday.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, it's only
time
Tuesday.
slows
Yeah.
when you're dealing here, right? Yeah, wearing you out.
Tankrat says, I, as citizen of the Republic of USA, support declaring war against this country of Brooks.
Well, if a foreigner comes into the country and commits a murder, they're going to be convicted just like anybody else. I mean, it's like, so he's sovereign citizen. Okay, so you're a foreign country. Well, you're in the U.S. and you murdered somebody. So that it's such a stupid argument. I mean, I don't know. I can't even. Tiring.
To the chat's asking if Andrea Burkhart is available for any of this. I don't know because I don't have Twitter anymore. So I need to find a way to get into contact with her. So yeah, I'll see if any of my law homies can pass my phone number on to her, which is my plan all along. And then maybe I can, at that point, get a hold of her. I have no idea if she's available or not, but I love having her on. She is awesome. Very knowledgeable, also very funny. Dredder62, there's an emotional component when presenting to juries that lawyers are aware of. Brooks doesn't realize that the jury hates him by now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you kidding? Everybody's hating. The more he talks, the more he's hated. But I mean, he's going away. That's why it's like there's no. The only question now is like, what is he thinking? What's he doing? If he had any modicum of civilized person, he'd plea. He's entitled to a fair trial, so he's getting what he's entitled to, and they are giving him a very fair trial, and that's what he's entitled to, and that's what we're watching, and he's getting it, and then he's going to go away and hopefully be forgotten.
Yes. TX47, if a person chooses to use common law self-representation, can the jury use common law to set punishment, as in we and the jury assign crucifixion? Nope. Ember Fox says, love you, Jeff and Nick. Heart. This is before you were on. Disband the EU says, what the editor even does. I don't know most of the time. Disband the EU. Ryan, you're fired. Happy birthday. There are like 2.5 edited videos on your channel in the last 50 decades. There's no clip/highlights channel. Speaking of which, why the F not? Lazy knows lazy. My YouTube channel just became a clips highlight channel. I mean, that's the reality of what happened. That's
a good plan.
Dreader62, just as a point of comparison, this guy killed twice as many people as the Boston Marathon bombing. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, remember the media coverage that case got?
Massive.
Yeah. This is a flyover country. We don't care about these people, right? I mean, this is what really makes me upset about the media, is that this is a very important case. And I mean, one of the reasons I think you're covering it is because it is a significant case, and the fact that the rest of the media, it's like radio silence. It's sick. I mean, it's really sick that what the media picks and chooses to emphasize, basically to divide people.
Yeah, it's I was shocked to find out that this case was happening. Like, that's how little coverage there was of it. I mean, it's always been that low, but that's how little coverage there was of it as we got to trial time was, hey, are you going to cover Darrell Brooks? I'm like, who? Waukesha raid killer. Really? Like, that's going to trial already? Like, oh.
And how many people, and he killed twice as many. He probably injured 10 times. I mean, how many people did that bombing injure?
Marathon bombing injured a lot. I
think.
It? Let's see. Well, let's check. Boston Marathon bombing. I can't. Injuries. 280. So
okay,
more injuries. Yeah,
280 people were hurt in the Boston Marathon bombing. I didn't know that.
Yeah, quite a few. So, well, patients admitted to the hospital though, 75 was the patients admitted to the hospital, but they had other probably non-threatening injuries as well. As far as Darrell Brooks, I don't know. There's 61, I think, injuries or something like that. And I don't know what the extent of how many people were admitted, et cetera. But no, I mean, these are comparable tragedies for sure. And yeah, the media coverage shut this thing down right away. It was,
and they put that bomber of the Boston on the front of Time magazine, making him look like some kind of hero. Remember that? And then here's this guy. He's just persona non grata because everybody hates him the more they see it. So he doesn't fit this guy, and like I said, I've dealt with this type of person before. It's very trying. It takes a lot of patience, and thank your local public defenders for having to deal with people like this, because the prosecutor doesn't really deal with it. They only deal with them in the court. Public defender has to work with these people to try to construct a good defense and to present a fair trial and to make the system work smoothly. And they're dealing with these people every day. So I salute the public defenders out there, and I wanted people to respect that the Wisconsin's putting together a system of, why aren't all trials like this? Why aren't all trials as professionally done? There's no excuse not to follow the law like this and do a good job. It's easy to do a good job.
People. It might not convict people if they have to follow the law.
Well, those are the marginal cases that need to not be convicted then. Anyway, sorry, ranting.
No, you're fine. Future Hoffer says, hey, Rackets, you should check out the lady cop's testimony from yesterday. Brooks went full retard with his I was not the driver defense during cross. Oh, God. Maybe I'll look at it on a night show. King Bach, law and crime is patient zero for monkeypox. The Boys says, can't send memes on Twitter anymore. So, and then he sent me a meme. The most banned queen. Maybe if I give you an even bigger nose, you will look hot. Oh, no. I'll have to superimpose Attorney Tom's face onto yours. That was always the plan. Oh, you know what? You can shut your damn mouth. Attorney Tom's a piece of shit. I saw his little stupid video. Love you, Tom. Right into the grave. Law and Lumber says, just got back from court. What have I missed? Grounds. Bald Eagle. If I was the cop that arrested Brooks, I would have had a struggle that would have ended with a discharge in the back of his head. I'd willingly go before a jury and state that he reached for my gun. Tankrat says, this sucks. I have to use the app to watch and then use a browser to rant, view chat, and view the numbers. It just be something wrong. Yeah, it's something I hope they fix soon, in all honesty.
But there's a 4-hour thing. What happens when the videos originally get posted? You can only see like the last 4 hours, but eventually it does process, and eventually it does get the full video in.
Processing 8-hour-long streams takes just a ton of processing power, like because they process them, I think, in different resolutions and stuff like that, and it just takes a ton of time. That's the main thing. Same thing with YouTube. If you finish an 8-hour stream on YouTube and it takes a little while for it to actually render out the whole video, I think it's a little faster, but that's because they got Google monies behind them. But yeah, it doesn't matter where you are. Over 4 hours takes time. Used to be over 2 hours. In Exile 08, your stream is breaking Rumble like TwitchCon's ball pit broke Adriana Chechik. Rude. Lost in Tunes. The bailiff over his shoulder is throwing off some serious Lucius Varenus vibes. Lawn Lumber, dude, kudos to these witnesses for not jumping over the rail. The prosecutor, can't believe I'm saying that, for letting him go. And to all of you for not punching your screens, this is painful. That's true. Sammy San, what is his game plan? Like, his argument makes no sense. Powerful Katrinka says, come on, guys, simp responsibly. The Jackals of Terra Argentum, you kind of knew the dance lady's testimony was going to be a horror show when one of the scenes of the massacre is outside a store called Mama Ducky's. Everything about this is just devastating. Tankrat, there's more than hugs on your mind, but then more is on my degenerate mind. Jack Flack says, hose down your guests. Yeah, well, next time Legal Vices is on, especially, I'm going to have a water jet set up.
Don't put plural on that. I was hoping I was staying out of that as much as possible. I mean, there were some pretty witnesses here, but he was kind of on fire, wasn't he? Legal Vices is making his presence known.
Wilcox MD, if Wisconsin brings back the death penalty before he is sentenced, can he get the needle? They did,
no, they could not. That would be double.
Oh yeah, because they'd have to retry the entire case.
Well, that would be double jeopardy. They couldn't do that. That would be ex post facto. So the answer is no. And we can have a whole long debate on the death penalty, but this guy will get life in prison without possibility of parole.
They should just give him a tour of the rooftop.
Yeah,
of the jail.
Throw him on. Well, the fellow. I wonder how he'll do in prison with the fellow prisoners. I mean, are they gonna, if he starts pulling this on them, like, are they gonna like toss him off the top of the railing in the prison guard jailhouse, or are they just gonna let him be? I don't know.
Send him to Iran wearing a rainbow shirt. See how he does. PWH ask Jeff to stand up and confirm he has pants on. No. Blackjack 21. Vices seems like a guy who watches women's tennis with a blindfold on. I knew a guy who used to do that when I worked at Circuit City. Awful.
I don't get that. What does that mean?
Try it.
Watch women's tennis with a blindfold on.
You don't have to use a blindfold. Just close your eyes. But here's.
Okay. All right. Women's tennis is excellent. It's one of the few sports I think women do better than men. I enjoy the women's game better than the men's game. Of course, I know that's not fun. I should say, like, oh no, I mean, I'm just commenting here. I think tennis is a great women's sport.
Paige Sporanic has made women's golf into the greatest sport that exists.
Okay.
Biggest Niggas says, can I get a shout out? I need to reach 100 followers on Rumble to stream. My Rumble page is Wolf Rocket. Sure. Check out Wolf Rocket on Rumble. I don't know what he does, but 100 of you subscribing will allow him to live stream. Near Manual says, Nick, shout out my Minds channel at NEER Manuel. I shitpost memes and silly shit every day. Long live the grift. There you go. Tankrat says it's hearsay in Brooks's world's law is his sovereignty. Biggest Niggas says, I feel the sudden urge to donate a neck rope Epstein device to Brooks's cellmate. Damn. Wow. Legendary Racing, Amber Heard is watching this crying with envy. Joel Reese, first rant on Rumble. Hey, thank you, sir. Shut up and take my money. I will now say a Portuguese word that in English means bassoon. Fagot. Okay, there we go. Polyfrog64, Brooks will be dealt with in prison. They don't like people who harm kids in there. Most prisoners are fathers.
Well, that is true. And that's why I was asking that, because, the sex offenders and law enforcement are segregated from the general population because they will be physically attacked by the other prisoners. Because you think about it, if you're a prisoner in there and there's somebody who perps on little kids, there's sort of like a law of the criminals. That's like they've got children out in the outside and they don't have any, their law is the fist. And so they're going to pound those sex offenders down into the ground. Now, will they think of this guy as one of those types because he did kill little kids? I don't know. I mean, he's not going to be segregated, I doubt, from the general population. So if the prisoners see him,
would be.
Yeah, if the prisoners see him as a perper on little kids, then he might get some prison justice. Not that I'm for it. I'm just analyzing it from a perspective of having been in through prisons. I've toured multiple prisons and seen how these things work. And believe me, those prisoners don't take kindly to people who hurt kids.
Biggest Niggas says, hopefully the prison guards are kind enough to give Brooks' cellmate some piano wire and some pieces of wood with holes in it for looping wires. Jonathan, the justice system in the U.S. is better than every other. If you think yours is better, you just don't know enough. Saying this as a Swede. JMM59, the dance instructor's testimony and demeanor, as well as the images of a moron plowing over kids, will make a huge impression on the jury. If he crosses her, he's a moronic moron. Well, I got news for you.
Yeah, I think he passed that test.
Rumble username sucks says, Nick, did you see Brandon Herrera tease what I think is a Kyle Rittenhouse video? I could be wrong. Yes, I did. And I agree with you. Goes 999. Did Birch have anything to say about your suspension that you could tell us? Was just curious if they were supportive or worried. They didn't say anything. Probably because I kept doing the ads on the Rumble streams anyway. RNGD Gaming. How about asking them to make you a gold grill? You'll have to get a platinum sponsor to catch up to Tug. Buck Rogers 3. Can't believe Rekieta got caught stealing from Goodwill on code Blue Cam. Shame on you, Nick. Okay,
then. Did you really?
I
all this stuff is so over
like
my
a good
head.
Story. I wish. No joke. Anti-woke says, to be fair to this chick and the last witness, 35 miles per hour is 50 frames per second. So 20 yards is barely over 1 second. 87 MCSS says, would it be fair to say when it comes to you, I was just trying to smash? Jay Burton X. I'm genuinely confused as to what his overall strategy is. Does he have one, even if it's just insane? I mean, try to confuse the jury, try to win on this weird technical sovereign citizen point of law. That is incorrect, but that's his idea. Sassy TV, whoop, my first rant supporting the Pope. Hey, thank you, Sassy. Emorsk says 21,000 watching, 6,000 likes. That was a while ago. We're now at 7.42 thousand likes. If you have not hit like, please hit like. Redone 777. Grounds or Baby Shark, which is more annoying? Baby Shark. Slapped a base man, says Darrell Brooks. So a doctor told you what the injuries were? Would that be here to say? Jonathan, when a witness walks in with an itty bitty waist and a round thing in your face, you get sua sponte. Okay. Jonathan says, in all seriousness, I feel for this witness. Hope she manages to move on and builds a good life. She's also a total waifu. My lifestyle. The trial is on the front page of YouTube. Still has less views. Lol. Luz Gunt 79 says, Nick, get that C8 Z06 Corvette. Do it. It's a badass car. Vinny D95. She looks like the type to make him a conjugal visit after his sentence. Ooh. Just Revere. No, but he'll be identifying plenty of license plate numbers soon enough. Dude 5220. I like how the Sovtard's muzzle matches his shirt. Lol. Tankrat. Why is he the only one wearing a mask? Because he's choosing to wear a mask and he's not a witness, so it doesn't matter. Kaloko123. Awesome job on Alex's Jones show, Nick. You should try to cover the Austin Harif trial out of Florida. He chewed off a man's face, and it seems like he was psychotic. No flakka was found in his system. Biggest Niggas says your scuffed dentist that drilled your teeth without freezing apparently still practices with multiple Yelp reviews of people with similar experiences of freezing but not being used. There you go. Redone 777. Nick's internet speed right now is the same as the SUV. Toxia. If you were a real grifter, you'd be taking this opportunity to start a coffee company to sell objection grounds.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good. I think there is something there. The grounds has got to be a meme going forward.
Yeah.
Got to come
selling
up with
coffee
something,
sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's
everybody's selling coffee. Everybody is selling coffee. House first says DNA. Many cold cases waited many years to be solved. As long as the evidence is there, new technologies can solve them after they happened. Context is racist. This guy doesn't even understand his own question. Almanac. If he asks a question, he should get the true for time. Jay Burton, I can't take any more of this. I don't drink, so I need something to numb my brain. I'm thinking of ice cream. Maybe a bullet. Maybe that's...
No,
that's a
ice
joke.
cream. That's a joke. Ice cream is good.
JD 522, he gave a range of speeds. How does he think that any of this helps his case? Almanac, I want the truth. You can't handle the truth. A tall drink of H2O. Watch Lady Ragged's first video. Think a homeschooling mom of 5 has a lot of wisdom and great stuff to share. Best of luck to her. And then Deccan says, Lady Rackets didn't turn on her comments so we can pledge our love and sing her praises. Heart. Okay. I have to go check. It's a short, and I don't know if there are comments on shorts or not. It may be a setting. I don't know how she uploaded it, but I don't know if she tried to upload it as a short, but I'll see if I can get it turned on. It might just be that shorts don't have comments. I just don't remember. Redone 777. Remember, this cunt still needs to do an opening statement. Matt himself. Honestly, people love clips. No one wants to go and search for interesting moments on an 8-hour live. Believe me, I know. If you can make it a point to take funny spots or large chat interaction areas and give that. Yeah, no, wrong. If Ryan, the editor, can do that. Because I don't know. Matt himself says that to an editor. Oh, give that to an editor. Bet your channel will blow up even faster. Then, like you said, that will drive traffic to Rumble even quicker. Yes, this is the ultimate plan. Almanac, how quickly do you get your Rumble rant money compared to super chats? I think I can request it like every day if I wanted to. I think that's a possibility. Okay. Odyssey is loading.
Yeah, just so I started a channel on Rumble just to talk about the chapters in my book at crimelaw.net, and the each chapter I've got kind of a little summary. I'm only on Rumble. I am not going on YouTube because why would I want to go on a company that wants to axe all of my people from speaking freely? I don't even want a penny to go in that direction. I understand that you've built a business on that. And so there's a reason to have that feeding, but I don't have time. I'm going back to work and it's a Rumble only thing. So if you want to find crimelaw.net with Steve Gosney, you can do that. It's all it is talking about a couple chapters of the book, and I'm going through it step by step. So, but I'm not going on YouTube. You do YouTube. I'll do Rumble only. How's that?
Sounds good to me. I'm not going on YouTube. I'm putting some clip content on YouTube to tell people to come here. The Drunken Rocky 1 says, I do a stream on Odyssey Thursday nights at 9 Central. If you want to come by and type racial slurs at me. There you go. Sounds nice. We've got the Pie Baker in Locals. Hey, Rekieta Law, a pre-law tube. I pitched an idea for a special for you to do with other lawyers called Judge Boomer, where you do mock trials on hypothetical cases with other lawyers. Now there's a group of streaming lawyers you can get together with for this and can grift local subscribers for spots as witnesses, make Locals exclusive. I think it's time to reconsider. Again, a mock trial is a monumental amount of work. That's the hard part for it. You have to create like scenarios. You have to create all of these little like parts for people to play. Everybody has to be there for hours. I think like time-wise, highly inefficient. Crusader says, he's just an advocate of late-term abortion, showing his advocacy of population control. Oh, that was nice. Darrell's very thoughtful in that way. Let's see. Maripari98 says, Nick, the discussion on the attractive witness made me think of this scene from Flypaper. Okay, thank you. Rob Dorr says, Rekieta Law, I was once asked to go on to Dan Abrams' show after the Amir Locke shooting. They withdrew after it turned out I wasn't meeting their bootlicking expectations. Damn. Shadowfalls asks, if I'm not on YouTube anymore, can I put the live chat on the screen like you used to? I used to do that in OBS, which was a really easy thing to do. In StreamYard, it is not an easy thing to do. So, no. And I know everybody, before you start spamming with gay use OBS bullshit, OBS is really hard to have a guest while sharing video with you guys and the guest at the same time. It's not simple. StreamYard makes that simple. OBS is not easy for that. Ari Rose sent some memes. Judge Mommy holding a little baby suckling Darrell Brooks. That was gross. Phoenix Vandell says, Rekieta Law, thank you for the fun space you have fostered. My 2 books, Ecclesiastes Exposed and the Back of the Bible Verses by Phoenix Vandell, are available on Amazon. Again, thanks. Get it, brother. And then he also has a link to the book, which is not safe for work. First paid chat book about Solomon and Ecclesiastes. Deviation says, is a GoPro Hero 11 an acceptable quality for camera for vlogging streaming? Don't want to run off viewers. Audio quality is the single most important thing. It is for vlogging or whatever, where you're talking about doing content of any length of time. Audio is more important than anything. Do your audio first. Do your audio first. But yeah, a GoPro, I mean, they record in 4K. They have that fisheye problem, so you might have to deal with that. But USA Now says, I got news for you. And I assume there's an audio clip of means you're gay. Wheels on the shopping cart be like, oh, okay. Good meme. Floppy Turtle says, touchdown, objection. Grounds. Bring the smoke.
That's good. That's a good one.
Bring the smoke says, grounds. Now tell me what you're going to do. Now tell me what, when they object to you, when Brooks comes for you, Now tell me what you're going to do. Now tell me what, when it ain't nowhere to drive, when Brooks comes for you, because Brooks going to come for you. In the style of Bone Thugs and Harmony. Thank you. The Aussie Mozzie says, I could eat a bowl of alphabet soup and shit out a smarter statement than this fucking waste of human tissue.
Well, that's pretty graphic.
That's gross. That was really nasty. Pisek says, I am issuing a fatwa on all of the people posting boomer tier memes in locals chats. BCT777. Brand new here. Is Brooks a sovereign citizen, narcissist, or I think it says or all of the above? Just a second.
Yeah, that's all of the above. I'll go with that one. I'll take all the above for
sovereign citizen, narcissist, or mentally ill, or all of the above. All the above. Yeah.
Mentally ill. That's a difficult one. I don't see. There's no schizophrenia here. Traditional mental illness. It's hard. I mean, how do you diagnose somebody being mentally ill? Is that? I mean,
I do it like this, motherfucker, crazy.
Yeah. Well. It's hard. It's, to ascribe it to that. To me, when I hear mental illness, I hear legal excuse, and there's not a legal excuse based on mental illness. I'm sorry. I'm such a lawyer guy. When I hear that word, it doesn't ring true to my ear. Narcissist, I would say yes. What was the other choice? Oh, sovereign citizen. He's a Moorish sovereign citizen. So he's not even, he distinguishes himself from all the normal sovereign citizens by being a Moorish sovereign citizen.
He's a moron sovereign citizen. That is true. That's true. Okay, next. Wolf V, this fucker is grounding to a halt. Heemeyer, hey, Odyssey chat, if you want to post pics of gifts here, use the following, and then he has a link to the image thing. Jay Winkler, I, Nick Rekieta, on this National Coming Out Day, am coming out and telling the world I'm gay. Meth Gator has a moon and then a cricket. I'm not sure why. I Lewd the Ugly Bastard says, objection, I didn't see the judge's license plate. Death Networks. So I'm going to watch when I can rewind to the start. Laters. Neo Akira the second. Rekieta Law, don't be a moon cricket and forget Odyssey exists. I would never do that. Happening Archive, just run him over with a red SUV. The Hotshot says, I have good news. Your favorite website, Reddit and r/Rekieta Law, is about to break 400 degenerate members. We are doing the Pope's work. Guys, there is a Reddit, I guess. Jay Winkler, Nick, did you come out of the closet yet? Banana, banana, rainbow, 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 rainbow. Yes. Happening Archive just has the N-word. All Out of Bubblegum says unbreaded. Happening Archive has glow N-word. Retro Gamer says, very breaded of you, Nick. Get your wife's sexy ass on Rumble and Odyssey. And B-Jam says, B-Jams. And then let's see, a couple more. Bryant WM, find an existing coffee company to sponsor you and just do a grounds spot. And then Redone 77, 69 for 69 grounds. 69 for 69 grounds. That's the end of the show. Steve, thanks for hanging out with me. Guys,
thank you.
Check out Steve's book at crimelaw.net, a compendium of scholarly level criminal law analysis, questions, and answers. You'd be hard pressed to find a better source to write a book on criminal law in Florida specifically. But of course, these principles will apply to a lot of criminal law, generally thought-provoking questions and thoughtful answers.
Can I use that as the grift that I can put on the website for Nick Rekieta and quote you on that? And then I'll stick it on the website as a promotional tool. So you don't even have to write it. You just said it.
Yeah, sure.
That was great, man.
Yeah, of
thank
course.
you very much. Thank you for the opportunity to grift and hanging out with me. And it was a nice day off. Back to work tomorrow. Back to the real world.
Good luck. Good luck.
And
that means you won't be here to keep me company. Oh God.
I don't know. No, I have to teach tomorrow too, on the law of self-defense criminal law class. But keep me in mind. I want to be back in for the closing arguments on this case, if you wouldn't mind.
I'll just keep sending you stuff. It'll be fine. And then you can pop in whenever you want. All right, guys. Thanks for hanging out tonight or today. I'll be on Viva Fry in 2 hours and 10 minutes or so. And then my own show at 11 p.m. Central. We'll catch you guys then. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some law-splaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear law-splaining tonight. From the white shores of Nam to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig. The spirits flow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter as we hear Lost Blaming tonight. From the wide shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the wrong better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed to make the law what we have.